Hello there, and welcome to the Sleepy Science Channel. Tonight, we'll be exploring one of the most complex and mysterious things in the universe. The human body is a true marvel of nature, but has fascinated scientists for millennia. It is built from living cells and borrowed atoms. It runs on chemistry and electricity, and it holds itself together with patterns so precise they can feel like magic. Beneath your skin, your blood vessels act like highways. Your bones detect pressure and quietly reshape themselves. Your muscles turn stored energy into motion and heat. And inside your skull, a soft network of tissue creates everything you have ever experienced. The more you learn about the body, the more extraordinary it becomes. It's a place of endless problem-solving, constant renewal, and ingenious design. Tonight, we will drift through that inner world and discover many of its secrets. If you enjoy these gentle journeys, I invite you to like, subscribe, or share a thought below. It helps others find their way here too, one sleepy soul at a time. But for now, all you need to do is relax. Let your body soften, and let your breathing slow. And as you start to unwind, allow the day to fade away. And join me on this fascinating exploration of the human body. Let's begin. The heart beats more than 2.5 billion times in an average lifetime. A muscular organ the size of a fist keeps time for the entire body. With each contraction, valves snap open and close in a one-way rhythm that prevents backwash and keeps blood coursing forward. 4 chambers divide the labor, 2 receiving and 2 propelling, so that oxygen-poor blood can be sent to the lungs and oxygen-rich blood can return at once to nourish every cell. Electrical impulses ripple across specialized fibers, accelerating with excitement, easing during sleep, subtly changing with posture and breath. Coronary vessels wrap the muscle itself, feeding the very pump that feeds the body. Over the decades, this cadence drives rivers of plasma, red cells, nutrients, hormones, and heat. It also carries messages, because pressure waves from each stroke reach hidden sensors that inform the brain about volume and demand. The miracle is not brute force, but relentless reliability, a tireless metronome that quietly composes a life. The brain contains more connections than there are stars in the Milky Way. Within a soft kilogram of tissue, networks lace together in shimmering complexity. Neurons speak in spikes, millisecond flashes that leap synapse to synapse across microscopic gaps bridged by chemical messengers. Each cell can connect to thousands of others, and those junctions strengthen or weaken with experience, sculpting pathways that reflect learning and memory. Glial partners support, insulate, and fine-tune signaling, guiding growth and clearing debris so circuits remain nimble. Patterns emerge from this dense web, producing sensation, language, imagination, and the feeling of self moving through time. Even at rest, activity flows in loops that resemble weather systems, with currents, eddies, and storms of coordinated firing. When you practice a skill, connections are remodeled, and entire maps in the cortex are redrawn. Thought is not a single stream, but a living city of signals, humming, adapting, and endlessly forming new routes. Your skin is a waterproof shield that also talks to your immune system. It is your largest organ, and it works like a smart boundary rather than a simple wrapper. The outer layer is packed with tough proteins and waxy lipids that keep precious water in and many irritants out. The surface is slightly acidic, discouraging unwanted microbes, while a diverse community of skin bacteria helps claim territory. When you get a tiny cut, skin cells release chemical alarms that summon immune defenders and start repair, often before you even notice the break. Specialized cells can present clues from invading germs, teaching the immune system what to respond to next time. Even sunlight, dryness, and gentle touch can change which messages are sent. Your skin is a sensing, signaling interface between you and everything you meet. That is why a rash can signal allergy, infection, or stress all at once. The human body is a framework of more than 200 distinct bones. From head to heel, rigid levers and protective plates fit together like an ingenious scaffold. Long limbs provide reach and stride, while flat shields guard the brain and vital organs. Tiny ossicles in the ear transmit the faintest tremor, and curved ribs spring with every breath. Mineral crystals lend compressive strength, and a collagen matrix gives just enough flex to bend instead of shatter. Within this living architecture, marrow grows blood cells by the millions each heartbeat, and surfaces wrapped in cartilage meet in low-friction joints that sip a tar. Slick substance more slippery than oil. Cells called osteoclasts carefully dissolve old tissue, while osteoblasts lay down fresh lamellae, so the structure stays strong as forces shift through cell life. Even teeth, anchored into jawbone, share this theme of sturdy attachment and precision function. What looks solid is actually dynamic, quietly adapting to the way you move, lift, rest, and dream. Your skin is part of your immune system. Your skin is not just a covering. It is a living barrier that guards the entire outer surface of your body with remarkable precision and strength. The very top layer, made of tightly packed dead cells, forms a dry, acidic shield that most microbes simply cannot survive on. Just beneath that, a bustling community of living cells stands ready to respond the moment the surface is broken. A simple scrape or cut instantly activates a quiet race as immune cells rush toward the wound. Blood vessels widen to increase circulation, and cleanup begins before you even notice the injury. Even when unbroken, your skin is actively defending you. It secretes oils and natural chemicals that discourage harmful microbes and supports a thriving population of friendly ones that help crowd out invaders. It senses temperature, pressure, and pain, and passes that information on so your body can react and stay safe. Your skin is a border, a warning system, a habitat, and a battlefield, all at once. Your gut holds a living ecosystem of microbes that helps keep you alive. They arrive at birth and gather with every meal, kiss, and breath, until your intestines become a bustling city of bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Many are friendly partners that break down fibers you cannot digest, turning them into short-chain fatty acids that nourish the gut wall and influence metabolism. Some manufacture vitamins, including vitamin K, and help train immune cells to tell friend from foe. Others compete with harmful invaders, taking up space and resources so troublemakers struggle to settle in. This community shifts when you travel, change diet, take antibiotics, or live with chronic stress, and your body notices. In a very real way, you are an animal, plus a microbial chorus, working together to keep balance. Scientists are even exploring tailored probiotics and fecal transplants, hoping to treat disease by reshaping this hidden neighborhood. Melatonin does far more than control sleep and quietly influences immunity and aging. Melatonin is famous for its link to darkness and drowsiness, but its reach extends into the deeper housekeeping of the body. It is released in a daily rhythm that helps cells anticipate night, not merely react to it. Many tissues use that rhythm as a timing cue, adjusting repair processes, metabolic patterns, and immune activity to match the changing day. Melatonin also acts like a protective signal at the cellular level, supporting defenses against certain kinds of molecular damage that accumulate during GIR. Normal life. That matters because aging is not a single process. It is the sum of countless tiny changes in how cells maintain themselves. The nightly rise of melatonin is part of the body's reminder that restoration time is here. In many animals, melatonin also carries seasonal information. Longer nights mean a different message than shorter nights, and that can shift reproduction, molting, migration readiness, and appetite. So melatonin is not only a sleep signal, it is a calendar and a maintenance whisper, telling the body when to repair, when to conserve, and when the world outside has changed its season. Each lung holds hundreds of millions of tiny air sacs called alveoli. Breath enters through branching passages that divide again and again until the tubes end in delicate clusters, like grapes on a vine. At the surface of each sac, a film so thin it is nearly transparent separates air from blood. Oxygen slips inward, while carbon dioxide slips out, exchanging places with every breath you take. This interface is vast, folded into countless pockets to grant enormous surface area within a compact chest. A lace of capillaries embraces each bubble, and surfactant coats the interior to keep the walls from sticking shut. The diaphragm's downward pull expands the spaces, and elastic recoil helps them empty with minimal effort. Even posture and gravity influence how air distributes, quietly reshaping the map of ventilation from moment to moment. What feels like a simple inhale is really billions of microscopic handshakes, a peaceful trade between the sky and your cells. Your bone marrow is a factory that makes most of your blood cells. Inside many bones is a soft, busy tissue. This is marrow, and it is where stem cells decide what the body needs next. Some become oxygen carriers, others become infection fighters, and others become platelets that help stop bleeding. The choices are guided by chemical signals that rise during illness, after blood loss, or at high altitude. Marrow also serves as a training ground where immune cells learn what belongs in the body and what does not. With age, some active marrow is replaced by fatty marrow, yet your body keeps enough production capacity. In emergencies, it can ramp up output, releasing more cells into circulation. Treatments like chemotherapy can damage this factory, which is why transplants of marrow or stem cells can be life-saving, rebooting blood and immunity. It is a hidden workshop, tucked within your skeleton, quietly building tomorrow's protection and repair. It listens to signals, then responds. Your immune system is constantly scanning every inch of your body. Right now, even as you breathe and blink, your immune system is awake, wandering through the landscape of your body like a silent security network. Millions of cells are drifting through your bloodstream and tissue, each one checking tiny biological details that you will never notice. They are looking for patterns that do not belong, signals of infection, fragments of viral code, or even a single damaged cell that might turn dangerous. This process is so constant and so thorough that every inch of you is examined again and again, 24 hours a day. No moment is too quiet for it. Even while you sleep, your immune system keeps watch, catching threats you will never see, launching defenses before you feel a single symptom. It is not dramatic. It does not make a sound. But it is one of the most complex and ancient forms of intelligence in the natural world, operating inside you every second of your life, without ever stopping to rest. The skin renews itself roughly every month. A boundary only a few millimeters thick performs a surprising list of tasks. It keeps water in and pathogens out, senses temperature and texture, regulates heat with sweat and blood flow, and synthesizes important molecules when touched by sunlight. Its outermost layer is a mosaic of flattened cells packed with protective proteins, a barrier that constantly flakes away as deeper layers push upward. Stem-like cells in the basal stratum divide, differentiating as they climb until they become the very shield they once hid beneath. Oil from glands softens the surface, and a living film of microbes competes with invaders while helping train immunity. Tiny muscles tug hairs upright when you feel a chill or a surge of emotion. Every few weeks, the whole sheet quietly replaces itself, like renewing a suit of armor without ever taking it off, mending scuffs and sealing microcracks as you, quote, go about your day. Your goosebumps are a leftover reflex from ancestors who had much more body hair. Goosebumps happen when tiny muscles attached to hair follicles contract, pulling hairs upright and making the skin dimple. In animals with thick fur, this makes the coat fluffier, trapping more air for warmth. It can also make an animal look larger when threatened, a quick intimidation trick. Humans kept the reflex, even though we lost most of the fur that made it useful. Now, goosebumps show up when you are cold, but also when you are moved, startled, or deeply inspired by music. That emotional version is a clue that the reflex is tied to the sympathetic nervous system, the same system that prepares the body for action. It can raise heart rate, sharpen attention, and redirect blood flow, all in a heartbeat. Goosebumps are a small fossil of evolution written into your skin, reminding you that your body carries old survival programs alongside modern thoughts. Even in a quiet room, a single note in a song can press that ancient button, and your skin responds. The liver can regenerate up to 2/3 of its mass if damaged. Tucked under the right ribs, this deep red organ is both chemical factory and vigilant filter. It processes nutrients arriving from the gut, turning some into storage forms and converting others into building blocks for cells. It neutralizes toxins, packages fats, balances amino acids, and manufactures proteins that keep blood from leaking and clots from failing. When injury or surgical removal occurs, surviving cells re-enter the cell cycle, multiply, and reorganize the architecture with astonishing precision. Blood vessels and bile ducts grow in step, restoring the hexagonal neighborhoods where work is done. The process is not reckless growth, but controlled orchestration, guided by growth factors and checks that halt the program when the shape and size are right again. Day to day, it also acts as a reservoir for glucose, releasing it between meals to keep the brain and muscles supplied, a steady hand on metabolic balance. Your clotting system can seal a cut, yet stay quiet elsewhere. When a vessel is damaged, your body has to plug the leak fast, but only at the injury site. Platelets rush in first, sticking to exposed tissue and to each other, forming a temporary patch. Then a cascade of clotting proteins activates in a precise chain reaction, building strands of fibrin that weave the plug into a strong mesh. At the same time, the body releases natural anticoagulants and uses smooth vessel linings to prevent runaway clotting in healthy areas. Once healing begins, another system slowly dissolves the clot, clearing the path so blood can flow freely again. This balance is delicate. Too little clotting can lead to dangerous bleeding. Too much can form clots inside vessels, risking stroke or heart attack. Everyday life depends on this quiet choreography, a repair crew that can build a barrier in minutes, then step back when the job is done, leaving no trace except a bayed chaff. Healed surface. The skeleton is constantly being rebuilt by living cells. Bone looks like stone, yet it is alive with activity. On the surface and within tiny canals, teams of cells survey stress, strain, and microscopic damage. When old tissue must be removed, resorbing cells carve tunnels and pits, dissolving mineral with acidic tools. Builders arrive behind them to lay down fresh scaffolds of collagen, which slowly mineralize into sturdy lamellae. The result is a patchwork of new and old woven together, optimized for the loads you place upon it. Weight-bearing exercise encourages reinforcement, while disuse leads to thinning that can be reversed with restored activity. Embedded sentinels sense mechanical forces and signal when reinforcement is needed, translating movement into molecular messages. Even the marrow cavities adapt, adjusting their shape to balance strength with lightness. Over years, nearly every part is renewed, so the framework you carry is not just a relic of childhood, but a record of how you live. Your blood travels a looping highway of vessels longer than Earth's circumference. Picture the smallest streets first, capillaries so fine that red cells often pass single file. These narrow passages slip between muscle fibers, around neurons, and through the walls of organs, delivering oxygen and nutrients within a breath's reach. Every cell. From there, blood gathers into veins, returning carbon dioxide and wastes for disposal and recycling. This network is not static. Vessels can widen when you exercise, constrict when you are cold, and even sprout new branches after injury or training. The lining of each vessel releases signals that control clotting, inflammation, and pressure, acting like an organ spread throughout your body. All day and night, this circulatory map is being adjusted, repaired, and rerouted, so delivery never stops. In emergencies, your body can prioritize the brain and heart, shunting flow away from less urgent regions for survival. Hormones are ancient chemical messengers that existed long before brains evolved. Long before animals had nerves, eyes, or even muscles, life still needed coordination. Single cells had to decide when to divide, when to conserve energy, when to move toward food, and when to pull back from danger. Chemical messages solved that problem, because a molecule drifting through water can carry instructions without any wiring at all. Over deep time, these signals became more specialized. Some began as simple stress alarms, others as growth cues, others as coordination tools that helped early colonies of cells behave like a team instead of a crowd. That is one reason hormones feel so fundamental today. They are not a recent upgrade layered onto biology. They are part of its earliest operating canteen. System. Even now, many hormone systems resemble ancient survival logic. Detect a change, release a messenger, adjust the whole organism. The truly mind-bending part is that modern bodies still run on that same principle, using tiny chemical notes to synchronize trillions of cells into something T that acts like one continuous, living decision. The cornea of the eye is the only part of the body with no blood supply. The window at the front of the eye must remain crystal clear, so it takes an unusual path to nourishment. Instead of vessels, it drinks oxygen directly from the air dissolved in tears and receives nutrients from fluid inside the eye. Its layered structure is exquisitely smooth, polished by blinking and kept moist by a film that spreads with each closure of the lids. Nerves are dense here, granting sharp sensitivity that protects against dust and dryness, which is why a stray eyelash feels enormous. Cells at the edges slide inward to patch minor scrapes, and a thin basement membrane guides orderly repair so transparency is preserved. Even tiny irregularities in curvature can blur the world, so clarity and shape are guarded with constant care. This bloodless clarity is what allows light to enter unscattered, setting the stage for the lens and retina to perform their focused work. Your lungs unfold a gas exchange surface about the size of a tennis court. That vast area is hidden inside millions of tiny air sacs, each wrapped in a web of capillaries. When you inhale, fresh air flows down branching tubes that spit again and again, like an upside-down tree, until oxygen meets blood across a barrier thinner than a bee. Soap bubble. Carbon dioxide slips the other way, leaving with your next exhale. The lungs also do housekeeping. They warm and humidify incoming air, trap dust and sticky mucus, and sweep it upward with cilia so you can swallow it without thinking. Surfactant, a slippery substance in the sacs, keeps them from collapsing like wet plastic. With each breath, you are not just moving air. You are trading gases with the world, quietly keeping every cell supplied. Even sighs and yawns help reopen sleepy areas and spread that surfactant. Tears and saliva contain powerful antimicrobial agents. Every blink and every swallow brings a fresh wave of immune protection across the most vulnerable entrances to your body. Tears do far more than keep your eyes from drying out. They contain enzymes that can slice open the walls of bacteria, salts that create an unfriendly environment for invaders, and antibodies that lock onto key viruses before they can reach the surface of the eye. Each blink spreads this protective mixture, sweeping away dust, microbes, and particles before they have time to settle. Saliva works in a similar way. It washes the mouth and throat, breaks down food, and creates conditions that make it harder for harmful microbes to survive. It also contains friendly bacteria that help keep more dangerous species under control. These fluids are not just moisture. They are carefully engineered defenses, renewed again and again throughout the day, guarding you every time you speak, breathe, eat, or simply move through the world. Fingernails grow faster on the hand you use most. Growth emerges from a hidden matrix beneath the cuticle, where cells proliferate, fill with tough keratin, and push forward as a translucent plate. Repeated use stimulates blood flow and microsignals that can speed the process, so the busier hand often shows quicker extension. Temperature, nutrition, and overall health also play roles, with warmer seasons and good circulation tending to accelerate the parade of new cells. The plate itself is not alive, but the living bed beneath it is, and its smoothness, hydration, and protection determine the clarity and strength you notice. Small ridges, half-moons, and subtle color changes can hint at systemic shifts, because nails grow slowly enough to archive weeks of physiology. Their curvature and thickness distribute forces as you grip, scratch, and type, while the faintly elastic keratin resists splitting. What seems like a simple shield is a quiet record of habit and health. Your body can shiver to generate heat through rapid muscle contractions. Shivering is your emergency heater switching on. When the brain senses a drop in temperature, it can trigger quick, involuntary muscle contractions across the body. These contractions do not aim to move you anywhere. Their purpose is to burn fuel and release heat as a byproduct. It is a clever trade, turning chemical energy into warmth when the environment is stealing heat faster than you can replace it. Shivering can start subtly, a faint tremble in the jaw or shoulders, then grow into full body shaking if cold deepens. It often arrives with goosebumps and narrowed skin vessels, because the body is trying to conserve heat at the surface while making more inside. This response costs energy, which is why prolonged cold can leave you exhausted and hungry. It can also be dangerous when fuel runs low. Still, shivering is one of your oldest survival tools, a built-in fire made of muscle, sparked automatically when you need it most. The tongue is made of thousands of tiny muscles working together. A flexible bundle of interwoven fibers can curl, flatten, widen, narrow, and ripple in complex sequences. These intricate maneuvers help form consonants, shape vowels, and steer food precisely towards safe swallowing. Sensory cells sample chemicals, temperature, and texture, sending reports that merge with smell and sight to create the richness of flavor. Some regions have slightly higher densities of particular receptors, but all areas participate, so a sweet note or a bitter edge can be detected across the AT surface. Saliva dissolves molecules so they can reach the taste pores, and microscopic papillae increase contact without sacrificing agility. Beneath it all, a nimble coordination with the jaw and soft palate keeps airways protected, while allowing speech or breath to continue. The remarkable part is endurance. This soft engine works from first cries through late-night whispers, guiding every bite and shaping every word with tireless precision. Your bones are living tissue, constantly breaking down and rebuilding. Inside each bone, teams of cells run a quiet renovation schedule. Osteoclasts carve away old mineral, then osteoblasts lay down fresh collagen and refill it with calcium crystals, keeping the structure strong without cane, becoming brittle. This remodeling responds to use. When you lift, walk, or jump, bones sense tiny strains and reinforce the areas that bear load, like a house adding support where footsteps fall. When you are inactive for long periods, the opposite happens and bone density can slip. Hormones, including estrogen and parathyroid hormone, help steer the pace, and nutrition provides the raw materials. Fractures heal by building a temporary scaffold, then reshaping it over weeks and months until strength returns. Your skeleton is less like stone and more like a living bank account of minerals and strength. Even ears rely on bones to transmit sound with precision. Adrenaline can sharpen perception so intensely that time appears to slow down. In a sudden moment of danger, the body does not have time to negotiate. It needs instant priority, instant clarity, instant motion. Adrenaline floods the bloodstream and the nervous system begins to change its settings, like a camera switching to a faster shutter speed. Pupils widen to gather more light. Blood flow is redirected toward the muscles that might need to sprint or climb. The liver is nudged to release stored energy, so movement has fuel ready to burn. At the same time, attention tightens. The brain starts sampling the world more aggressively, taking in more detail per heartbeat. That can create the strange feeling that events are unfolding in slow motion, not because the outside world changes, but because your inner recording becomes denser and more vivid. Later, memory can replay that dense recording and make the interval feel longer than it truly was. Adrenaline is not just a rush, it is a rapid biological decision to spend energy on survival and to buy extra clarity when clarity matters most. Blood travels through more than 60,000 miles of vessels. Inside every body lies an unseen map of astonishing scale. Arteries branch like rivers from the heart, narrowing into streams of arterioles and finally into microscopic capillaries, each so fine that red blood cells must squeeze through in single file. Through these narrow corridors, oxygen and nutrients pass outward, while carbon dioxide and waste slip inward for removal. Then veins gather the returning flow, guiding it back toward the lungs for renewal. This endless circuit operates automatically, never tiring, driven by the rhythmic pulse of the heart and the elasticity of the vessel walls. Pressure waves echo down every artery, flexing with each beat. If laid end to end, the network would wrap around Earth more than twice, yet it fits inside you, folding and looping with exquisite efficiency. Every blink, breath, and thought depends on this vast highway of life, moving quietly beneath the skin, never once pausing. Your DNA packs instructions so tightly, it fits inside nearly every cell. If you stretched the genetic material from one cell end to end, it would be surprisingly long, yet it coils with exquisite order. DNA wraps around proteins called histones, forming bead-like units that fold again into thicker fibers, then loop and stack until an entire library fits into a nucleus. Packing is not only storage. The way it is wrapped helps decide which genes are easy to read and which stay quiet. So a skin cell can act like skin while a neuron acts like a neuron, even now. Though the text is the same. Chemical tags on DNA and histones can change with age, diet, and environment, leaving traces of experience without rewriting the letters. Your body is built from the same blueprint, interpreted in countless ways. And when cells divide, They copy it with proofreading catching errors. The smallest bone in the body helps with hearing. Deep within the middle ear, beyond the eardrum, 3 delicate ossicles form a chain: the malleus, the incus, and the stapes. The last of these, shaped like a tiny stirrup, is smaller than a grain of rice, yet crucial for transforming sound into sensation. Vibrations from the eardrum set this bone in motion, transmitting pressure to the fluid-filled cochlea, where hair cells convert movement into electrical signals. The structure's compact geometry allows remarkable precision, amplifying faint air vibrations into detectable waves. Ligaments and muscles stabilize the chain, even damping overly loud noises to prevent damage. Despite its fragility, this miniature lever system endures decades of constant motion, working every second of your waking life and during sleep. Its efficiency shows how evolution sculpts function from delicacy, turning the faintest whisper of air into the spark of a thought, a melody, or the warmth of a familiar voice. Your eyes can detect a single photon under the right conditions. A photon is the smallest unit of light, and your visual system is tuned so finely that one can sometimes trigger a response in the retina. In near darkness, special cells called rods amplify faint signals, passing them forward to layers of neurons that compare patterns and filter noise. The brain then decides whether the moment counts as seeing, which is why perception is part biology and part interpretation. This sensitivity is also why bright light can feel painful after darkness, because those same circuits become suddenly overwhelmed. Vision is not a camera. Your eyes gather scraps of light, and your brain builds a stable world from them, correcting for motion, filling gaps, and guessing what matters. The result is a seamless scene, even though the raw input arrives in tiny, jittery pieces, all stitched together in real time. Every person's heart creates a unique electrical rhythm. Hidden inside the heart's tissue are clusters of pacemaker cells, spontaneous generators of electrical impulses. These signals radiate outward through specialized fibers, choreographing each contraction of the atria and ventricles in perfect sequence. The timing pattern varies subtly among individuals, shaped by genetics, age, emotional state, and even the rhythm of breathing. Sensitive machines can record these patterns as electrocardiograms, revealing the personal signature of your heartbeat, its peaks, troughs, and intervals unlike anyone else's. In moments of excitement, the intervals tighten; in calm, they widen, forming a kind of biological Morse code of feeling. The nervous system and hormones modulate the tempo, translating physical and emotional needs into pulses of current. This rhythm doesn't just pump blood, it communicates constantly with the brain, synchronizing circulation to thought, movement, and rest. Each person carries within them a silent composition, an electrical melody that scores the story of their life. Stomach acid is one of your first lines of defense. Before most invaders even get a chance to face your immune cells, they must pass through one of the harshest environments in the body, the acid-filled chamber of your stomach. This liquid is strong enough to unravel proteins, dissolve the outer walls of bacteria, and cripple viruses that were swallowed in food or inhaled and then cleared into the throat. Very few microbes can survive in such a brutally acidic environment, and most of them never make it past this first barrier. At the same time, your stomach protects itself from this corrosive fluid by lining its walls with a thick layer of mucus and constantly replacing its own cells. It balances destruction and protection with perfect timing, breaking food apart into nutrients while stripping away danger before it can continue deeper into your body. The next time you eat, remember, before digestion even begins, defense is already underway. Your body makes new red blood cells every second without you noticing. Deep in your bones, the marrow runs a constant assembly line, releasing fresh cells that are packed with hemoglobin for carrying oxygen. Each one begins as a stem cell that chooses a fate, then matures through stages where it builds its cargo and ejects its nucleus to make room. Once in circulation, a red blood cell spends about 4 months squeezing through capillaries, bending like a soft coin to reach narrow turns. Old cells are removed quietly by the spleen and liver, and their useful parts, especially iron, are reclaimed for reuse. This steady turnover matters because oxygen delivery is not optional. It powers your brain, your muscles, and the tiny repair crews working everywhere. Even now, while you sit still, your body is refreshing the very fleet that keeps you supplied, so you can move and heal. The stomach produces acid strong enough to dissolve metal. Within the curved pouch beneath your ribs lies a cauldron of extraordinary potency. Specialized glands in its lining secrete hydrochloric acid at concentrations so fierce it can strip paint and corrode metals in a laboratory setting. Yet the stomach endures this environment unharmed, protected by a thick mucus barrier and rapid cell turnover that replaces damaged tissue within days. The acid's purpose is precise: to denature proteins, break down complex foods, and destroy most of the microbes that accompany each meal. Enzymes such as pepsin thrive in this extreme acidity, working together to reduce solid food into a creamy mixture called chyme. When the meal is processed enough, muscular waves push it toward the small intestine for further digestion. Between feasts, the organ rests in quiet readiness, a patient crucible waiting for the next taste of life. Its strength serves a delicate mission: power harnessed for nourishment, not destruction. Bones are about 5 times stronger than steel of the same density. Although they seem brittle, bones combine remarkable resilience with efficiency. Their secret lies in composite design: rigid mineral crystals embedded within a flexible matrix of collagen fibers. This partnership allows them to withstand tremendous stress while bending slightly under load, preventing fractures. The internal architecture resembles latticework, with trabeculae arranged along lines of force, distributing pressure evenly and minimizing weight. This means bone is not only strong, but also astonishingly light, an engineering triumph refined by evolution. Fractures trigger an organized repair process, where cells remove debris, lay down cartilage, and gradually rebuild new bone that can become even stronger. Before, every leap, twist, and step tests this material, yet it endures, adapting microstructure over time to match your habits. When compared by weight, its combination of strength, flexibility, and self-repair would make any human engineer envious, a living alloy crafted by nature's air. Patient hand. Your stomach lining replaces itself in only a few days. Under the microscope, your stomach is less a bag and more a busy workshop. The surface is lined with cells that face harsh conditions, so they live fast and get replaced quickly. New cells rise from deep folds, migrate upward like fresh tiles sliding into place, then shed into the churn of digestion. This renewal helps keep small injuries from spicy meals, alcohol, or stress from turning into lasting damage. It is also part of defense, because many germs struggle to cling to a lining that is constantly being renewed. The timing is precise. If replacement slows, irritation can linger. If it speeds up too much, the tissue can become fragile. Your body quietly balances growth and loss, keeping the inner wall smooth, sealed, and ready for the next bite, even while you sleep. Behind the scenes, hormones and local signals decide which cells divide, which mature, and which retire. Cortisol helps the body survive danger but reshapes memory at the same time. Cortisol is often described as a stress hormone, but its real job is more like emergency resource management. When the brain senses a challenge that might last, it signals a chain of glands that ends with cortisol entering the blood. That hormone helps keep energy available, stabilizes blood pressure, and changes how the immune system behaves, because long-term survival requires careful budgeting. At the same time, cortisol reaches the brain, and this is where it becomes quietly eerie. Memory is not a simple recording. It is a living process that decides what to store and how strongly to store it. Cortisol can tilt that precision. In the short term, it can sharpen attention toward what is urgent. Over longer spans, it can interfere with the formation of certain kinds of new memories, especially the detailed context of when and where events occurred. It can also change how strongly emotion tags an experience, helping some moments burn in while others blur. Cortisol is not only helping the body endure stress, it is also editing the story the brain keeps about that stress. The ear can detect pressure changes smaller than a trillionth of the atmosphere. Hearing begins with impossibly subtle vibrations. When sound waves enter the ear canal, they strike the eardrum with pressures so faint they barely disturb the surrounding air molecules. Yet the eardrum responds, its motion magnified by the tiny bones of the middle ear and transmitted into the cochlear's fluid interior. Inside, thousands of hair cells bend in response to these movements, converting them into electrical signals with precision approaching atomic scale. A quiet whisper moves the membrane by less than the width of a hydrogen atom, yet the brain interprets it effortlessly. To protect against damage, mechanisms inside the ear can adjust sensitivity, tightening muscles or reducing amplification when volumes rise. This ability to span such an immense range, from the softest breeze to a roaring storm, demonstrates how sensitive and adaptable our auditory system is, translating delicate air patterns into the rich language of sound and emotion. The nose can distinguish over 1 trillion different scents. Inside the nasal cavity, a patch of specialized tissue just a few centimeters wide holds millions of sensory neurons. Each one carries receptors tuned to specific molecular shapes, and combinations of these receptors create a vast palette of possible odors. When you inhale, airborne molecules dissolve in mucus and bind to these receptors, triggering electrical signals that travel to the olfactory bulb in the brain. There, patterns of activation form sense signatures as complex as fingerprints. Remarkably, the brain can recognize these patterns even in mixtures containing hundreds of components, allowing you to identify coffee, rain, or the pages of an old book instantly. Smell also connects directly to emotional and memory centers, which is why a single whiff can summon vivid recollections. This direct line between chemistry and consciousness is ancient and powerful, a reminder that perception begins with invisible molecules dancing through the air. The human body emits a faint natural glow. Every cell in the body performs countless chemical reactions that release tiny packets of light known as biophotons. These emissions are unimaginably dim, about 1,000 times weaker than what the naked eye can see, but sensitive cameras have recorded them. The glow arises mainly from metabolic processes involving reactive oxygen species, which briefly excite molecules as they interact with oxygen. The resulting photons reflect the rhythm of life itself, fluctuating with sleep, stress, and even circadian cycles. Scientists can detect subtle differences between body regions, suggesting that the skin's luminosity mirrors cellular activity beneath. Though invisible to us, this radiance ties humans to other living organisms, many of which use bioluminescence more boldly. Ours is hidden, a whisper of light rather than a display. Yet in the dark laboratory of biology, it reminds us that life at its core is an interplay of energy, chemistry, and shimmering light. Each fingertip has its own unique pattern of nerve endings. Touch feels simple, But beneath the skin lies an extraordinary array of sensors tuned to pressure, vibration, temperature, and texture. In the fingertips, this system reaches its peak density. Each square centimeter hosts thousands of specialized endings, from rapidly adapting receptors that sense motion to slow ones that track sustained pressure. These inputs travel through separate channels to the brain, where they combine into a single vivid sensation. No two fingertips are wired in exactly the same way, and even identical twins differ slightly in pattern. This diversity ensures refined dexterity and precision when manipulating objects or reading surfaces by feel. The tactile system updates in real time, adjusting sensitivity based on expectations and attention. It can detect ridges smaller than a micron, translating the physical world into an intimate language of contact. Every touch is therefore both mechanical and emotional, a direct dialogue between matter and mind. Your brain can spark new connections every time you learn something. That ability is called neuroplasticity, and it is why practice turns clumsy attempts into fluent skills. When you repeat a piano chord, a tennis serve, or a new language sound, certain circuits fire together, and the brain gradually makes that pathway easier to travel. Cells grow new branches, strengthen helpful synapses, and trim connections that are rarely used, like gardening for efficiency. Even your sense of, "I can't do this," can soften, because the brain is not fixed hardware. It is living tissue that remodels with experience, stress, sleep, and attention. The most surprising part is quiet. Tiny changes can begin after a single focused session, then deepen while you rest. Over months, those rewired roots can even shift how you feel pain, calm fear, or notice beauty, proving that learning is a physical act. White blood cells are like tiny tracking missiles. White blood cells do not wander randomly through your body. They follow chemical signals like detectives tracking a scent, moving toward higher concentrations of distress signals released by injured cells or alert. Sentries. Once they arrive, they change shape, wrap themselves around invaders, release toxic chemicals, or send signals calling for backup. Some move quickly, chasing bacteria through tissue, while others sit still and watch for anything suspicious. They can squeeze through gaps in blood vessel walls, slide between cells, and even rearrange their own structures to move more efficiently. When the threat is gone, many of them switch modes, helping to clean up debris or guide healing. They do not work alone. Every move they make is part of a larger orchestration, a constant dance of patrol, detection, response, and repair. They are not just cells. They are living sensors and responders, always aware and always ready. The eyes can perceive more shades of green than any other color. Vision depends on 3 types of cone cells in the retina, each sensitive to a different range of wavelengths. The one tuned to green light sits at the center of this spectrum, overlapping heavily with its neighbors. This overlap gives the visual system its greatest resolution for subtle variations in green, the color most abundant in natural environments. Evolution likely favored this ability because distinguishing foliage helped early humans spot fruit, prey, and predators. Light reflected from leaves carries complex mixtures of wavelengths, and the eye's middle cone cells can discriminate these tiny differences with remarkable precision. In contrast, blues and reds engage fewer overlapping receptors, limiting their nuance. The brain further refines these signals, constructing gradients and contrast that make forests appear endlessly varied. What we experience as beauty in a landscape may be the biological echo of survival, written in countless shades of living green. Red blood cells travel through the entire body in less than a minute. Every second, millions of disc-shaped cells surge from the heart's left ventricle, racing through arteries, capillaries, and veins, before returning again for another cycle. Lacking nuclei, these cells dedicate all their space to hemoglobin, a protein that binds oxygen with iron atoms at its core. After picking up fresh oxygen in the lungs, they deliver it to tissues and carry carbon dioxide back for release. The journey takes roughly 50 seconds at rest, faster during exertion, creating a continuous loop that sustains every organ. Flexibility allows them to squeeze through vessels narrower than their own width, folding and unfolding like parachutes. Each cell survives about 4 months before being recycled by the spleen and replaced by newborns from bone marrow. This constant turnover keeps the bloodstream vibrant and efficient, a living river renewing itself moment by moment as it nourishes and cleanses the entire body. The intestines are longer than your height when uncoiled. Coiled neatly within the abdomen lies an astonishing length of digestive tubing. The small intestine alone stretches about 20 feet, folded and looped to fit within the compact space of the torso. Its interior surface is lined with finger-like villi and microscopic microvilli that multiply area for absorbing nutrients. Food, already broken into simple molecules by enzymes, passes slowly through, meeting a symphony of secretions and microbial partners that extract every usable component. Beyond it, the large intestine reclaims water and minerals, shaping waste for elimination. Muscular waves called peristalsis move contents with rhythmic grace, directed by an enteric nervous system so independent it's nicknamed the second brain. This hidden corridor links the outer world to the inner one, translating meals into energy and matter. Its vastness inside a small space demonstrates nature's genius for folding, the art of making the infinite fit comfortably within us. Some hormones act only for seconds yet leave effects that last a lifetime. There are moments in development when the body is unusually impressionable. During these sensitive windows, brief hormonal signals can shape how tissues build themselves, how circuits connect in the brain, and how the body sets its long-term expectations about the world. A short pulse can influence which cells become certain types, how many receptors they make, or how strongly they will respond to future signals. Later in life, the original pulse is long gone, but the architecture it helped create remains. This is one way early experiences can become biological, because stress, nutrition, and environment can alter hormone patterns at precisely the times when the body is writing its blueprint. Some of these changes are stored through lasting shifts in how genes are turned on and off, like bookmarks that do not change the letters, but change which pages are read most often. It is astonishing to realize that a fleeting chemical message can become part of a person's lifelong baseline, quietly influencing resilience, sensitivity, and metabolism decades later. Muscles make up about 40% of total body weight. More than 600 skeletal muscles weave through the human form, pulling bones and skin into motion. Each fiber acts like a microscopic engine, contracting when chemical signals release calcium that triggers sliding filaments to shorten. Bundled together, these fibers produce astonishing force and control, from the precision of writing to the power of running. Beyond movement, muscles also generate heat, maintain posture, and help pump blood through veins. Constant use reshapes them. Inactivity lets them shrink. Even the heart and intestines are specialized muscle types, built for endurance rather than strength. Muscles communicate metabolically with other organs, releasing hormones that influence mood, immunity, and energy balance. This living fabric unites mind and body. Thoughts become motion, emotion becomes gesture. Whether lifting, breathing, or smiling, you are continuously translating electrical intention into the elegant language of contraction and release. The brain has no pain receptors. Though it governs every sensation, the brain itself cannot feel pain. Surgeons can touch or even operate on exposed brain tissue under local anesthesia without causing discomfort because it lacks nociceptors, the specialized cow, nerves that detect injury. Instead, pain associated with headaches or trauma comes from tissues surrounding the brain, the meninges, blood vessels, and scalp. This absence allows the brain to focus entirely on processing incoming information rather than reacting to it. Yet the irony is profound. The organ that deceives all suffering remains numb to its own wounds. Protective layers and cushioning cerebrospinal fluid help guard it from damage, and a dense skull provides a final shield. Still, when blood flow changes or pressure builds, nearby structures send distress signals that the brain interprets as pain. In feeling everything yet nothing of itself, it mirrors consciousness, aware of the universe but blind to its own inner silence. The spinal cord contains about 13.5 million neurons. Running from the brainstem down through the vertebral column, this slender cord of tissue serves as the main communication highway of the body. Bundles of neurons transmit messages between the brain and every muscle, organ, and patch of skin. Reflex circuits within it can act independently, producing rapid reactions like pulling a hand from a flame before you consciously register heat. Gray matter in the center handles processing, while white matter carries long-range signals wrapped in insulating myelin for speed. The cord's organization is elegant. Sensory information ascends on one side, motor commands descend on the other. Surrounding membranes and cerebrospinal fluid cushion it against shocks, and bony vertebrae protect it like armor plates. Damage can interrupt messages below the injury, showing how essential this narrow bridge is. Within its fibers, the will to move and the sense of touch travel side by side in silence. The surface area of the lungs could cover a tennis court. When fully expanded, the combined interior of the lungs unfolds into a landscape of staggering size. Each bronchiole ends in clusters of alveoli, and every alveolus presents a thin membrane to the surrounding capillaries. Multiply that by hundreds of millions, and the exchange surface reaches about 70 square meters, roughly equal to the area of a tennis court. This vast expanse enables rapid oxygen absorption and carbon dioxide release, even during exercise when demand surges. The surface must remain moist yet not flooded, flexible yet stable, a balance maintained by surfactant molecules and the precise regulation of pressure. Airflow adjusts automatically through tiny muscles controlling airway diameter, optimizing distribution. All this happens effortlessly, moment to moment, as you breathe in your sleep or during a sprint. The immense hidden landscape inside each chest is a quiet marvel, a forest of living membranes constantly touching the sky. The body contains enough fat to make 7 bars of soap. Stored beneath the skin, around organs, and even within bone marrow, fat serves far more than a cosmetic role. It cushions vital structures, insulates against cold, and acts as a dense energy reserve. Each gram holds more than twice the energy of carbohydrates or proteins, a compact form of biological fuel. In times of scarcity, hormones trigger the release of fatty acids to sustain metabolism. Historically, this adaptability meant survival through famine and winter. Chemically, fat is composed of triglycerides that can indeed be converted into soap through a process called saponification, combining with alkali to form brow, cleansing solids. While modern life rarely requires such transformation, the fact underscores the versatility of organic matter. Far from inert padding, adipose tissue communicates with the brain and immune system, secreting signals that influence hunger and inflammation, a complex, dynamic organ disguised as softness. So either contains natural painkillers more powerful than morphine. Within the clear fluid that keeps the mouth moist lies an unexpected pharmacy. Scientists have discovered peptides such as opiofen that amplify the body's own pain relief pathways by slowing the breakdown of endorphins. Though present in trace amounts, these molecules demonstrate how even ordinary secretions hide sophisticated chemistry. Saliva also begins digestion, lubricates speech, and maintains oral health by neutralizing acids and washing away microbes. Its production is tightly linked to the nervous system, increasing when you anticipate food and decreasing under stress. Each day, your glands produce nearly a liter of it without conscious effort. Its gentle, constant presence is easy to overlook, yet every swallow carries with it tiny elements of defense, healing, and comfort. That something so humble can rival pharmaceutical power is a quiet testament to nature's subtle ingenuity, one that begins with the simplest act of swallowing. The iris of each eye is as unique as a fingerprint. Circling the pupil like a colored ring, the iris forms during development through intricate folding and pigmentation patterns that never repeat exactly between individuals. Even identical twins possess distinct textures and streaks. Muscle fibers within the iris expand or contract the pupil to regulate light entry, creating the familiar motion of the eyes adjusting to brightness. Under magnification, the surface reveals valleys, crypts, and radial threads shaped by microscopic differences in collagen. Biometric systems use these details for identification because they remain stable over a lifetime. Beyond function, the iris contributes to the emotional expressiveness of the eyes. Tiny dilations reveal interest, fear, or affection. Its hues shift subtly with lighting and mood, producing the illusion of changing color. The ring that frames perception thus becomes part of communication itself, a living mosaic that both protects and reveals the window of the mind. The skin is the largest organ in the human body. Stretching over the entire surface, skin accounts for roughly 16% of total body weight and covers about 20 square feet in an adult. It forms a multi-layered shield composed of the epidermis, dermis, and subcutaneous tissue, each with specialized roles. The outer cells die and compact into a tough barrier, while deeper layers house sweat glands, hair follicles, nerves, and blood vessels. Beyond protection, skin regulates temperature through perspiration and blood flow, prevents dehydration, and enables touch, pain, and warmth sensations. Pigment cells defend against ultraviolet radiation, and immune cells patrol for invaders. Microbes living peacefully on the surface create a balanced ecosystem that supports health. Every scrape triggers coordinated healing, knitting collagen and forming new tissue. Constantly renewed, sensitive, and self-repairing, it is both armor and interface, the boundary that lets the world touch you without letting it break through. Oxytocin can strengthen social bonds while also increasing distrust of outsiders. Oxytocin is often introduced as the bonding hormone, and it truly can support attachment, caregiving, and feelings of closeness. Yet its effects depend on context, history, and the social meaning of the situation. Oxytocin does not simply create warmth, it can heighten the importance of social cues. In a safe setting, that can deepen trust and connection, helping people feel more attuned to a friend's face or a loved one's voice. In an uncertain setting, the same heightened social focus can sharpen boundaries, making the brain more protective of the familiar and more cautious toward the unfamiliar. This is one reason oxytocin is not a simple love switch. It is more like a social amplifier. It can strengthen the sense of us, which sometimes makes the sense of them feel sharper too. The deeper wonder is that a molecule can influence not just individual feeling, but group psychology, shifting how minds read belonging, safety, and threat. Oxytocin shows that chemistry can shape the social world, not by dictating one emotion, but by turning up the volume on social meaning. The heart creates enough pressure to move blood several feet. Each beat of the heart sends blood surging with astonishing force. When the left ventricle contracts, it generates pressure strong enough to lift a column of blood several feet into the air if the arteries were open to it. This power drives the entire circulatory system, forcing blood through thick main arteries, branching vessels, and eventually to capillaries finer than a hair. The elastic walls of these arteries store some of that energy, releasing it between beats to keep the flow smooth and continuous. It is an elegant system of physics and biology, converting muscular motion into hydraulic precision. The same pressure that could propel liquid outward instead sustains delicate tissues within. Every pulse felt at the wrist or neck is evidence of that measured strength, the silent proof that a small muscle hidden in the chest can move the entire ocean of life within its grasp. Human body. People are slightly taller in the morning than at night. When you wake up, you are literally a little taller than when you went to sleep. The difference can be as much as a couple of centimeters, caused by the decompression of the soft cartilage discs between the vertebrae in your spine. Throughout the day, gravity presses down, and these discs slowly release fluid, shrinking ever so slightly. When you lie down again, the weight of your body is evenly distributed, allowing the discs to reabsorb fluid and expand. This daily cycle of compression and recovery is one of the many small rhythms that play out silently in the background of human life. The process also helps cushion impacts and maintain flexibility. It is a quiet reminder that even our bones and joints breathe in their own way, responding to rest and motion with gentle elasticity, stretching and settling like the beret, tides of the body's internal sea. Hair is made of keratin, the same protein found in horns and hooves. Each strand of hair is a long chain of keratin, a tough fibrous protein that nature uses in many of its most durable structures. In humans, keratin is arranged in overlapping scales that give hair its strength, shine, and flexibility. The hair shaft that we see is not living tissue, but a hardened extension of cells produced deep within follicles in the scalp. Its texture, curl, and color depend on genetics and the tiny differences in how these keratin cells are shaped and bonded. Despite its apparent fragility, a single hair can hold a surprising amount of weight, and together millions create the thick coverings that protect the head from sunlight and retain heat. Across the animal kingdom, keratin forms claws, horns, feathers, and scales. In humans, it becomes something softer and more expressive, a biological thread woven with memory, identity, and even emotion. The average adult has around 5 million hair follicles. Long before birth, nearly every hair follicle you will ever have is already in place beneath your skin. These tiny pits house the living cells that form hair, each with its own growth cycle of formation, rest, and shedding. On average, about 5 million follicles cover the body, though their activity and thickness vary greatly depending on genetics, hormones, and age. The scalp alone contains roughly 100,000, arranged to maximize density and insulation. Follicles are more than simple anchors. They are miniature organs equipped with sebaceous glands that secrete oil, sensory nerves that detect movement, and small muscles that lift the hairs in response to cold or emotion. Even when a hair falls, the follicle endures, ready to begin again. This microscopic forest is always in motion, growing, resting, and renewing, one of the quietest yet most persistent expressions of living tissue in the body. Taste buds have a lifespan of about 10 days. On the surface of your tongue are thousands of taste buds, each containing clusters of receptor cells that respond to molecules dissolved in saliva. These cells are delicate and short-lived, exposed constantly to food, drink, heat, and abrasion. Because of this, they regenerate continuously, with new cells replacing old ones roughly every 10 days. This renewal keeps your sense of taste sharp and adaptable, maintaining sensitivity to sweetness, bitterness, saltiness, sourness, and umami. Each bud connects to sensory neurons that send signals to the brain, where flavor merges with smell, texture, and temperature into a single experience. Even the subtle variations in diet or health can influence the turnover rate, adjusting your perception over time. The process is a reminder that taste, like life, is not static, but ever-evolving, rebuilt again and again, so that every meal can be felt as something vividly new. The brain uses about 1/5 of all the body's energy. Although it weighs only about 3 pounds, the human brain consumes around 20% of the body's total energy supply. This enormous demand powers the constant electrical and chemical signaling among billions of neurons. Even when the body rests, the brain remains active, maintaining awareness, memory, and the hidden orchestration of heartbeat, breath, and temperature. The energy fuels both the transmission of impulses along axons and the recycling of neurotransmitters at synapses, processes that never truly stop. Glucose is its primary fuel, and even slight drops can impair clarity or focus. To support such a workload, the brain has evolved a rich blood supply, drawing about 1/5 of the heart's output at any moment. That ceaseless appetite for energy reveals how thought, imagination, and consciousness themselves depend upon a steady chemical flame burning quietly to illuminate every moment of human awareness. Bone marrow produces about 2 million red blood cells every second. Inside the hollow centers of bones lies bone marrow, a soft, living tissue where the most fundamental work of renewal occurs. In the red marrow of large bones, stem cells divide constantly, creating red blood cells that carry oxygen, white cells that defend against infection, platelets that help blood to clot. Every second, roughly 2 million red blood cells enter circulation, replacing those that have completed their 4-month journey through the body. The production is guided by hormones that sense oxygen levels and adjust output accordingly. The marrow's architecture is intricate, with sinuses and fibers that guide maturing cells toward the bloodstream. Damage or disease can disrupt this delicate process, revealing how dependent life is on continuous regeneration. Hidden within bones that seem inert, this quiet workshop labors without rest, ensuring that every heartbeat is met with fresh, oxygen-bearing life. The strongest muscle relative to size is the masseter in the jaw. When you bite down, the masseter muscle in each cheek engages with remarkable force. Pound for pound, it is the strongest muscle in the human body, capable of exerting several hundred pounds of pressure on the molars. The muscle works in perfect coordination with others that open and stabilize the jaw, allowing speech, chewing, and expression. Despite its power, it moves with extraordinary precision, able to crush a nut or delicately shape a word. The masseter's fibers anchor firmly to the cheekbone and lower jaw, and its dense arrangement of contractile proteins gives it strength out of proportion to its size. This compact engine of motion has evolved for endurance as well as power, lurking countless times each day. Every smile, word, and meal depends on it. A small but mighty reminder that true strength is often measured in control as much as force. The human eye can detect a single photon under ideal conditions. The retina at the back of the eye is a sheet of light-sensitive cells, so refined that it can respond to the smallest possible unit of light, a single photon. Under perfectly dark and still conditions, the robes of the retina can register that tiny spark, sending a signal onward through the optic nerve to the brain. Of course, in everyday life, visual noise and constant movement mask such sensitivity, but the potential remains. This sensitivity arises from the exquisite chemistry of rhodopsin molecules, which change shape when struck by light, triggering an electrical cascade. That one quantum of energy can begin a neural event that leads to vision is one of the quiet marvels of biology. Every glance at a star or flicker of candlelight is proof of how the universe's faintest glimmers find their way directly into human perception. The inner ear helps maintain balance as well as hearing. Beyond the delicate structures that perceive sound lies another system that helps you stand upright and move smoothly. The vestibular apparatus of the inner ear contains fluid-filled semicircular canals and tiny crystals resting on hair cells. When you tilt or turn your head, the fluid shifts and the crystals move, bending the sensory hairs and signaling direction and acceleration to the brain. These signals merge with information from the eyes and muscles, allowing coordinated movement and steady posture. Without this sense, walking, standing, or even focusing your gaze would become chaotic. The system is so finely tuned that it can detect motions smaller than a grain of sand. Yet when the fluid is disturbed by illness or rapid spinning, the result is dizziness, the illusion of movement in stillness. It is a hidden compass, guiding balance from within, constantly translating motion into quiet equilibrium. The liver performs more than 500 vital functions. Among all the organs of the body, the liver may be the most industrious. It filters blood, neutralizes toxins, stores vitamins, produces cholesterol, and synthesizes essential proteins that keep blood from clotting too easily or too little. It regulates energy by converting glucose to glycogen and releasing it as needed. It breaks down old red blood cells and helps process fats with bile it secretes into the digestive tract. Altogether, more than 500 known functions occur within its cells, each carried out with exacting precision. The organ's dense network of vessels and ducts allows it to handle both chemical processing and circulation simultaneously. Unlike most organs, it can regenerate lost tissue, rebuilding its structure after injury or surgery. Quietly, every moment of the day and night, the liver acts as laboratory, warehouse, and guardian, maintaining the fragile balance on which life depends. Each kidney filters about 50 gallons of blood every day. 2 fist-sized organs in your lower back work tirelessly to clean the bloodstream. Every 24 hours, they filter roughly 50 gallons of blood, removing waste products and balancing water, salts, and minerals. Each kidney contains about 1 million microscopic units called nephrons, where filtration begins as blood pressure forces fluid through delicate membranes. Useful substances such as glucose and amino acids are reclaimed, while urea and other waste flow outward to form urine. The kidneys also regulate blood pressure through hormones and help control red blood cell production. Their precision is extraordinary. The chemistry of blood must stay within narrow limits for life to continue. Even slight imbalances can trigger immediate correction. These small, quiet organs perform their work in darkness and silence, cleansing the river of life with every heartbeat, keeping the inner world clear and in perfect quiet. Chemical harmony. The largest artery in the body is nearly as wide as a garden hose. The aorta, emerging directly from the heart, carries oxygen-rich blood to the entire body. It is both flexible and resilient, built to withstand the surge of pressure that follows each heartbeat. In adults, it can reach more than an inch in diameter, comparable to the width of a garden hose. Its elastic walls expand with each pulse and then contract, smoothing the flow so that smaller arteries receive a steady stream. The aorta's structure includes 3 layers, each serving a different purpose: strength, elasticity, and a smooth surface to reduce friction. Branching arteries extend from it like great rivers dividing into tributaries. Over a lifetime, it carries enough blood to fill an ocean, yet it must remain supple and unblocked for the system to thrive. It is both conduit and cushion, the first highway of life from the heart's powerful engine. Tiny muscles in the skin cause goosebumps. When you feel cold or suddenly moved by emotion, the small muscles attached to hair follicles contract, pulling the hairs upright and creating the familiar pattern of goosebumps. In animals, this reaction makes fur stand out to trap heat or appear larger to threats. In humans, the effect is mostly vestigial, a faint echo of our fur-covered ancestors. The process is controlled by the autonomic nervous system, triggered by stress, chill, or powerful feeling. At the microscopic level, the contraction of these tiny erector pili muscles also squeezes nearby oil glands, helping to distribute protective oils along the prow. Skin. Although the bumps themselves are temporary, the response reveals how deeply emotion and physiology intertwine. A single song, a sudden memory, or a chill wind can awaken it, as if the body remembers an ancient instinct and shivers with the ghosts of its animal past. A newborn baby has more bones than an adult. At birth, the baby's skeleton contains around 300 bones, many more than the 206 found in adulthood. This is because several bones that will later fuse are still separate, joined by flexible cartilage that allows for growth and easier passage through birth. As the child matures, these pieces gradually harden and merge, especially in the skull and spine. The process, called ossification, continues through adolescence, shaping the final adult framework. The early flexibility protects infants from injury and gives their bodies the ability to grow rapidly without rigidity. Even after fusion, the body continues to remodel bone tissue throughout life. In this sense, a skeleton is never truly fixed. It is a living architecture that evolves with the person it supports, beginning soft and many, ending strong and few. The appendix may act as a safe storage site for beneficial bacteria. Long dismissed as a useless remnant, the appendix now appears to have a quiet purpose. Research suggests that it serves as a reservoir for helpful gut bacteria, preserving them during bouts of illness or foodborne infection. When the digestive system is emptied or disrupted, these beneficial microbes can repopulate the intestines from their hidden refuge. The appendix is small and finger-shaped, extending from the lower end of the large intestine. Its walls contain lymphoid tissue rich in immune cells, hinting at its dual role in both immunity and microbial balance. While humans can live without it, its presence seems to contribute to long-term gut health and stability. Like so many biological features once thought obsolete, it reveals the subtle complexity of evolution, where even the smallest organ may serve a quiet, essential purpose in the harmony of the body. The average adult brain weighs about 3 pounds. Cradled within the skull, the brain's 3 pounds of tissue house everything that makes each person unique. Its texture is soft and almost gelatinous, yet within it reside thoughts, memories, sensations, and dreams. The weight is deceptive, for it contains about 80 billion neurons, each connected to thousands of others in a labyrinth of communication. The brain's mass is distributed unevenly. The large cerebrum dominates, while the cerebellum and brainstem handle coordination and vital functions. Despite its modest size, the brain uses vast amounts of oxygen and glucose, commanding about 1/5 of the body's energy. It is encased in 3 protective membranes and cushioned by cerebrospinal fluid that absorbs shocks. When viewed from the outside, it appears silent, but inside, every second, electrical storms flash across its surface. That small weight is the seat of mind itself, a universe folded into a handful of living matter. Every person's face is slightly asymmetrical. Human faces appear balanced, but perfect symmetry is almost non-existent. Subtle differences exist between the left and right sides of the skull, the muscles, and the soft tissues. One eye may sit fractionally higher, one nostril may flare wider, or one corner of the mouth may curve more strongly when smiling. These variations develop naturally during growth and can change slightly with age, injury, or habitual expression. Far from being flaws, they are part of what makes each face individual and expressive. Studies suggest that slight asymmetry may even enhance perceived attractiveness, giving life and movement to features that might otherwise seem artificial. Muscles pull with minute variations, creating the micro-expressions that convey emotion and sincerity. Every face, therefore, is both sculpture and signature, a living reflection of experience written in the delicate, uneven symmetry of human beauty. The small intestine absorbs nearly all dietary nutrients. After the stomach has broken food into a liquid mixture, it passes into the small intestine, where true digestion and absorption take place. Over 20 feet long and lined with millions of finger-like villi, it provides an enormous surface area for capturing nutrients. Enzymes and bile continue to break down carbohydrates, proteins, and fats into forms that can cross the intestinal wall. Tiny blood and lymphatic vessels collect these nutrients, delivering them to the rest of the body. The process is continuous and incredibly efficient. Almost everything useful is extracted before the remaining material moves onto the large intestine. The intestinal lining renews itself rapidly, replacing old cells within days to maintain absorption. Within this winding corridor, chemistry and motion combine, transforming the raw materials of life into energy, structure, and thought. Every heartbeat and breath depends on the work done quietly within these folds. The tongue print is unique to each person. Just like fingerprints, every tongue bears a pattern that is entirely its own. The surface, covered with ridges, papillae, and taste buds, forms a topography that differs subtly between individuals. Shape, size, and texture all contribute to this uniqueness. Advances in biometric research have shown that tongue prints can serve as reliable identifiers, as their patterns are difficult to replicate or alter. Beyond identification, the tongue is a remarkable organ of movement and sensitivity. It aids in speaking, chewing, swallowing, and tasting, coordinated by a complex web of muscles that never tire. Its surface is constantly renewed by a thin layer of epithelial cells, maintaining flexibility and hygiene. Though rarely seen, the tongue's hidden individuality is part of what makes every voice, every word, and every taste distinctly human, a signature written in flesh, rather than ink. The human body has over 600 skeletal muscles. The body is a living orchestra of more than 600 muscles, each working in harmony to create movement, stability, and expression. Some are large and powerful, like the quadriceps that lift the body from a chair, while others are tiny, like those that adjust the eyes or control the shape of the lips. Muscles connect to bones through tendons, converting electrical impulses from the nervous system into mechanical force. Even when still, many remain active, maintaining posture and tension. They consume enormous amounts of energy, responding instantly to thought and emotion. This network of fibers, bound by fascia and nourished by blood, shapes every action from walking to whispering. Over a lifetime, these muscles contract billions of times, each motion a ripple in the body's living fabric. Together, they form an intricate engine that transforms intention into grace, turning thought itself into the poetry of motion. Blood makes up about 8% of body weight. In an adult, blood accounts for roughly 1/12 of total body weight, a dense river of plasma, cells, and nutrients that sustains every organ. Within it, red blood cells carry oxygen, white cells defend against invaders, and platelets repair damage. Suspended in fluid, these elements travel through an immense network of vessels, ensuring that every cell receives energy and carries away waste. The liquid portion, plasma, is mostly water, but also contains proteins, salts, and hormones that keep internal balance steady. Despite its vital role, this volume remains surprisingly small, only about 5 liters in total. Within it lies the entire chemistry of life. Its flow adjusts with need, faster during exertion and slower at rest. Every heartbeat recycles it through the body in less than a minute, proof that even a modest river, when guided with precision, can nourish an entire living world. The body contains enough iron to make a small nail. Hidden within the body's chemistry is a trace of metal that gives life its color. Iron, though only present in small amounts, is essential for carrying oxygen. Each molecule of hemoglobin in red blood cells holds iron atoms at its core, binding oxygen in the lungs and releasing it in tissues that need energy. If all this iron were gathered together, it would weigh only a few grams, yet that tiny quantity could forge a small iron nail. Without it, survival would be impossible. Iron also appears in enzymes that aid metabolism and in proteins that store oxygen within muscles. The balance is delicate. Too little brings weakness and fatigue, while too much can damage organs. The quiet gleam of this hidden metal reminds us that the same element found deep in the Earth's core also circulates within our veins, linking human life to the Pariah, planet's ancient fire. Each foot has 26 bones, 33 joints, and over 100 muscles. Every step you take depends on a masterpiece of engineering hidden inside each foot. 26 bones interlock through 33 joints, supported by more than 100 muscles, tendons, and ligaments. Together they form a flexible arch that absorbs shock, propels motion, and maintains balance. The foot must be strong enough to bear weight, yet supple enough to adapt to uneven ground. Over a lifetime, these structures endure immense strain, carrying a person the equivalent of several times around the planet. The coordination between bones and soft tissue allows for both stability and subtlety, from sprinting to standing still. Each motion involves countless adjustments made unconsciously by the nervous system. Despite its endurance, the foot remains sensitive, containing thousands of nerve endings that help maintain posture. It is both foundation and instrument, a complex sculpture evolved for movement and connection with the earth beneath. The nails on the dominant hand grow faster than those on the other hand. If you compare your hands closely, you might notice that the nails on your dominant hand are slightly longer. This difference arises because increased use of one hand stimulates blood flow and cell division in its fingertips. Growth rate also varies by finger, with the middle and ring fingers tending to grow quickest. Nails are made of keratin, the same resilient protein found in hair, horns, and feathers. Beneath each one lies the matrix, where new cells form and push the older layers outward. They respond subtly to hormones, temperature, and even nutrition. Faster growth on the dominant hand reflects how the body prioritizes circulation and renewal where activity is greatest. Though nails may seem inert, they record a quiet history of health, stress, and environment. Their slow, steady expansion is a visible measure of time, shaped by every gesture you make. The brain's memory capacity may exceed several petabytes. The human brain's capacity for memory surpasses the limits of any machine yet built. Estimates suggest it could hold the equivalent of millions of gigabytes, perhaps several petabytes, enough to store every moment of a lifetime and more. Unlike computers, however, the brain does not record experiences as discrete files, but as networks of associations, emotions, and sensory impressions. woven together. Memories overlap and strengthen with repetition, reshaping neural connections through a process known as plasticity. Even forgetting plays an essential role, clearing space for adaptation and learning. Each new experience alters the map, forming threads that link thought to emotion and meaning. Within this fluid web, knowledge, habit, and imagination coexist. The true measure of memory is not storage, but the capacity to reshape itself endlessly, turning every recollection into a living pattern of who we are and what we might cache. Become. The spinal column protects a bundle of nerves as thick as a thumb. Running through the hollow channel of the vertebral column lies the spinal cord, a slender yet vital extension of the brain. About the thickness of a thumb, it carries millions of signals every second, linking the central nervous system to the body. Surrounding vertebrae act as armor, with discs providing flexibility and shock absorption. Through this conduit pass the messages that make movement and sensation possible. Damage here can interrupt all communication below the injury, showing how vital the structure is. The cord's interior gray matter manages reflexes, while the outer white matter transmits long-distance impulses coated in insulating myelin for speed. From its base, pairs of nerves branch outward, connecting to every organ and limb. This narrow column of living fibers is both shield and highway, the route by which thought travels outward and the world's sensations return home to awareness. The ear can perceive frequencies from about 20 to 20,000 hertz. The human ear translates invisible vibrations of air into sound within a wide range of frequencies, from the deep rumble of 20 hertz to the high shimmer near dark. 20,000. The outer ear captures waves and funnels them inward, where they vibrate the eardrum. These movements travel through the middle ear bones to the cochlea, whose fluid and microscopic hair cells transform vibration into nerve impulses. Different cells respond to specific frequencies, allowing the brain to map pitch along the spiral structure like keys on an instrument. Sensitivity peaks in the middle of the range, near human speech, which may explain why voices sound most natural there. Age and exposure to loud noise gradually reduce the upper limit, but the ear remains remarkably adaptable. Within this span of frequencies lies all the music, language, and subtle sound that shape our sense of presence and emotion. Tears have different chemical compositions depending on emotion. Not all tears are the same. Those shed from irritation, such as when cutting onions, differ chemically from tears released by sadness or joy. Emotional tears contain higher levels of certain hormones and proteins linked to stress relief and mood regulation. They also trigger social responses, inviting empathy and comfort from others. Each tear begins in the lacrimal glands, spreads across the eye to cleanse and lubricate, and then drains away through tiny ducts. The saline solution maintains clarity and health, but its emotional variants carry traces of the inner world. Scientists believe crying evolved both for psychological release and communication, a non-verbal language expressing vulnerability and connection. Whether caused by grief or laughter, tears reveal the intimate chemistry of feeling. They remind us that emotion has physical form, a liquid bridge between the body's biology and the invisible landscape of the heart. The skin on the lips is only a few cells thick. Unlike most skin, which has multiple protective layers, the lips are covered by a very thin epidermis, only a few cells deep. This translucence allows underlying blood vessels to show through, giving lips their characteristic color. The thinness also makes them more sensitive to temperature, touch, and texture. Because they lack sweat glands and oil-producing follicles, lips dry out easily and rely on saliva or external moisture for protection. They contain a dense network of nerve endings that make them among the most sensitive areas of the body. important for both speech and the exploration of sensation. The softness of the lips arises from this unique structure, fragile, richly innervated, and exposed. Their vulnerability is part of their function, allowing fine control for sound and expression, turning the simplest movement into one of the most powerful forms of human communication. The stomach replaces its lining every few days. Inside the stomach, powerful acids and enzymes break down food into its component nutrients. These same substances could easily digest the stomach itself, but the body has evolved a clever defense. The entire inner lining of the stomach is coated in mucus that resists acid and is renewed every 2 to 4 days. Millions of new cells replace those worn away, ensuring constant protection. This rapid turnover is one of the fastest regenerative processes in the body. The cycle also maintains digestive efficiency, as healthy tissue secretes enzymes and hormones that regulate hunger and digestion. Any disruption to this balance, such as stress or infection, can lead to ulcers when the protective barrier weakens. The process reveals the stomach's dual nature, destructive and creative at once, an organ that survives its own corrosive power through continuous rebirth. The eyes move about 100,000 times each day. Even when you think you are staring straight ahead, your eyes are in constant motion. They make tiny, rapid adjustments called saccades, scanning the world to refresh the image on the retina. Over the course of a day, these movements add up to around 100,000 shifts, as the muscles of the eye work tirelessly to track, focus, and stabilize vision. The brain merges these fragments into a seamless perception of the world, ignoring the blur between movements. Each flicker of the eye helps gather detail, depth, and motion. This ceaseless activity keeps vision sharp and prevents fading of the image due to sensory adaptation. The motion is also emotional, reacting to curiosity, surprise, or fatigue. Behind every glance is a choreography of muscle and thought, a restless searchlight sweeping across the visible world in the service of awareness. The left lung is slightly smaller to make space for the heart. Inside the chest, symmetry yields to necessity. The heart leans slightly to the left, so the left lung is smaller and has only 2 lobes, while the right has 3. This arrangement allows room for the heart's steady motion and the major blood vessels that connect to it. The lungs themselves are spongy, lightweight organs filled with millions of alveoli that exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide with every breath. Their size difference does not reduce efficiency, as the left lung's airways branch more densely to compensate. Together, the pair expand and contract about 20,000 times a day, keeping oxygen flowing to every cell. This subtle asymmetry demonstrates how the body adapts form to function, shaping itself around the rhythms of the heart, an anatomical partnership where structure follows the pulse of life. Blood is bright red because of iron-rich hemoglobin. The vivid red color of blood comes from hemoglobin, a protein that binds oxygen in red blood cells. Each molecule of hemoglobin contains iron atoms at its core, and when oxygen attaches, the complex reflects light as bright red. Once the oxygen is released to tissues, the color darkens to a deeper hue. This simple change is what makes the veins beneath the skin appear blue, as light penetrates and scatters through tissue. The bond between iron and oxygen is both delicate and strong, designed for easy exchange. Without this chemical relationship, the body could not transport oxygen efficiently. The same element that rusts metal also fuels respiration, linking the chemistry of life to the elements of the earth. Every heartbeat is therefore a flicker of metal meeting air, a rhythmic glow of living iron that powers the fire of metabolism. Bones are hollow yet stronger than concrete. At first glance, hollow bones might seem fragile, but their structure follows one of nature's most efficient designs. The outer layer, called cortical bone, forms a dense shell that provides strength, while the hollow center, filled with marrow, reduces weight and houses blood-forming tissue. The internal lattice of trabeculae distributes stress evenly, allowing bones to withstand enormous pressure without breaking. By weight, bone is stronger than concrete, capable of bearing heavy loads while remaining flexible enough to absorb shock. The hollow design also allows blood vessels and nerves to pass through, nourishing the living tissue within. Over time, bones constantly remodel themselves, dissolving old material and replacing it with new to adapt to changing demands. This combination of lightness, resilience, and renewal is a triumph of biological architecture, proving that strength need not come from mass, but from intelligent design. The body's balance system can detect movements smaller than a grain of sand. Deep within the inner ear, the vestibular system senses motion with astonishing precision. Tiny crystals called otoliths rest on hair cells suspended in fluid-filled chambers. When you move your head, gravity or acceleration shifts these crystals, bending the hairs and sending signals to the brain. The system can detect changes as subtle as a fraction of a millimeter, smaller than a grain of sand. Combined with information from the eyes and muscles, it allows seamless balance and coordination. This sensitivity keeps you steady when walking in darkness or adjusting to sudden movement. Even the sensation of dizziness after spinning is the result of fluid continuing to move after you stop. The balance system operates entirely below conscious thought, providing the stability that makes action possible. It is one of the body's most delicate and reliable navigational tools, tuned to the whisper of motion itself. The skeleton renews itself completely every 10 years. Although bones appear permanent, they are in constant flux. Specialized cells called osteoclasts break down old tissue, while osteoblasts build new bone in its place. This remodeling process responds to stress, nutrition, and hormones, ensuring that the skeleton remains strong and flexible. Over about a decade, nearly every molecule of bone is replaced, meaning you carry a completely renewed framework without ever noticing. The rate of renewal varies by location. Weight-bearing bones turn over faster than others. This continual change helps repair microdamage from daily strain and maintains calcium balance in the bloodstream. Far from being static, the skeleton is a dynamic organ, listening and adapting to the body's needs. Each step you take shapes its architecture anew. The bones within you are thus both ancient and recent, a living archive of time, pressure, and the invisible labor of renewal. The body contains about 5 liters of blood. An adult's body holds roughly 5 liters of blood, an amount that circulates continuously through every organ and tissue. This volume is perfectly balanced, enough to deliver oxygen and nutrients efficiently, yet not so heavy that the heart must labor excessively. In 1 minute, the entire supply passes through the heart, completing a full circuit of the body. During exertion, the flow can increase several times over, while at rest, it slows to conserve energy. Blood volume adjusts subtly with hydration and altitude, ensuring stable pressure. Despite its modest quantity, this crimson fluid sustains everything, carrying hormones, immune cells, and messages between organs. It is constantly renewed by bone marrow and filtered by the liver and kidneys. Within those 5 liters lies a moving history of life, a river that began before birth and will not rest until the final heartbeat. The liver stores and releases sugar to maintain energy balance. Hidden beneath the ribs, the liver acts as the body's regulator of energy. After meals, it absorbs glucose from the blood and converts it into glycogen, a compact storage form of sugar. When energy demand rises between meals or during sleep, the liver breaks down glycogen back into glucose and releases it to keep blood sugar steady. This balance prevents weakness or faintness and ensures the brain and muscles always have fuel. The process is governed by hormones such as insulin and glucagon, which respond to subtle changes in metabolism. The liver's dual ability to store and supply energy makes it one of the most adaptable organs in the body. Its quiet vigilance allows all other systems to function smoothly, maintaining equilibrium even through fasting or exertion. Every thought, movement, and breath depends on its constant invisible accounting of energy. Eyelashes protect the eyes from dust and debris. Framing the eyes like delicate guards, eyelashes serve a vital protective role. Each lash grows from a small follicle along the eyelid, curving outward to intercept dust, particles, and droplets before they reach the eye's surface. Their placement and density create a barrier that reduces airflow and evaporation, helping to keep the cornea moist. When touched, lashes trigger a reflex blink that shields the eye instantly from danger. They grow in cycles, lasting about 3 months before falling out and being replaced. Sebaceous glands at their base secrete oil that prevents clumping and maintains flexibility. Beyond their biological purpose, lashes also contribute to human expression, amplifying emotion in a glance. In their simplicity, they show how evolution shapes beauty from necessity. Small filaments that combine function, elegance, and protection in one of the body's most expressive features. The skin hosts a large ecosystem of microscopic life. Across the surface of the body lives a vast community of microscopic residents that includes bacteria, fungi, and mites. Collectively, this population is called the skin microbiome, and it varies from one region of the body to another depending on moisture, oil, and exposure to the S. Environment. On the forehead and nose, oil-loving species thrive, while on the forearm and lower leg, communities adapted to drier conditions take root. These organisms form protective alliances with the immune system, competing with potential pathogens and producing substances that help keep the barrier intact. The composition shifts with age, climate, and personal care habits, yet it tends to return toward a personal baseline, as though the skin remembers its preferred baccy. Balance. Far from being a battlefield alone, this landscape is a cooperative marketplace of chemicals and signals. The result is a living shield that helps maintain hydration, defend against invaders, and train immunity to respond wisely rather than wildly. Each kidney contains about 1 million tiny filters called nephrons. Inside each kidney, a dense forest of microscopic structures performs a ceaseless task. Blood arrives through branching vessels and enters spherical filters called glomeruli. Pressure pushes water and small molecules into a delicate capsule, beginning a journey through twisting tubules where the body reclaims what it needs and discards what it does not. Sodium and water move back into the bloodstream with exquisite precision, while waste products such as urea continue onward to form urine. Hormones adjust these steps minute by minute to maintain the right balance of fluids, electrolytes, and acidity. The architecture is remarkably compact, packing roughly 1 million of these filtering units into an organ that fits in the palm of a hand. When demand increases, more nephrons increase their activity. When demand falls, they ease. The kidneys therefore act as master chemists of the internal environment, writing the recipe for equilibrium with every heartbeat. The average adult takes about 20,000 breaths each day. Without conscious effort, the body cycles air in and out roughly once every few seconds. The diaphragm descends, the ribs lift slightly, and the lungs expand to draw in a mixture rich in oxygen. Moments later, the elastic tissues recoil, and carbon dioxide leaves with the exhale. This rhythm changes with sleep, exertion, and emotion, yet it continues faithfully through them all. Within the lungs, the exchange happens across a film so thin that gases slip through with ease, meeting red blood cells that carry oxygen to hungry tissues. Breathing also tunes the nervous system. Slow, deep breaths can calm the heart and focus attention, while quick, shallow breaths prepare muscles for action. Each inhalation carries scents and temperatures that paint the moment, while each exhalation carries traces of the body's recent work. Over a single day, these thousands of breaths mark time, like gentle waves on the shoreline of life. Human teeth are as strong as those of a shark when measured by density. Although sharks wield fearsome jaws, their tooth material is not inherently stronger than human enamel when compared by density. Enamel is a highly mineralized layer that covers each crown with crystals arranged to resist wear and fracture. Beneath it lies dentin, a slightly softer matrix that absorbs shock and supports the brittle enamel above. Together, these layers form a composite that handles crushing, tearing, and grinding with surprising durability. Saliva buffers acids, carries minerals that help repair early damage, and keeps the surface slippery, so food does not cling. Microscopic ridges guide forces toward the strongest directions, distributing stress during chewing. Teeth do not regenerate like bone, which makes care essential, yet the material itself is a marvel of natural engineering. With proper alignment and healthy gums, human teeth can endure decades of meals, conversations, and smiles while maintaining both function and form. The hip joint is one of the most durable joints in the body. Where the thigh meets the pelvis, a rounded head fits precisely into a deep cup, lined with smooth cartilage. This ball and socket design spreads forces across a wide surface, allowing the joint to bear heavy loads while maintaining a generous range of motion. Synovial fluid, a clear liquid richer than oil in slipperiness, coats the surfaces so they glide with minimal friction. Strong ligaments wrap the joint, and powerful muscles stabilize it during walking, running, and climbing. The angle of the neck of the femur helps distribute weight and reduces stress during each step. Over time, bone remodels in response to the patterns of pressure it experiences, reinforcing the regions that work hardest. When the system is well balanced, the hip can sustain a lifetime of movement. Its sturdy geometry and careful lubrication reveal how structure and biology collaborate to keep motion both powerful and smooth. Your heart beats around 100,000 times each day. Each beat is a coordinated squeeze that sends blood to every corner of you. The rhythm begins in a tiny cluster of pacemaker cells that generate an electrical ripple, like a drummer setting the tempo. That signal spreads through the heart's walls, telling muscle fibers when to contract, and valves snap shut to keep flow moving one way. When you stand up, your pulse can quicken to stop blood from pooling in your legs. When you exhale slowly, it can ease, matching your breath. Across a lifetime, this steady work adds up to billions of contractions, powered by a muscle that feeds itself through its own coronary vessels. Even in sleep, it adjusts its force beat by beat, responding to hormones, temperature, and emotion, so circulation stays dependable from cradle to age. The ribs move slightly outward when you breathe. Each breath subtly widens the chest. The ribs pivot at their joints like handles on a bucket, lifting and rotating outward as intercostal muscles contract. This motion increases the space within the thorax, so the lungs can expand with minimal effort. The diaphragm contributes by moving downward like a flexible floor. Together, these actions lower pressure inside the chest and draw air inward. On exhalation, muscles relax, elastic tissues recoil, and the ribs settle back to their resting positions. Different regions of the rib cage contribute differently depending on posture and activity. and the left side accommodates the space needed by the heart. The movement is often imperceptible to the eye, yet you can feel it by placing a hand on the sides of the chest and breathing slowly. The entire mechanism is a graceful hinge powered by breath, opening and closing around the rhythm of life. The heart creates a measurable magnetic field. With every beat, electrical currents flow across cardiac muscle, and moving charges generate a magnetic field that extends beyond the chest. Sensitive instruments can detect this signal and map the timing of cardiac events without touching the body. The field is faint compared with the magnetic noise of daily life, yet it carries information about how impulses travel through the heart. Changes in direction or timing can indicate stress on the tissue or pathways that require attention. This phenomenon is not unique to the heart, since all electrical activity produces magnetic patterns, but the heart's rhythmic pulses make its field particularly volatile, regular, and detectable. The fact that such a delicate aura surrounds each of us is a reminder that living systems are electrical as well as chemical. Inside the quiet of the chest, current and magnetism dance together, guiding the motion that sustains circulation. The muscles that move the eyes are the fastest in the body. To keep vision clear, the eyes must dart swiftly from point to point and then hold steady. 6 small muscles around each eye coordinate to perform these tasks with remarkable speed. During a saccade, the eye can shift position in a fraction of a second, far faster than most other muscles can act. The brain plans these movements constantly, predicting where attention should turn and preparing the motors to deliver precision. Even tiny tremors help prevent the image on the retina from fading. Despite their speed, the muscles can also stabilize gaze so that a stationary object remains crisp while the head moves. This balance of quickness and control lets you track a bird in flight or read lines of text with ease. The elegance of the system is in its timing, a choreography of motion that makes sight feel effortless. The thyroid gland helps regulate metabolism. At the base of the neck sits a butterfly-shaped gland that releases hormones influencing nearly every tissue. These hormones help set the body's metabolic pace, determining how quickly cells convert nutrients into energy. When levels are balanced, temperature, heart rate, and energy feel steady, and growth proceeds normally. The brain monitors levels and adjusts output through a cascade of signals that begins in the hypothalamus and pituitary. Iodine, a trace element from diet, is essential for building the hormone molecules, which is why nutrition matters for thyroid health. The gland responds to life shifts, increasing output during growth and pregnancy, and modulating in response to stress or illness. When function drifts high or low, the changes ripple through mood, weight, and concentration. Such broad influence from a small organ shows how finely the body coordinates chemistry to keep the internal tempo in tune. The jawbone is the hardest bone in the human body. The mandible bears the force of biting and chewing, so it must be strong. Its dense cortical layer resists bending, while internal trabecular patterns distribute stress toward the joints near the ears. Teeth anchor into sockets along its ridge, and the bone remodels continually to maintain those attachments as forces change. Muscles of impressive power attach to its surfaces, lifting and positioning it thousands of times per day. Despite this workload, the joint between the jaw and the skull allows both precision and range, from gentle speech to crushing pressure on food. The balance of hardness and adaptability is crucial. Too brittle, and it would fracture. Too soft, and it would deform. The mandible's design meets both challenges, proving that resilience can arise from architecture as well as material strength. The cerebellum coordinates movement with extreme precision. At the back of the brain sits a structure with a surface folded into fine ridges, vastly increasing the area available for neurons. This region receives a flood of information from the eyes, ears, muscles, and inner ear. It compares intention with performance, correcting errors in real time so movement appears smooth and accurate. When you reach for a glass, the cerebellum ensures the hand arrives without shaking. When you learn a skill, it refines timing until actions become automatic. It also contributes to balance, posture, and the fluidity of speech. Damage here does not erase strength but scatters it, turning fluid arcs into broken lines. The cerebellum is a master of calibration, reducing noise and sharpening signals so that complex sequences play like music. Its constant work is the difference between clumsy effort and graceful ease. The brain's white matter is named for its fatty coating. Bundles of long nerve fibers connect distant regions of the brain, allowing information to travel rapidly. These axons are wrapped in myelin, a fatty sheath that insulates the signal and increases conduction speed. Under the microscope, this tissue appears pale compared with the darker grey regions filled with cell bodies, which is why it is called white matter. Efficient communication depends on the quality of this insulation. During development and practice, myelin can increase along frequently used pathways, strengthening performance and reducing reaction time. Even in adulthood, activity and learning influence these networks. The white highways beneath the cortex knit the brain into a single functioning whole, linking perception, memory, and action. Without them, thought would be slow and disjointed. With them, ideas and movements arrive on time, ready to meet the moment. The cornea regenerates itself every few days. The clear front window of the eye must stay smooth and transparent, so its outermost cells turn over quickly. At the edges, a ring of stem-like cells produces new layers that slide toward the center, replacing worn or injured surfaces in a matter of days. Tears deliver oxygen and nutrients, while blinking spreads a protective film that keeps the surface even. Nerves densely packed in this region alert you to dryness or debris, prompting a protective blink or the urge to add moisture. Because clarity is essential for focusing light, even tiny scratches can blur vision until the surface restores itself. Coordinated repair ensures that new cells align properly, preserving the delicate curvature that bends light toward the lens and retina. The result is a self-maintaining window that polishes itself continually while you go about your life. The skeleton contains about half of the body's calcium. Inside the framework of bone resides a reserve of mineral that the body can draw upon when needed. Calcium provides hardness to the matrix and supports the functions of nerves and muscles. Hormones monitor levels in the blood and signal bone cells to release or store calcium to keep the concentration within a narrow range. Diet supplies the raw material, but mechanical stress determines where reinforcement is added. Bones under regular load become denser over time, while disused regions lose mineral. This dynamic balance uses the skeleton as both structure and bank. When everything is in harmony, bones remain strong and the bloodstream stays stable. When balance falters, the body may borrow too much from the reserves, and fragility can follow. The interplay of hormones, nutrition, and movement keeps this mineral economy healthy. The pancreas sits behind the stomach and produces digestive enzymes. Tucked against the back of the abdomen lies a slender organ with two major roles. One part releases enzymes into the small intestine that break down fats, proteins, and carbohydrates into absorbable pieces. Another part releases hormones into the bloodstream, including insulin and glucagon, which regulate blood sugar. The timing is critical. Enzymes must flow when food arrives, and hormones must adjust as glucose rises and falls. Ducts carry the secretions to their destinations, and small clusters of hormone-making cells monitor the chemistry of the blood. When these systems coordinate well, digestion is efficient and energy remains steady. The pancreas therefore acts as both laboratory and messenger, turning meals into nourishment and maintaining balance long after the last bite is taken. Each fingertip contains about 3,000 touch receptors. On the pads of the fingers, a dense network of sensory endings reads the physical world with extraordinary fidelity. Some receptors respond to gentle pressure, others to vibration, and others to tiny changes in skin stretch. Together, they create a detailed map of texture, shape, and motion. The ridges that form fingerprints improve grip and amplify vibrations, enhancing sensitivity. Signals travel along fast nerve fibers to the spinal cord and brain, arriving quickly enough to guide movement in real time. That is why you can pick up a fragile glass without looking or feel a thread catch on a rough edge. Attention sharpens the system further, increasing the gain on subtle inputs. This sensory richness turns touch into a language, one that allows the hands to think along with the mind. The spleen stores extra blood for emergencies. On the left side of the abdomen, behind the ribs, a soft organ filters old red blood cells from circulation and houses immune cells that watch for signs of infection. It also serves as a reservoir that can release additional blood into the system during sudden demand. When the body needs more oxygen carrying capacity, smooth muscle within the organ contracts and adds volume to the bloodstream. This backup helps stabilize pressure and performance during stress or injury. The spleen's internal architecture creates channels where immune cells sample passing fluids, learning the molecular signatures of invaders. It is both warehouse and checkpoint, ready to provide supplies while keeping vigilant watch. The adrenal glands sit above the kidneys and release stress hormones. Perched like small caps on top of each kidney, a pair of glands responds to immediate and long-term stress. The inner portion releases adrenaline and related molecules that increase heart rate, open airways, and prepare muscles for action. The outer portion produces hormones that regulate salt balance, blood pressure, and metabolism over longer periods. Signals from the brain trigger these outputs within seconds or across hours depending on the challenge. Although often associated with alarm, these hormones also support healthy daily rhythms, helping you wake, adapt to effort, and recover afterward. The system's strength lies in its flexibility, amplifying resources when needed and easing back when the moment passes. The lungs can float on water because they contain air. A fresh lung is buoyant. Its spongy tissue contains millions of tiny air sacs that remain partially open even after exhalation, a feature that prevents collapse and speeds the next breath. The structure resembles a branching tree whose smallest twigs end in clusters of bubbles. Thin walls separate air from blood, and a soapy surfactant reduces surface tension so the bubbles do not stick shut. When placed in water, this trapped air provides enough lift for the organ to float. Buoyancy is a side effect of a design meant for efficient gas exchange. The same openness that keeps it afloat is what allows oxygen to move swiftly into blood and carbon dioxide to leave just as quickly. Cartilage gives shape to the ears and nose. In places where flexibility matters more than hardness, the body turns to cartilage. This smooth, springy tissue supports the outer ear and the tip of the nose, holding their forms while yielding to touch. It also lines many joints, covering bone ends with a slick surface that allows near frictionless movement. Cartilage contains no blood vessels within its smoothest regions, so it derives nutrients from surrounding fluid. That design minimizes friction and wear while requiring careful maintenance. Cells embedded in the matrix sense pressure and use it as a cue to keep the material healthy. The result is structure without rigidity, shape that bends and returns, form that speaks of gentleness rather than force. The collarbone is the first bone to form during development. Among the earliest elements to appear in the human skeleton, the collarbone begins forming while the embryo is still only weeks old. It bridges the breastbone to the shoulder blade, anchoring the upper limb to the torso long before the rest of the body has solidified. Its early development allows the growing arms to move freely even in the womb, preparing the muscles and joints for later strength and coordination. Structurally, it acts like a strut, holding the shoulders outward to give the chest its breadth and flexibility. Despite its slender shape, it endures immense tension from the arms, especially when lifting or bracing. Because it develops early, it can also repair well after injury, knitting itself with remarkable speed. It is both a relic of ancient evolution and a foundation for human motion, a bone whose presence shapes posture, movement, and balance from life's very beginning. The skin produces tiny electrical signals when touched. Every touch creates a faint current. When pressure bends or stretches the skin, specialized receptors open channels that allow ions to flow, generating an electrical impulse that travels along sensory nerves. These signals reach the spinal cord and brain within milliseconds, forming the language of sensation. Each receptor type encodes different details: light touch, vibration, temperature, or pain. The voltage is small, yet its timing and pattern contain rich information about texture and force. In laboratories, sensitive instruments can detect these electrical ripples at the surface, evidence of the body's living circuitry. The process is so efficient that the brain can interpret even the briefest contact with precision. Every moment of touch, from holding a cup to feeling wind against the skin, is carried by this quiet electricity. It is proof that perception begins not in thought, but in the charged conversation between skin and world. The tongue has thousands of taste buds arranged in small clusters. Across the surface of the tongue lies a landscape of tiny bumps called papillae, within which rest clusters of taste buds. Each bud contains dozens of sensory cells tuned to one of 5 primary taste categories: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. These cells regenerate every week or two, ensuring freshness and sensitivity. Taste is a partnership between chemistry and electricity. When molecules from food dissolve in saliva and bind to receptors, they trigger a cascade that sends signals to the brain, where flavor emerges as both taste and smell unite. Temperature, texture, and even sound influence the experience. The clusters are not evenly distributed. Different regions of the tongue contribute differently, though all can sense every taste type. The constant renewal of these cells means that perception of flavor subtly changes through life. Every meal becomes a conversation between the senses, memory, and the chemistry of the moment. The brain stem controls automatic functions like breathing. At the base of the brain, just above the spinal cord, lies a compact structure that keeps life running without conscious thought. The brainstem governs vital rhythms such as heartbeat, breathing, and sleep cycles. It relays messages between the brain's higher regions and the body's organs, maintaining communication even during deep rest. Within its narrow core, clusters of neurons sense carbon dioxide levels and adjust breathing automatically. Other centers regulate swallowing, blood pressure, and alertness. Damage to this region can disrupt these essential patterns, which shows how deeply all bodily systems depend on it. Evolutionarily ancient, the brainstem resembles the original neural architectures that appeared in early animals. Its design is efficient and resilient, built to operate continuously without pause. It is the silent conductor of the body's orchestra, guiding the rhythm of survival moment by moment. The human hand can perform more than 50 precise movements. The hand's complexity lies in its balance between strength and finesse. Bones arranged in an intricate pattern allow rotation, grip, and fine manipulation. Tendons run from the forearm through sheaths at the wrist to the fingertips, transmitting the pull of muscles with mechanical grace. Small muscles within the hand refine each gesture, letting fingers move independently or together as needed. Ligaments maintain stability while allowing flexibility, and sensory feedback from the skin provides constant correction. These structures enable an astonishing range of actions, from lifting heavy tools to threading a needle or expressing emotion through touch. The thumb's unique opposition to the fingers multiplies this versatility. Every motion is a collaboration between anatomy and neural control, a physical language shaped by evolution to build, create, and connect. Within this small span of bone and tendon resides one of nature's most advanced instruments. The eyes contain over 100 million light-sensitive cells. The inner lining of the eye, called the retina, holds a vast mosaic of photoreceptor cells that convert light into electrical signals. These include rods, which detect faint light and motion, and cones, which perceive color and detail. Together they number more than 100 million, packed into a sheet no thicker than a paper slip. When light enters the eye, it bends through the cornea and lens to form an image on this surface. The signals then travel along the optic nerve to the brain, where they are assembled into sight. Cones concentrate in the center, producing clarity and color, while rods dominate the periphery, expanding sensitivity to dim surroundings. This division allows vision to remain functional in both day and night. The precision and density of these receptors make the eye one of the most efficient biological sensors ever evolved. The heart's rhythm changes in response to emotion. Though its beat feels steady, the heart is constantly adjusting to the shifting landscape of the mind. Emotions like joy, fear, and calm influence signals from the autonomic nervous system, which speed or slow the heart's contractions. Happiness and relaxation increase variability between beats, a sign of resilience and adaptability, while stress or anxiety tighten the rhythm into rigid G. Uniformity. Hormones such as adrenaline and cortisol play their part, altering pace within seconds of emotional change. This dialogue between mind and muscle is reciprocal. Calm breathing can soften the rhythm, while rapid heartbeat can intensify feeling. Monitors can record these fluctuations in fine detail, showing that the heart mirrors thought as much as it sustains life. Beneath its physical motion lies an emotional pulse, proof that the boundaries between body and feeling are beautifully porous. The liver holds about 1 pint of blood at any moment. Within the liver's dense tissue, wide vessels form a reservoir that contains roughly a pint of blood at any given time. This supply allows the organ to regulate flow between the digestive tract and the rest of the body. As blood passes through, the liver filters toxins, stores nutrients, and adjusts sugar levels with extraordinary precision. It can release or sequester blood depending on need, helping maintain stable circulation when the body changes posture or activity. The liver's design resembles a sponge threaded with highways of cells that touch nearly every drop that passes through. When oxygen and nutrients are absorbed from the intestines, they arrive here first for sorting and processing before being released into general circulation. This constant management keeps chemistry balanced and energy available. The pint within it is not static. It is a living tide flowing through the body's central laboratory. A lifetime of saliva production could fill several swimming pools. Over decades, the salivary glands beneath the tongue, near the jaw, and behind the cheeks collectively produce thousands of liters of fluid. Each day yields about 1 to 1.5 liters, most of it unnoticed as it quietly keeps the mouth moist. Saliva contains enzymes that begin digesting starches, antibacterial molecules that protect teeth and gums, and minerals that help repair enamel. It also shapes taste, dissolving food so receptors can sense flavor. Production rises at mealtime and drops during sleep, which is why the mouth feels dry upon waking. Over a lifetime, the accumulated total would indeed fill several swimming pools. Beyond quantity, the balance of components reveals much about health and hydration. This constant flow may seem mundane, yet it represents a perfectly tuned system of cleansing, protection, and preparation for nourishment. Bones communicate through chemical signals to coordinate repair. Bone is alive, filled with cells that sense pressure and damage. When stress or microfractures occur, these cells release chemical messengers that summon others to rebuild or reshape the structure. Osteoclasts clear away worn areas, while osteoblasts deposit fresh matrix in their place. Hormones and mechanical forces influence the pace, and nearby tissues respond to the same signals to ensure alignment. Communication also extends through microscopic canals that connect bone cells like a hidden telephone network. The coordination allows repair to occur precisely where needed, without disturbing stable regions. Even after maturity, this system remains active, responding to exercise, nutrition, and load. Every step, jump, or stretch sends data through this chemical web, keeping the skeleton responsive and balanced. What appears rigid is, in truth, a vigilant and self-aware architecture constantly listening for signs of strain. The sense of touch travels faster than the sense of pain. When the skin encounters a stimulus, different nerve fibers carry different kinds of information to the brain. Touch signals travel along thick, myelinated fibers that conduct impulses rapidly, while pain travels on thinner, slower ones. This difference in speed means that when you bump your arm, you feel the pressure before you feel the ache. The brain integrates these streams to build a complete picture of what happened. Quick signals allow reflexes to react instantly, pulling away from danger before injury deepens. The slower paying pathway then teaches caution, ensuring memory of the event. Together, they form a sequence of protection and learning. This layered design balances survival and understanding, allowing humans to move safely through a world that can both nurture and harm. Fascia forms a continuous web of connective tissue under the skin. Beneath the surface lies a sheet of fibrous tissue that wraps every muscle, organ, and vessel in a seamless web. This fascia gives the body its internal structure, connecting parts that might otherwise seem separate. It allows muscles to slide smoothly against one another and transmits force efficiently through movement. Recent research shows it also contains sensory receptors that influence posture and proprioception, contributing to the sense of where the body is in space. When hydrated and elastic, fascia supports graceful motion. When stiff or dehydrated, it can restrict it. Massage, stretching, and gentle movement help maintain its suppleness. Far from passive wrapping, it is an intelligent network of tension and release, woven through every part of the human form. The fascia's quiet continuity demonstrates that the body is not a collection of parts, but a unified, responsive whole. The diaphragm is the main muscle responsible for breathing. At the base of the rib cage lies a thin dome of muscle that acts as the floor of the chest cavity. When it contracts, it flattens downward, enlarging the space above and drawing air into the lungs. As it relaxes, it rises again, pushing air out. This rhythmic motion underlies every breath, whether during sleep or speech. The diaphragm works in concert with the intercostal and abdominal muscles, adjusting volume and pressure to match need. It is also linked to emotion. Stress can tighten it, while deep breathing can calm the nervous system. Singers and divers train to control its movement consciously, extending capacity and control. The muscles' strength and flexibility sustain one of life's most constant acts, quietly expanding and collapsing to the tempo of existence itself. The brain's electrical activity increases during dreaming. During rapid eye movement sleep, the brain enters a state of vivid activity that rivals or exceeds wakefulness. Neurons fire in intricate patterns as if replaying and reshaping memories, while the body remains mostly still due to temporary paralysis of major muscles. This paradox of a sleeping yet active brain is what gives rise to dreams. The visual and emotional centers ignite, weaving fragments of experience into shifting narratives. Heart rate and breathing fluctuate, reflecting the intensity of inner experience. Scientists believe this heightened activity helps consolidate memory, regulate mood, and process emotion. Although the body rests, the mind explores, stitching together meaning from the day's impressions. The energy of dreaming demonstrates that sleep is not absence but transformation, a nightly voyage through the creative workshop of consciousness. Human skin contains more than 2 million sweat glands. Spread across nearly every surface of the body, these tiny glands regulate temperature and assist in excretion. When internal heat rises, they release moisture that cools the surface through evaporation. Two main types exist: eccrine glands, which produce clear, watery sweat, and apocrine glands, which secrete a thicker fluid that becomes aromatic when bacteria break it down. The density of these glands varies by region, with the highest concentration on the palms, soles, and forehead. Their output can reach several liters per hour during intense exertion, yet the system operates with fine control to prevent dehydration. Sweat also carries small amounts of salt, urea, and minerals, reflecting the chemistry of the body. This cooling mechanism allows endurance unmatched in most animals, enabling humans to run long distances even in heat. The simplicity of perspiration hides an elegant adaptation for survival. The vocal cords vibrate faster than a hummingbird's wings. Inside the larynx, 2 folds of tissue stretch across the airway like adjustable strings. When air passes between them, they vibrate, producing sound. During speech or singing, tiny muscles alter tension and length to change pitch and volume. At high frequencies, these vibrations can exceed 1,000 times per second, surpassing the wing beats of a hummingbird. The coordination required is immense. Breath pressure, resonance in the throat and mouth, and neural control all combine to shape tone and expression. The sound produced carries emotion as much as information, turning simple vibration into communication. Whether whispering softly or singing powerfully, the voice reflects the intimate connection between air, muscle, and feeling. Every note or word begins as motion in these delicate membranes, proof that expression itself is born from breath. The skull is made up of 22 bones that protect the brain. Encasing the brain is a mosaic of bones joined by seams called sutures. These joints fuse gradually during childhood, allowing flexibility at birth and strength in adulthood. The skull's design balances protection with lightness, its curved surfaces dispersing impact efficiently. Within its cavities lie the organs of hearing, balance, vision, and smell, each shielded yet accessible. Blood vessels and nerves thread through narrow openings to supply and connect the senses. The lower jaw remains movable, completing the structure that frames expression and speech. Despite its rigid appearance, the skull grows and remodels subtly throughout life. It is both fortress and frame, housing the most complex structure known while supporting the identity that emerges from within. Joints are lubricated by a fluid more slippery than oil. Between moving bones lies a thin layer of synovial fluid, a clear liquid that reduces friction to near zero. Produced by the inner lining of the joint capsule, it combines water, hyaluronic acid, and lubrecin, creating a substance smoother than any manufactured glue. Lubricant. As cartilage surfaces glide, the fluid spreads evenly, cushioning impact and delivering nutrients to tissues that lack blood supply. Movement itself circulates the liquid, keeping it fresh and evenly distributed. When hydration or health falters, the fluid can become thicker or thinner, affecting comfort and mobility. The chemistry of this lubricant represents millions of years of refinement, achieving what engineers still seek: effortless motion through perfect balance of viscosity and resilience. Each strand of hair grows about ½ an inch each month. Beneath the skin, every hair begins within a follicle where living cells divide rapidly. As they move upward, they fill with keratin and dye, forming the shaft that emerges from the surface. Growth occurs in cycles: a long active phase, a brief resting period, and eventual shedding. On average, a strand lengthens about ½ an inch per month, though rate varies with genetics, age, and nutrition. Hormones and seasonal shifts also influence the pace. While the hair we see is inert, the follicle beneath remains active and sensitive to signals from the body. Its rhythm mirrors health and environment, recording subtle changes over time. This slow, steady growth turns every strand into a living timeline of nourishment, chemistry, and care. The body is built from about 30 trillion living cells working together. Every human body is a city of microscopic inhabitants, roughly 30 trillion in number, each with a specific role. Some produce energy, others carry oxygen, transmit signals, or defend against invaders. Together they form tissues and organs, bound by communication networks that coordinate growth and repair. Chemical messages travel between them like instructions through a vast organization. Despite their differences, all carry the same genetic blueprint, reading only the portions relevant to their tasks. Each day, billions die and are replaced without disrupting the whole. This continuous renewal keeps the organism balanced and alive. When seen at this scale, the body becomes a cooperative miracle. Countless individuals acting as one, sustained by shared information and mutual dependence. Your liver can regrow lost tissue up to a remarkable point. After a serious injury, the liver can do something that feels almost mythical. It does not grow back as a perfect missing lobe, yet the remaining tissue can expand until overall function is restored. Cells that usually spend their days processing nutrients, detoxifying chemicals, and building important proteins can re-enter the cell cycle and divide. Blood vessels and bile channels remodel to match the new shape, like a city rerouting streets after an earthquake. This ability has made living donor transplants possible, where a portion of one person's liver can support another, and both portions can enlarge over time. The trick has limits. Scarring, chronic inflammation, or ongoing toxins can block the process. Still, the message is striking. An organ you rely on for cleaning and chemistry also carries a built-in plan for repair, ready to activate when survival demands it. At rest, it keeps measuring, adjusting, and healing. Your kidneys filter your entire blood supply many times a day. Each kidney is a dense bundle of tiny filters called nephrons, and together they act like a meticulous quality control team. Blood enters under pressure, and a portion is strained through microscopic membranes, creating a watery draft of what might become urine. Then, the real magic begins. Along winding tubules, your body reclaims what it cannot afford to lose, returning water, salts, and useful molecules back to the bloodstream. What remains carries away extra acids, excess minerals, and dissolved wastes that would otherwise build up and harm cells. This is not a once-a-day chore. It happens continuously, adjusting with every sip of water, every salty snack, and every workout. When you are asleep, the kidneys keep testing and tuning, so your blood chemistry stays within narrow limits. They also help control blood pressure by managing fluid volume, making them silent guardians of balance for brain, heart, and nerves. Your brain uses roughly a fifth of your body's resting energy. Although it is only a small fraction of your body weight, the brain is an energy-hungry organ. Even when you are sitting still, it spends fuel to keep billions of cells ready to signal, maintain chemical gradients, and coordinate the body's next move. Much of that cost goes to communication, because neurons are constantly whispering to one another, predicting what you will hear next and deciding which thoughts deserve attention. That is why low blood sugar can feel like fog, and why oxygen loss can cause confusion so quickly. The brain wants a steady supply, so your circulation and breathing systems treat it like a top priority client. During deep sleep, its energy use changes, not because it shuts down, but because it shifts tasks, restoring supplies and clearing byproducts. Your waking mind feels effortless, yet underneath it is powered by a ceaseless, costly dance of chemistry all night. Your tongue can sense 5 core tastes and many subtle variations. Sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and savory are the classic taste pillars, and your tongue helps detect them with clusters of receptor cells. Those cells sit inside taste buds, which refresh themselves regularly, then send signals through nerves that race to your brainstem. But tasting is never just the tongue. As you chew, aromas rise into the back of the nose, and that smell component can make vanilla seem sweeter or coffee seem deeper. Temperature matters too, which is why melted ice cream feels richer than the frozen scoop. Even expectation changes flavor, because the brain blends memory and sensation into one experience. Taste also has a protective side. Bitterness can warn of toxins, while saltiness can hint at needed minerals. Over a lifetime, your palate learns, expanding from childhood pickiness into appreciation of spice, fermentation, and subtle herbs. Every meal becomes a small neuroscience experiment, happening in seconds for you. Your nose can detect tiny molecules, even at astonishingly low levels. Your sense of smell begins when airborne molecules drift into the nasal cavity and dissolve in a thin layer of mucus. There they meet receptors that are shaped like locks, each ready for certain chemical keys. When a match happens, nerve signals surge toward the brain, which rapidly compares the pattern to a vast library of remembered scents. That is why one whiff can bring back a childhood kitchen, a hospital hallway, or a specific person. Smell also acts as an early warning system. It can alert you to smoke, spoiled food, leaking gas, or chemicals that irritate tissue. Some people can even notice faint differences in body odor linked to illness, a skill researchers are studying for diagnostics. Because smell is tied to emotion centers, it can shift mood quickly, calming you with lavender or sharpening attention with citrus. You are sampling the air while you are simply breathing. Your ears convert air vibrations into electrical signals your brain can read. Hearing starts when moving air nudges your eardrum, and that gentle motion is passed inward like a relay. Tiny structures amplify the vibration, then send it into a fluid-filled spiral called the cochlea. Inside, thousands of hair cells bend with the waves, and that bending opens channels that turn motion into electrical signals. Different pitches peak at different spots along the spiral, so a low bass note and a high whistle light up different regions. From there, the brain stitches timing and intensity into a sense of space, letting you locate footsteps behind you or a friend calling from across a room. Hearing is also protective. Sudden loud sounds trigger reflexes that tighten middle ear muscles, reducing incoming force. Over time, repeated loud noise can damage delicate hair cells, which is why hearing loss can be permanent. Still, the system is so sensitive it can detect rustle of fabric. Your balance system uses fluid-filled canals to sense every head movement. Hidden in your inner ear are 3 curved canals filled with fluid, arranged in different directions like the axis of a compass. When you turn your head, the fluid lags behind for a moment, pushing on sensors that report rotation. Nearby, other sensors detect straight-line motion and gravity by tracking tiny crystals that shift with acceleration. Together, these signals tell your brain whether you are nodding, spinning, leaning, or riding in an elevator. Most of the time, you never notice, because the system is constantly corrected and calibrated. But when the signals disagree, you feel it instantly as dizziness, vertigo, or motion sickness. On the boat, your eyes may see steady cabin walls, while the canals feel rolling waves, and the mismatch can trigger nausea. Yet this same system allows dancers to pirouette, gymnasts to flip, and toddlers to wobble their way toward walking, learning balance through practice daily. Your pupils change size in fractions of a second to protect vision. In bright sunlight, your pupils shrink, and in darkness, they widen, acting like an automatic camera aperture. This change is controlled by muscles in the iris that respond to light levels in a heartbeat, reducing glare and protecting sensitive retinal cells. But the pupil is also a window into your nervous system. Surprise, fear, mental effort, and even strong interest can widen it, because the brain links pupil size to alertness and attention. That is why eye trackers can estimate where someone is engaged, confused, or emotionally moved without a single word. The reflex has built-in safety checks too. If light hits one eye, both pupils respond together, helping keep vision balanced. Doctors use this shared reaction as a quick test of brainstem pathways. So that small dark circle is not just an opening. It is a living dial, constantly adjusting to the world outside and the world within. Your eyes are always slightly jumping, even when you stare. Even when you think you are holding your gaze perfectly still, your eyes are making tiny movements called microsaccades. They are quick, subtle jumps that keep the visual scene from fading. If an image stayed absolutely fixed on the same retinal cells, those cells would adapt, and the world would begin to disappear, like a smell you stop noticing. These miniature shifts refresh the signal, adding just enough change for the brain to keep seeing. They also help you examine fine detail. When you read, your eyes do not glide smoothly across a line. They hop, pause, then hop again, and during the pauses your brain gathers meaning. Microsaccades happen during those pauses too, helping sharpen edges and contrast. Scientists can even measure patterns of these movements to study attention, fatigue, and certain neurological conditions. So, stillness in vision is an illusion created by constant, careful motion behind the scenes. Your retina is brain tissue, sitting right at the back of the eye. At the back of each eye sits a thin sheet of nerve tissue that behaves like an outpost of your brain. Light lands on photoreceptors, rods for dim scenes and cones for color, and is turned into pulses that travel through layers of neurons. Before the message ever reaches your skull, that network is already sharpening edges, detecting motion, and adjusting contrast, like quiet pre-editing. Then signals exit through the optic nerve, and are woven into the picture you experience as effortless sight. Because it is nervous tissue, it needs a steady supply of oxygen and nutrients, and it can be affected by blood sugar, blood pressure, and inflammation. Doctors can even look through the pupil and see blood vessels directly, a rare window into the body's wiring and circulation, all in plain view. In darkness, it becomes astonishingly sensitive, and in sun, it protects itself with chemical resets. Your tears carry oils, water, and proteins in a precise recipe. Tears are not just water from emotion. Your eyes make different blends for different jobs. Basal tears bathe the surface all day, carrying salts that match body chemistry and proteins that discourage germs. Reflex tears surge when smoke or onion fumes irritate the eye, flushing away particles with extra volume. Emotional tears add a slightly different mix, including stress-related molecules that researchers still debate, and they flow with the help of facial muscles and breathing. A thin, oily layer released from glands in the eyelids slows evaporation so the eye does not dry out too quickly. Mucins help the fluid spread evenly, turning the cornea into a smooth lens. Each blink guides the film toward tiny drainage openings in the inner corners, sending it into the nose, which is why crying can make you sniffle. Even newborns arrive with this system, ready to clear dust and keep vision comfortable. Your blink spreads a fresh film that keeps the eye smooth. A blink looks simple, but it is a swift maintenance sweep. In a fraction of a second, the eyelids slide down and back up, spreading a fresh layer of tear film across the cornea. That film smooths tiny surface irregularities, so light bends cleanly and vision stays sharp. The blink also pushes debris toward the inner corner, where it can be drained away, and it gives the eye a brief break from drying air. You blink more when you're tired, when the room is dry, or when you concentrate so hard that your eyes start to sting. Some blinks are full closures, others are quick partial taps, and the brain chooses them based on need. During a conversation, blinks often land at natural pauses, as if your body is editing the rhythm of attention. Even while you sleep, gentle lid movements help keep the surface healthy all night long. Your skeleton carries minerals that also help your nerves fire properly. Your skeleton is a storage vault, as well as a frame. The hard mineral in bone is rich in calcium and phosphorus, and those ions are not only for strength. Calcium helps nerve endings release neurotransmitters, and it allows muscles to contract, including the heart. When blood calcium drops, hormones signal bone to release a little into circulation, keeping electrical signaling steady. When levels rise, bone can take some back, like a bank rebalancing accounts. This constant exchange means bone health is tied to nerve function, movement, and even clotting. It also explains why the body guards calcium so fiercely, using vitamin D to improve absorption and kidneys to control losses. If the balance drifts too far, nerves may tingle, muscles may cramp, and the heartbeat can misbehave. So beneath the quiet strength of your skeleton is a living mineral economy, keeping your signals crisp and your motions reliable always. Your largest bone, the femur, can handle enormous daily forces. The femur, the long bone in your thigh, is built like a bridge pillar. Its outer shell is dense and strong, while the inner structure forms a lattice that spreads stress without wasting weight. When you walk, it handles forces greater than your body weight, and when you run or jump, those forces rise dramatically. The bone is angled to bring knees under your center of mass, helping balance and efficient stride. But the hip, a ball joint, lets you rotate, squat, and climb, while muscles anchor to ridges and pull with leverage. Engineers study the femur because it combines stiffness and lightness in a way that is hard to copy. Yet, it is not unchanging. Repeated loading encourages it to strengthen in the directions you use most, which is why activity in youth can build resilience for life. Every step is a test, and your femur keeps passing it. Your smallest bones sit in your ear, tuned for delicate vibrations. In the middle ear sit 3 tiny bones with memorable names: malleus, incus, and stapes. Together, they form a miniature lever system that boosts the eardrum's motion and delivers it into the inner ear's fluid world. Without that boost, much of sound energy would bounce away at the boundary between air and fluid, and hearing would be weaker. The stapes, shaped like a stirrup, is the smallest bone in the body, yet it pushes on a flexible window, only millimeters wide with precision. Muscles attached to these bones can tense up during loud noise, slightly damping vibration as a protective reflex. When infection or scarring stiffens this chain, sounds can seem muffled, as if the world has been wrapped in cotton. Some surgeries replace a damaged stapes with a tiny prosthesis, restoring movement and bringing back clarity. It is that such delicate parts help you enjoy music, laughter, and whispers. Your joints make slippery fluid that reduces friction to near zero. Where two bones meet, the body builds a space that behaves like a well-oiled hinge. The ends are capped with smooth cartilage, and the joint is sealed in a capsule that holds synovial fluid, a clear liquid with a slippery molecule called hyaluronan. This fluid does more than lubricate. It nourishes cartilage, which has no direct blood supply, by carrying dissolved nutrients as you move. Under pressure, it becomes slightly thicker, helping cushion impact, and when pressure eases, it thins again, ready for the next glide. That is why gentle motion can make stiff joints feel better, because movement stirs the fluid and distributes it across surfaces. In arthritis, the balance can change, with inflammation altering the fluid and roughening cartilage, turning smooth glides into painful grinds. Yet in healthy joints, friction is so low it can rival ice on ice, letting you dance, climb, and write with ease. Your cartilage has no blood supply, so it heals frustratingly slowly. Cartilage is padding that makes joints effortless, yet it lives on a tight budget. Unlike many tissues, it has no blood vessels, so it cannot call in a rapid delivery of oxygen and repair cells after an injury. Instead, it relies on slow diffusion from joint fluid, which is why a damaged knee can linger for months or never fully return. The cells inside, chondrocytes, are sparse, and they mostly maintain what already exists. When cartilage thins with age or heavy use, bones can rub more directly, and the joint may answer with stiffness. Medicine tries to help by smoothing rough areas, stimulating tiny microfractures to invite repair tissue, or transplanting cells grown in a lab. Even then, the new surface may not match the original springy glide. This is why protecting joints early, with strength and sensible movement, pays off for decades. So treat each bend like a gift. Your tendons store and release energy like biological springs. Tendons are the tough cords that connect muscle to bone, and they do more than transmit pull. Many tendons act like springs, stretching slightly when you land or push off, then snapping back to return energy. That rebound can make movement more efficient, saving muscle effort during running and hopping. The Achilles tendon is a famous example, storing energy with each step like a charged elastic band. But springiness requires careful structure. Tendons are built from parallel collagen fibers, aligned to handle repeated tension, and they adapt when training increases load. Too much, too soon can create tiny tears, leading to stubborn pain because tendons have a limited blood supply and heal slowly. Gentle progressive loading, however, can strengthen them, which is why rehabilitation often includes controlled resistance. When you watch a dancer leap or a child bounce, you are seeing tendon physics in action, recycling energy with every landing. Your muscles contain tiny power plants called mitochondria, made for endurance. Inside each muscle cell sit thousands of mitochondria, tiny compartments that turn food and oxygen into usable energy. When you take a brisk walk or climb stairs, they run chemical steps that recharge ATP, the immediate fuel for contraction. Endurance training encourages muscles to build more of these power makers and to improve how they use fat and sugar. That is why a trained runner can keep a steady pace longer with less strain. Mitochondria also send signals, helping decide when a cell repairs itself, when it recycles worn parts, and when it calls for help during stress. They even carry their own small set of genes, a reminder of an ancient partnership from early life. When these systems falter, fatigue can feel heavy and mysterious. When they thrive, movement starts to feel like quiet confidence. In every heartbeat and step, they are the unseen engines keeping you going, gently. Your body can recruit more muscle fibers when you practice a skill. Strength is not only bigger muscles, it is smarter coordination. Each muscle is made of motor units, bundles of fibers controlled by a single nerve. In a new movement, like learning a pull-up or a clean tennis swing, the brain recruits motor units in a clumsy pattern, wasting effort. With practice, signals become timed and selective, turning on more fibers at the right moment and letting others relax. The same muscle can then produce more force without adding any new size. This is why beginners often get stronger quickly in the first weeks. The nervous system is learning the choreography. It also learns to steady joints by activating supporting muscles, which can make movements feel smoother and safer. Over time, that improved recruitment becomes a skill you can call on under pressure, like lifting a box without thinking. Athletes train this invisibly until power arrives with almost no strain. Your diaphragm does most of the work for every calm breath. Breathing feels effortless because a single dome-shaped muscle does the heavy lifting. The diaphragm sits beneath the lungs, and when it contracts, it flattens downward, creating a gentle vacuum that pulls air in. When it relaxes, the lungs recoil and air drifts out, like a slow release from a balloon. This simple motion also massages organs, helping move blood and lymph through the chest and belly. If you have ever felt calmer after a long exhale, part of that is the diaphragm working with the vagus nerve, nudging the body toward a quieter state. Singers, swimmers, and wind instrument players train its control, shaping breath into steady streams. Hiccups are a small glitch, sudden contractions that jolt the rhythm. Yet most of the time this muscle keeps perfect time, all day and all night, even when your mind is elsewhere. In deep sleep, it still rises and falls, faithful. Your lungs defend themselves with mucus and microscopic waving cilia. Your airways are lined with a moving carpet that quietly cleans the air you breathe. Sticky mucus traps dust, pollen, and many microbes before they can reach delicate lung tissue. Then microscopic hairs called cilia beat in coordinated waves, sweeping that mucus upward toward the throat. You usually swallow it without noticing, sending the captured debris to the stomach's harsher defenses. When you catch a cold, the system shifts into high gear, making extra mucus and sometimes slowing the cilia, which is why congestion feels heavy. Smoke and pollution can paralyze cilia, leaving the lungs less protected and increasing infection risk. Hydration matters too, because mucus must be the right thickness to move. This is not a one-time cleanup. It is constant housekeeping, minute after minute, keeping each breath safer than it would otherwise be. Every cough you avoid is often thanks to this hidden escalator at work always. Your voice comes from vibrating folds, shaped by throat and mouth. Your voice begins as a buzz. In your larynx, two small folds of tissue meet, and air from the lungs sets them vibrating hundreds of times each second. That raw vibration is shaped into recognizable sound by the throat, tongue, lips, and even the cavities of your face. Change the shape of your mouth, and you sculpt vowels like a potter shaping clay. Tighten or relax the folds, and pitch rises or falls. The brain coordinates this with astonishing precision, letting you whisper, laugh, sing, or shout. Your voice also carries clues about emotion, because stress hormones change breathing and muscle tension, and listeners pick up those patterns instinctively. Puberty alters the larynx, which is why voices deepen and crack during adolescence. And when you have laryngitis, swelling disrupts vibration, turning sound rough and strained. Every conversation is a performance of anatomy, guided by feeling and memory in real time. Your cough is a high-speed blast designed to clear airways. A cough is a pressure cannon. First you inhale, then the vocal folds close, trapping air in the lungs. Chest and belly muscles squeeze, building pressure like winding a spring. Then the folds snap open and a burst of air blasts out, ripping mucus and particles from airway walls and launching them toward the mouth. It is protective, but it can also become irritating when nerves stay sensitized after infection or exposure to smoke. Different coughs can hint at different problems, from asthma's tight airways to heart failure's fluid buildup, which is why doctors listen to its sound. Some people can even cough on command, showing how the reflex has both automatic and voluntary control. Cough drops soothe partly by increasing saliva and by calming nerve endings in the throat. Still, the cough's main job is simple: to keep the pathways to the lungs clear enough for the next breath. Your sneeze can launch droplets fast enough to surprise any physicist. A sneeze starts with an intruder, a speck of pepper, dust or pollen touching sensitive nasal tissue. Nerves fire a rapid alarm to the brainstem, and the body prepares a coordinated blast. You draw in air, close off the throat, and build pressure in the chest. Then the soft palate shifts, and the airway opens, sending a turbulent jet through the nose and mouth. That jet can travel faster than many people expect, breaking fluid into a mist of droplets of different sizes. Larger droplets fall quickly, while finer ones can linger and drift, which is why sneezes matter for infection spread. Your eyes often close automatically, a protective reflex, not a sign they might pop out. Bright light triggers sneezing in some people, a trait that runs in families. The whole event is over in seconds, yet it is a reset, clearing passages so breathing can return to ease. Your saliva begins digestion before food even reaches your stomach. Before you swallow, your mouth is already doing chemistry. Saliva moistens food so it can be shaped into a smooth bolus, and it starts breaking starch into smaller sugars with an enzyme called amylase. It also carries lipase that begins working on fats, especially important for infants. Beyond digestion, saliva protects teeth by buffering acids and delivering minerals that help repair enamel after meals. It contains antimicrobial proteins that slow bacteria and keep the mouth's ecosystem in balance. When you smell dinner, saliva can increase, a preview response from the nervous system that prepares the gut. Dry mouth, from anxiety or certain medicines, can make swallowing difficult and raise cavity risk, showing how essential this fluid is. Your body makes a surprising amount each day, and most of it is swallowed unnoticed. In quiet moments, a swallow is the end of a chain of signals, glands, and muscles working together. Your stomach acid can dissolve many microbes that hitchhike on meals. Deep in your stomach, glands release hydrochloric acid that can be as corrosive as battery acid, at least in strength of acidity. This harsh bath helps unfold proteins in food, making them easier for enzymes to cut apart. It also serves as a security checkpoint, killing many bacteria and viruses that arrive on unwashed produce or undercooked meat. Not everything is defeated, which is why some pathogens, like Helicobacter pylori, have evolved tricks to survive there. To keep this acid from harming you, the stomach coats itself in a thick mucus barrier and keeps blood flow high to support repairs. When that protection fails, ulcers can form and pain can radiate after meals. Acid levels also change with age and medication, influencing how well certain nutrients are absorbed. In a way, your stomach is both a digestion chamber and a chemical moat, guarding the intestines beyond every time you eat. Your intestines move food forward with coordinated waves called peristalsis. Food does not simply fall through you. Your intestines move it along with waves of muscle contraction called peristalsis, a traveling squeeze that pushes contents forward. Segments ahead relax while segments behind tighten, creating a steady conveyor. This motion is guided by the enteric nervous system, which can run many routines without conscious control. Even if you stand on your head, these waves still carry a meal onward. After surgery, the rhythm can store, leading to bloating and discomfort, which shows how essential it is. Fiber gives the walls something to grip, and water keeps the content soft enough to move. The pace shifts with what you eat, with fats slowing passage to allow absorption. Between meals, sweeping waves help clear leftovers, preparing the gut for whatever comes next. When you hear your stomach growl, that sound can be these motions, mixing air and fluid as they work inside you. Your pancreas releases hormones that help control blood sugar minute by minute. Behind your stomach, the pancreas works like a quiet thermostat for fuel. When you eat, it senses rising glucose and releases insulin, a hormone that helps your cells pull sugar out of the blood and store it for later use. Between meals, when glucose begins to dip, it releases glucagon, which signals the liver to send some stored sugar back into circulation. This back and forth happens all day, keeping the brain supplied and the muscles ready. It is not only about sweets. Protein and fat change the timing too, and stress hormones can push glucose higher, as if preparing you to run. In type 1 diabetes, the immune system destroys insulin-making cells. In type 2, cells stop listening well, and the pancreas strains to keep up. Even so, in most bodies, this tiny organ balances chemistry with astonishing precision, so you can think clearly, move smoothly, and sleep steadily. Your gallbladder stores bile, then squeezes it out for fatty foods. Think of bile as the body's dish soap for dinner. The liver makes this greenish fluid continuously, but meals do not arrive on a schedule, so the gallbladder acts as a reservoir, concentrating bile while power. You wait. When fat enters the small intestine, hormones signal the gallbladder to contract, pushing bile through ducts into the gut. There, bile salts break big fat droplets into tiny ones, giving enzymes far more surface area to work on. This makes it easier to absorb fats and the vitamins that travel with them, like vitamins A, D, E, and K. Gallstones can form when bile components crystallize, sometimes blocking the duct and causing sharp pain after a rich meal. Many people live well without a gallbladder because the liver still makes bile, just with less storage and timing. Still, when it is present, it adds a graceful efficiency to digestion, responding right when the meal needs help. Your body stores extra glucose as glycogen in liver and muscle. Glucose is quick energy, but the bloodstream is not a pantry, so your body converts spare glucose into glycogen, a branched storage form that packs neatly compressed inside cells. The liver keeps a supply that can be released back into the blood to steady glucose between meals, especially overnight. Muscles store their own glycogen too, but they keep it mostly for themselves, like a private fuel tank for movement. During a sprint, those stores can power intense effort when oxygen delivery becomes limiting. After exercise, muscles become especially eager to refill, which is why a meal can feel unusually satisfying after a long hike. Glycogen also binds water, so changing stores can shift body weight slightly, a detail that surprises many people. When stores run low, the body leans more on fat and can break down protein in extreme cases, showing how valuable this carbohydrate reserve is for everyday stability. Your fat tissue is an active organ that sends chemical messages. Body fat is not just stored calories, it is a signaling network. Fat cells release hormones and messenger molecules, sometimes called adipokines, that talk to the brain, liver, muscles, and immune system. Leptin is one famous example, helping report long-term energy status and influencing appetite and metabolism. Fat tissue also stores and converts certain hormones, and it can release inflammatory signals when it becomes stressed or overloaded. Where fat is stored matters too. Visceral fat, packed around organs, tends to be more metabolically active and is linked with higher health risks than fat stored under the skin. Yet fat tissue also has protective roles. It cushions organs, insulates against cold, and provides fuel during illness or famine. Researchers are exploring ways to shift fat toward healthier behavior, including encouraging more brown-like activity that burns energy as heat. In a real sense, fat is part of the body's conversation about survival, abundance, and stress, sending updates every day. Your appetite is guided by hormones that rise and fall like tides. Hunger is not simply willpower, it is biology with a schedule. Ghrelin, often called the hunger hormone, tends to rise before meals and fall after eating, nudging you toward food like a gentle alarm clock. Other signals, including peptide YY and cholecystokinin, help create fullness by slowing stomach emptying and speaking to the brain through nerves and blood. Your brain integrates these messages with smell, memory, emotion, and habit, which is why popcorn can sound irresistible even when you are not truly low on energy. Sleep changes the pattern too. Short sleep can raise hunger signals and lower satiety signals, making cravings louder the next day. Stress can also reshape appetite, sometimes increasing it and sometimes shutting it down, depending on the person and the context. Over time, the body learns your routines, expecting food at familiar hours. Understanding appetite as a tide helps explain why it can feel powerful, predictable, and sometimes surprisingly out of sync with intention. Your thirst system and trigger before you are truly dehydrated. Thirst is a protective early warning, not a last-minute emergency siren. Sensors in your brain and blood vessels monitor salt concentration and blood volume, and they can call for water before the body becomes dangerously dry. Even the feel of drinking can begin to quiet thirst quickly, because the brain uses signals from the mouth and throat as a rapid estimate, then fine-tunes the decision day. Once water is absorbed, hormones help too. When blood volume drops, the kidneys release signals that increase a hormone cascade, leading to aldosterone and other changes that conserve water and salt. That is why after heavy sweating, plain water alone may not feel fully satisfying until minerals are replaced. Thirst also shifts with age, and many older adults feel it less strongly, which can raise dehydration risk. Your body is constantly balancing fluid like a careful engineer because water affects blood pressure, temperature control, and the flow of nutrients. Feeling thirsty is your inner dashboard light, glowing early so you can respond calmly. Your body temperature is tightly regulated, yet it subtly shifts all day. Your temperature is not a single fixed number, it is a rhythm. Deep in the brain, the hypothalamus coordinates a set point that changes with time of day, activity, hormones, and sleep. In many people, temperature dips in the late night hours, helping the body settle into deeper sleep, then rises toward morning as alertness returns. Exercise can raise heat quickly, and the body answers with sweating and increased blood flow to the skin. In cold air, it narrows surface vessels and may trigger shivering to generate warmth. Even digestion produces heat, and after a meal, your body becomes slightly more thermally busy. Fever is a special case, where the set point is temporarily raised to support immune defense, often making you feel chilled at first as the body tries to reach that higher target. The impressive part is how often this regulation happens without thought. Your temperature is being adjusted every minute, like a home thermostat with a mind of its own. Your sweat cools you by evaporation, a clever physics trick. Sweat is your personal air conditioner, powered by the physics of phase change. When sweat evaporates, it steals heat from your skin, lowering body temperature without needing to cool the whole body at once. The drier the air, the easier this works, which is why humid days can feel oppressive even at lower temperatures. Sweat glands respond to heat, exercise, and stress, and the chemical mix can change depending on acclimatization. With repeated heat exposure, the body often learns to sweat earlier and more efficiently, helping protect the heart and brain. Sweat itself is mostly water with salts and small molecules, which is why heavy sweating can lead to salt loss and cramps if replacement is too slow. There is also a social twist. Sweat is nearly odorless until skin bacteria break down some components into smelly compounds, turning cooling into scent. Still, in terms of survival, sweating is brilliant. It lets humans shed heat while moving, hunting, and working in warm climates, long after many animals must stop and pant. Your skin color can change quickly as blood vessels widen or narrow. A blush, a pale face, and a flushed forehead are all examples of blood flow choreography. Tiny muscles in the walls of surface blood vessels respond to signals from the nervous system and local chemistry, widening to release heat or narrowing to conserve it. When you are embarrassed, stress signals can open vessels in the face and neck, sending warm blood toward the surface. In cold air, vessels constrict, and the skin can look lighter as less blood reaches the top layers. During exercise, the body sends more blood to the skin to help cooling, which is why you may turn pink as your temperature rises. This constant adjustment is part of thermoregulation, but it also reflects emotion and circulation health. Some people experience Raynaud's phenomenon, where fingers temporarily lose color from intense constriction, then redden as blood rushes back. So your skin is not only a covering, it is a living display of flow, temperature, and feeling, changing in real time. Your immune system remembers past infections with long-lasting cellular training. After your body meets a germ, it keeps a quiet scrapbook of the encounter. Special immune cells learn the invader's signature and save it for later. Some become memory B cells, ready to make targeted antibodies quickly. Others become memory T cells, prepared to coordinate attacks or destroy infected cells. This is why a second encounter can feel smaller or never felt at all. Vaccines use the same principle, teaching without the full danger of disease. Memory is not stored in one place. It is spread through blood, lymph, and tissues. Some memory cells patrol, while others take up residence in organs like the lungs. Over time, these cells can persist for years, even decades. Yet memory is also selective, and it fades for some infections faster than others. Your immune system is not only a shield, it is a learning machine, improving with experience. Your white blood cells can squeeze through vessel walls to reach trouble. When tissue sends out distress signals, immune cells in the bloodstream begin to slow down. They roll along vessel walls, as if searching for the exact exit. Then they latch on firmly, using molecular grips like tiny climbing hands. Next comes the remarkable part. They flatten and slip between vessel lining cells. This process is called diapedesis, and it is like threading a moving needle. The vessel does not need to tear open. It briefly rearranges junctions and lets cells pass. Once outside, the immune cells follow chemical scent trails toward infection or injury. Neutrophils often arrive first, fast and aggressive, while other cells follow with different jobs. This exit system helps explain swelling, because fluid and cells move into tissues together. It also shows why circulation is more than transport. It is a rapid response highway with hidden off-ramps. In minutes, help can appear exactly where it is needed. Your body can create millions of antibody designs through genetic shuffling. Your immune system does not wait to invent antibodies after an infection begins. Instead, it builds an enormous library in advance through a clever genetic mix and match process. In developing B cells, gene segments are cut and rejoined in new combinations, like assembling phrases from word fragments. Extra variation is added at the joining points, increasing diversity even more. The result is a vast range of possible antibody shapes, each able to bind a different target. When a germ arrives, only the best-fitting B cells are selected to multiply. Then, in specialized lymph node zones, those cells can refine their antibodies through rapid mutation and selection, improving the fit over time. This is why your response can become more precise days into an illness. It is also why the immune system can recognize unfamiliar threats, including new strains that differ slightly. Your body is running a molecular design studio, constantly generating options. Your lymph system drains fluid and returns it to the bloodstream. Blood vessels leak a little fluid into tissues on purpose, delivering nutrients and making space for exchange. But that fluid must be collected, or swelling would build everywhere. The lymph system is the return route, a network of tiny vessels that sip up excess fluid and carry it back. Along the way, lymph passes through lymph nodes, which act like security stations. Immune cells inside sample what is moving through, looking for signs of infection or damage. When nodes swell during illness, it is often because those cells are multiplying and working hard. Lymph vessels have valves, helping flow move one direction, and movement helps push it along. Walking, breathing, and muscle contractions gently massage lymph forward. This system also absorbs fats from the intestine, sending them into circulation by a different route than blood. Without lymph, fluid balance would fail, immunity would be slower, and digestion would lose an important pathway. It is a quiet river beneath your skin, always flowing. Your spleen filters blood and recycles worn-out red cells. Your spleen is like a careful quality inspector for your bloodstream. Blood flows through its spongy chambers, where cells must squeeze through narrow passages. Healthy red blood cells bend and slip through, but older or damaged ones get trapped. Specialized immune cells then break them down, salvaging valuable components for reuse. Iron is recovered and sent back into circulation for new hemoglobin. The spleen also stores a reserve of blood cells and platelets, ready for sudden need. During some infections, it becomes more active, and it can enlarge as it works. It also helps fight certain bacteria by producing antibodies and filtering microbes from blood directly. People can live without a spleen, but they often need extra protection against particular infections because a key filter is missing. This organ does not get much attention, yet it quietly keeps your blood fresh, your resources recycled, and your defenses alert. Your tonsils are immune tissue stationed at a busy gateway. At the back of your throat, tonsils sit where air and food first pass inward. They are made of immune tissue with deep folds that increase contact with what you inhale and swallow. This makes them excellent early warning posts, sampling particles, and teaching immune cells what is common and what is dangerous. In childhood, they can be especially active because the immune system is building its experience. When tonsils become infected, they swell and hurt, a sign that local immune cells are battling invaders. They can also trap debris in their crevices, sometimes forming small stones that cause bad breath. Removing tonsils can help people with repeated severe infections or breathing problems, though it slightly changes the throat's immune landscape. Even when quiet, tonsils are not useless lumps. They are part of a ring of protective tissue, helping decide which microbes are harmless neighbors and which ones need a response. Your inflammation response is protective, but it must be carefully controlled. Inflammation is the body's way of bringing help, fast. When tissue is injured or infected, blood vessels widen and become leakier. This lets immune cells and proteins enter the area, delivering repair tools and defense. Heat, redness, swelling, and pain are signals that the response is underway. Pain can be useful because it encourages rest and protection of the injured part. But inflammation is powerful, and if it stays on too long, it can damage healthy tissue. That is why the body also sends calming signals that resolve the response once the threat is handled. Some diseases involve inflammation that is misdirected, prolonged, or excessive, turning protection into harm. Lifestyle factors can influence this balance, including sleep, stress, diet, and chronic infection. The immune system is like a fire brigade, and inflammation is the water cannon. It can save a building, but only if aimed well and turned off at the right time. Your fever can slow some microbes while boosting immune reactions. A fever is not simply overheating, it is a deliberate change in the body's thermostat. During infection, immune signals tell the brain to raise the temperature set point. You may feel cold at first because your body works to reach that higher target by shivering and conserving heat. Many microbes grow best at normal body temperatures, so even a small rise can stress them. Meanwhile, certain immune processes become more effective, like faster movement of immune cells and improved signaling. Fever also encourages rest, which shifts energy toward defense and repair. Still, fever is not always helpful, and high fevers can be dangerous, especially in young children or vulnerable adults. That is why doctors balance comfort, safety, and the body's natural strategy. Medicines can lower fever by adjusting the set point back down, which is why you often sweat as the fever breaks. In a strange way, fever is the body choosing to run hotter for a while, using heat as a tool in its fight. Your body hosts viruses that live quietly inside your microbiome. When people hear virus, they often imagine illness, but many viruses live with us peacefully. Some infect bacteria rather than human cells, and these are called bacteriophages. They can shape which bacterial species thrive in the gut, skin, and mouth, acting like unseen gardeners. Other viruses can persist in the body in a dormant or low-level state, kept in check by immunity. Scientists sometimes call this collection the human virome, and it may influence digestion, inflammation, and disease risk in ways we are only beginning to map. The story is complex, because viruses can sometimes protect us by controlling harmful bacteria, yet they can also contribute to imbalance if conditions shift. Changes in diet, antibiotics, travel, and stress may reshape this viral community indirectly. This reminds us that you is not a single organism, but an ecosystem. Even the smallest passengers can affect the whole journey, quietly and continuously. Your gut and brain communicate through nerves, hormones, and immune signals. Your gut is not just a digestion tube, it is a communication hub. A major nerve called the vagus carries messages between the intestines and the brainstem. Hormones released after meals can influence mood, alertness, and cravings, shaping how you feel long after you swallow. Immune cells in the gut also signal the brain, especially when the gut lining is irritated or inflamed. This is one reason stress can change digestion, and why digestive discomfort can affect emotions. The gut has its own nerve network, sometimes called the second brain, which coordinates movement and secretion locally. Meanwhile, microbes in the gut produce molecules that can influence nerve activity and immune balance. Researchers are exploring links between gut health and anxiety, depression, and neurodegenerative diseases, though many details are still being tested. What is already clear is that the brain listens to the gut, and the gut listens back. Your feelings and your digestion are not separate worlds. They are partners in constant conversation. Your brain builds reality by predicting what you will sense next. Instead of waiting passively for the world to arrive, your nervous system is constantly guessing. It uses past experience to predict what should happen next, then compares those predictions with incoming signals from eyes, ears, and skin. When the match is close, perception feels smooth and effortless. When the match is off, the surprise gets your attention, and the brain updates its model. This is why you can read messy handwriting, recognize a friend in a crowd, or understand speech in a noisy room. Your brain fills in missing pieces because it expects patterns. It also explains certain illusions, where the prediction wins over the raw data. Even the feeling of your body is partly predicted, which is why a phantom limb can hurt after an amputation. Perception is not a direct feed. It is a living negotiation between expectation and evidence, renewed every heartbeat as you move through the world. Your nerves send signals with electricity, powered by moving ions. Your thoughts and sensations ride on tiny charged particles. Neurons keep different ions, like sodium and potassium, on opposite sides of their membranes, creating stored electrical tension. When a neuron fires, channels open in a precise sequence, and ions rush across, flipping the voltage like a falling row of dominoes. That wave is an action potential, and it can travel down a nerve fiber at impressive speed. At the end, the signal does not jump as a spark. It triggers chemical messengers that cross a microscopic gap to the next cell. Then the next cell decides whether to pass the message onward. All this runs on energy, because pumps must reset the ion balance after each impulse. Your body spends fuel to keep nerves ready, moment after moment. Every touch, every word you understand, every decision to move a finger is built from these quiet ionic migrations, turning chemistry into electricity, electricity into meaning. Your reflexes can move a muscle before you feel the touch. A reflex is your body choosing speed over deliberation. When you step on something sharp, sensory nerves send an urgent signal into the spinal cord. There, the message can be routed through a simple circuit that immediately activates motor neurons, pulling the limb away. Only after that movement begins does the brain receive enough information to form the full feeling of pain and the story of what happened. This design keeps you safer because waiting to consciously decide would be slow. Reflexes can also protect posture. If you stumble, stretch receptors in muscles detect the sudden change and tighten the right groups to keep you upright. Doctors tap a knee with a small hammer for a reason. That quick kick reveals whether nerves and spinal circuits are working as expected. A reflex is not a lesser form of intelligence. It is an automatic safety program, running beneath awareness, guarding you faster than thought. Your spinal cord handles rapid decisions, like pulling away from heat. Think of the spinal cord as more than a cable. It is a busy control center that can process incoming signals and send outgoing commands without consulting the brain first. Inside are networks that coordinate reflexes, balance responses, and rhythmic patterns like walking. In animals, spinal circuits can generate stepping motions even with reduced brain input, showing how much pattern-making lives in the cord itself. When you touch a hot pan, the spinal cord can organize a whole sequence, withdraw the hand, shift the body, and tighten supporting muscles to keep you stable. Meanwhile, it sends updates upward so the brain can learn, remember, and choose what to do next. This division of labor saves time and protects you. It also helps explain rehabilitation after injury, where therapy can train remaining pathways and circuits to take on new roles. The spinal cord is a fast, local manager, making urgent choices so the brain can focus on bigger plans. Your brain rewires after injury more than people once believed. For a long time, scientists thought adult brain tissue was mostly fixed. Now we know it can reorganize in surprising ways after damage. If a stroke injures one region, nearby circuits may strengthen, and distant regions can sometimes take on new tasks, especially with therapy. The brain can learn to use alternative routes, like traffic finding new streets after a bridge closes. This is why targeted rehabilitation, repeated practice, and time matter so much. The famous cases include people relearning speech, recovering movement, or adapting to vision loss by sharpening other senses. Even when a function does not fully return, the brain can build workarounds, turning deliberate effort into smoother habits. This rewiring is not magic, and it has limits. But it is real, and it is driven by use. What you practice, the brain prioritizes. Recovery is partly biology and partly training, a partnership between healing tissue and persistent repetition. Your memory changes each time you recall it, updating like a story. Remembering is not opening a vault. It is rebuilding. When you recall an event, the brain reactivates a pattern of activity across many regions, then stitches it into a coherent scene. In that moment, the memory becomes flexible again, and it can be strengthened, weakened, or altered before it is stored once more. This process is called reconsolidation, and it helps the brain keep memories relevant, connected to new knowledge and current goals. It is also why two people can remember the same day differently, and why confident recollection is not always accurate. Emotion plays a role too. A frightening detail may become brighter while neutral details fade. Even the act of telling a story can reshape it, because language and attention highlight certain parts. Memory is less like a recording and more like a living draft, revised gently over time. This is not a flaw. It is an adaptation, allowing the past to stay useful in the present. Your sleep strengthens learning by replaying patterns of neural activity. While you sleep, your brain is not simply resting. It is practicing. During certain stages, especially deep sleep and some phases of dream-rich sleep, the brain can reactivate patterns linked to recent learning. Researchers have observed replay in brain areas involved in navigation and skill building, as if the brain is rehearsing yesterday's experiences at night. This replay helps stabilize fragile new memories and integrate them with older knowledge. That is why a piece of music, a new dance step, or a study session can feel clearer after a good night's sleep. Sleep also helps decide what matters. Emotional experiences may be strengthened, while less important details are allowed to fade, making room for what is useful. When sleep is cut short, learning often becomes slower and more effortful. You can still learn, but the brain loses a powerful offline tool. In the quiet of night, it is organizing, refining, and storing, turning practice into skill without asking your permission. Your dreams can mix real memories into brand new scenes. Dreams are a kind of creative collage. The brain pulls fragments from memory, emotion, and recent experiences, then blends them into scenes that can feel vivid and strange. This mixing may help the brain explore possibilities, test fears safely, and connect ideas that were separate during the day. That is why a dream can place your childhood home next to your current job, or combine a friend's face with an unfamiliar voice. The brain areas that generate imagery and emotion can be highly active in dreams, while regions that enforce strict logic may be quieter, which allows, quote, impossible stories to feel normal. Dreams can also reflect what matters to you emotionally, echoing stress, excitement, or unresolved questions. Some people find problem-solving insights after dreaming, not because dreams are prophetic, but because they loosen the usual boundaries between thoughts. Even nightmares may be part of learning, rehearsing threat responses in a safe simulation. Whatever their purpose, dreams reveal a mind that never truly switches off, even in darkness. Your body clock is set by light, even on cloudy days. Inside your brain is a timekeeper that coordinates daily rhythms, and light is its strongest cue. Special cells in the retina send signals to the brain's master clock, letting it know when morning has arrived. This happens even if you do not feel the light as bright, because the system is sensitive to overall daylight levels and certain wavelengths. Morning light helps shift the clock earlier, while bright light late at night can push it later, which is why screens can make sleep feel delayed for some people. The clock then helps coordinate many body functions, including alertness, digestion timing, and temperature rhythms. When you travel across time zones, the clock does not instantly update, and that mismatch is jet lag. Over days, exposure to local light gradually resets it. Regular morning daylight, even through cloud cover, can act like a gentle anchor, telling the body when to wake and when to wind down. Your sense of time is partly a biological sense, guided by the sky. Your hormone rhythms help decide when you feel awake or sleepy. Your day is guided by chemical tides. Cortisol, often linked with alertness, typically rises toward morning, helping you wake and mobilize energy. Melatonin, a hormone tied to darkness, usually rises in the evening, encouraging sleepiness and signaling that night has arrived. These rhythms interact with your body clock and with your habits, like meal timing and exercise. They also shift with seasons, age, stress, and shift work. When rhythms are disrupted, you may feel wired at bedtime or sluggish in the morning, even if you try to force a schedule. Hormones influence more than sleep. They affect hunger, body temperature, and mood, creating a whole body pattern of day and night. This is why a consistent routine can feel so powerful. It teaches your hormonal system what to expect, and the body prepares in advance. Falling asleep is not only a decision. It is a coordinated transition guided by hormones, light, and the quiet signals of rest. Your eyes see only a tiny slice of light the universe emits. Beyond the colors you know, light stretches in both directions into realms your eyes cannot touch. On one side are longer waves, like infrared and radio, carrying warmth and distant broadcasts. On the other side are shorter waves, like ultraviolet and X-rays, packed with more energetic punches. Your eyes are tuned to a narrow band that happens to travel well through Earth's atmosphere and through water, a sweet spot for life on this planet. Many animals sample different slices. Bees notice ultraviolet patterns on flowers. Some snakes sense infrared heat. Even humans can detect parts of the invisible world with tools, translating radio waves into sound or X-rays into images. So the scene you see is not the full universe. It is a carefully selected channel, shaped by evolution and physics, giving you enough to navigate, recognize faces, and find food, while leaving vast hidden spectra just beyond your perception. Your color vision relies on 3 cone types, blended by the brain. Color begins with 3 kinds of cone cells, each more sensitive to a different range of wavelengths. None of them reports red or blue on its own. Instead, each cone reports its level of activity, and your brain compares the pattern across all 3. From those comparisons, it creates the experience of thousands of shades, including subtle differences between teal and turquoise, or cream and ivory. Lighting changes the puzzle. A white shirt can look bluish in shade and yellowish indoors, yet your brain often corrects for context, keeping colors stable enough to trust. This blending can also fool you. Some famous visual illusions shift color simply by changing surrounding tones, proving that color is partly interpretation. People vary too. Some have color blindness when one kern type is missing or altered. A few may have an extra comb type, potentially seeing richer distinctions. Color is a story your brain tells from 3 inputs, and it tells it beautifully. Your ears separate voices in noise by using timing differences between sides. In a crowded room, your ears are doing quiet geometry. A sound reaches one ear a tiny fraction of a second before the other, and it often arrives slightly louder on the nearer side. Your brain measures those differences with astonishing precision, using them to locate where a voice is coming from. That location information becomes a filter. It helps you focus on the person in front of you and dampen the clatter behind, a skill sometimes called the cocktail party effect. The outer ear also shapes sound depending on direction, adding subtle spectral clues that help you judge whether something is above, below, or behind. When hearing in one ear is reduced, this spatial sorting becomes harder and noisy spaces can feel exhausting. With 2 healthy ears, your brain can build an acoustic map, tracking multiple talkers at once, letting one sentence rise to the top like a melody you choose to follow. Your sense of touch includes pressure, vibration, temperature, and pain. Touch is not one sense, it is a chorus. Some receptors respond to steady pressure, helping you feel a handshake or the weight of a blanket. Others respond to flutter and vibration, letting you detect a phone buzz or the texture of corduroy. Separate sensors notice warming and cooling, giving you the comfort of a hot mug or the warning of icy air. Then there are pain receptors, which react to extreme heat, sharp edges, and chemical irritation, sounding an alarm when tissue is at risk. These signals travel along different nerve fibers at different speeds, which is why a pinprick can feel immediate, followed by a slower, dull ache. Your brain blends all of this into a single experience of contact, adjusting it based on attention and expectation. That is why a gentle touch can soothe, and why the same stimulus can feel startling when unexpected. Your skin is a sensory instrument, playing multiple notes at once, every second you are awake. Your pain system can be turned up or down by attention. Pain is real, but it is not a simple volume knob set by injury alone. Your brain decides how much of the signal reaches consciousness, using context like danger, safety, and focus. In a crisis, someone can be wounded and barely notice until later, because survival demands action first. In calmer moments, the same body signal can feel louder because the brain has space to listen. The spinal cord also plays a role, filtering messages before they reach the brain and sending some back down pathways that dampen pain. This is one reason slow breathing, relaxation, or distraction can help, because they shift the nervous system away from high alert. Placebo effects show the same principle in a different form. Belief and expectation can recruit real chemistry, including natural opioids, changing how pain is processed. Chronic pain can happen when the system stays sensitized, amplifying normal signals into persistent alarm. Understanding pain as a protective interpretation, not only a damage report, opens doors to treatment, patience, and hope. Your brain can ignore your nose's constant smell to highlight new odors. When you first walk into a bakery, the smell can feel huge, warm, and almost visible. Then, minutes later, it fades, even though the air has not changed. This is sensory adaptation, and it helps you notice what is new rather than what is constant. Your smell receptors reduce their response to steady stimulation, and your brain also subtracts familiar background signals, that makes sudden changes stand out, like smoke, gas, or spoiled food, which can matter for safety. It is why you may not notice your own home's scent, while a visitor does immediately. Adaptation also keeps you from being overwhelmed by your own body odors, letting attention stay on the world outside. Yet the system resets quickly. Step outside for a moment, return, and the smell returns too. This selective fading shows that perception is not only detection, it is prioritization. Your brain is quietly curating the air you experience, turning down the constant hum so a new note can be heard. Your tongue senses texture with touch nerves, not taste buds alone. The pleasure of food is often about feel. Crunch, creaminess, fizz, and heat are detected by touch and temperature nerves in the mouth, not by taste receptors. That is why a cold can make food seem dull. When smell fades, texture becomes the main entertainment. The tongue has dense touch sensors, making it exquisitely sensitive to tiny changes in surface and thickness. It can detect grit in a sauce, the snap of a fresh apple, or the smoothness of melted chocolate. These signals combine with saliva flow and jaw movement, creating a full mouthfeel that can make the same flavor seem entirely different. Spicy foods add another layer because capsaicin activates heat and pain pathways, producing a burn that is not a taste at all. Carbonation tingles through chemical and mechanical stimulation, turning a drink into a lively sensation. Food scientists and chefs play with this constantly, knowing that delight lives in sound and feel as much as in sweetness or salt. Your tongue is a tactile explorer, surveying each bite like a landscape. Your body senses limb position without sight, using proprioception. Close your eyes and touch your nose, and you can do it with surprising accuracy. That ability comes from proprioception, the sense of where your body parts are in space. Sensors in muscles and tendons report stretch and tension, while receptors in joints add information about angles and movement. Your brain integrates these signals into a living map, updated moment by moment. It is how you climb stairs in the dark, type without watching your fingers, and walk without staring at your feet. Proprioception can be trained. Dancers, gymnasts, and musicians refine it until movements become precise and graceful. It can also be disrupted. Alcohol, fatigue, certain nerve disorders, or inner ear problems can blur the body map, making balance harder and motion clumsier. Some people regain it after injury through targeted rehabilitation, retraining the brain's interpretation of incoming signals. This sense is so constant you rarely notice it, yet it is the hidden guide behind every smooth gesture, every reach, every step. Your inner ear helps stabilize vision by moving eyes opposite your head. When you turn your head, the world does not smear into a blur, and that is thanks to a fast reflex linking inner ear sensors to the eye muscles. The semicircular canals detect rotation, and almost instantly they trigger the vestibulo-ocular reflex, moving your eyes in the opposite direction. It happens so quickly that you can keep reading a sign while walking, or watch a friend's face while nodding. You can feel it by gently shaking your head while focusing on a word. With normal function, the word stays clear. When the system is weakened by illness or injury, motion can make the world bounce, and nausea can follow because vision and balance signals disagree. The brain can adapt over time, but it takes practice and exposure. This reflex is a quiet partnership between ear and eye, turning motion into stability. It lets you be a moving animal in a moving world without losing the sharpness of what you are looking at. Your brain fills in the blind spot where the optic nerve exits. Each eye has a small region with no photoreceptors, where the optic nerve leaves the retina. That is the blind spot, a real gap in the raw image. Yet you almost never notice it, because your brain smoothly fills it in using surrounding patterns and information from the other eye. It is a little act of visual storytelling, done continuously and confidently. You can find the blind spot with a simple test, but in everyday life it disappears behind the brain's best guess. This filling in reveals something important. Seeing is not just sensing, it is constructing. The brain prefers a stable world, and it is willing to invent missing details to achieve it. Usually that invention is accurate enough to trust. Sometimes it can mislead, like when camouflage blends into its background, or when a small object is missed in a busy scene. Still, the result is remarkable. Even with a built-in hole, your vision feels seamless, like a panorama with no gaps, because your brain is always completing the picture. Your blood type is a surface signature on red cells, not a personality. Those letters are really a label made of tiny sugars and proteins on the outside of your red blood cells. Your immune system reads that label like an ID badge. If unfamiliar blood enters, antibodies can grab it, clump cells together, and cause serious trouble. That is why transfusions must be carefully matched. The ABO system is only part of the story, because the Rh factor also matters, especially in pregnancy. Blood types vary across populations, shaped by history, migration, and even pressures from infectious disease. Some research links certain types with slightly different risks for specific conditions, but it never turns into destiny, and it certainly does not predict temperament. What it truly represents is compatibility, a practical code used in hospitals every day. It is a reminder that the immune system is always asking, is this me or not me, even when you feel perfectly well. Your red blood cells lack a nucleus, leaving more room for hemoglobin. As red blood cells mature, they perform a dramatic act of specialization. They eject their nucleus and many internal structures, sacrificing the ability to divide or repair themselves. In return, they gain space for hemoglobin, the protein that binds oxygen and makes blood such an efficient delivery system. Their final shape is a flexible biconcave disc, thin in the middle, which increases surface area for gas exchange and helps them bend through capillaries narrower than pre. The cell itself. Because they have no nucleus, they cannot make new proteins to fix wear and tear, so their lifespan is limited. Over time, their membranes stiffen and their enzymes tire, and the body replaces them. This design is bold. It is a cell built for one job, carried out with relentless repetition, millions of times, without rest. Every breath you take relies on these nucleus-free couriers, packed with hemoglobin like tiny oxygen cargo ships. Your body recycles iron from old blood cells with impressive efficiency. Iron is precious, and your body treats it like a resource that must not be wasted. When red blood cells age and get removed, their hemoglobin is dismantled, and the iron is carefully pulled out and stored. A protein called transferrin then carries iron through the blood to places that need it, especially bone marrow, where new hemoglobin is being built. Another protein, ferritin, holds iron safely inside cells, preventing it from causing harmful chemical reactions. The liver helps regulate these flows, and the hormone hepcidin acts like a gatekeeper, controlling how much iron is absorbed from food and released from stores. This recycling is why many people can lose only small amounts of blood before becoming iron deficient, and why chronic bleeding can quietly drain reserves. Still, on ordinary days, your iron economy is remarkably circular, turning yesterday's blood into tomorrow's oxygen-carrying power. Your arteries expand with each heartbeat, smoothing blood flow like shock absorbers. With every heartbeat, blood is pushed out in a pulse, not a steady stream. Large arteries respond by stretching outward, storing some of that energy in their elastic walls. Between beats, they recoil, releasing the stored energy and helping keep blood moving smoothly. This effect, called the Windkessel function, protects delicate capillaries from sudden pressure swings and keeps organs supplied even when the heart briefly relaxes. The artery lining also releases signals that adjust tone, widening when tissues need more flow and narrowing when pressure must be maintained. Over years, arteries can stiffen from aging, high blood pressure or plaque, reducing their ability to cushion pulses. That stiffness can make the heart work harder and can change how pressure waves travel through the body. So arteries are not rigid pipes. They are living, responsive tubes that pulse with you, converting each heartbeat into a steadier river, beat after beat, hour after hour. Your veins use one-way valves to help blood climb against gravity. Veins carry blood back to the heart, often from below it, which means they must work against gravity. Many veins, especially in the legs, contain one-way valves that open when blood moves upward and close if it tries to slip back down. Your muscles provide the pump. Each step squeezes veins, pushing blood forward through the valves, like pushing toothpaste through a tube with checked doors. Deep breathing helps too, because pressure changes in the chest draw venous blood upward. When valves weaken or veins stretch, blood can pool, leading to swelling or varicose veins. Long flights and long periods of stillness can slow venous return, which is why movement matters for circulation. This system is elegant because it borrows force from actions you already do, walking and breathing, turning ordinary motion into a return trip for blood. Your veins are the homebound lanes of circulation, and their valves are the quiet engineers that keep the climb possible. Your body can redirect blood quickly, prioritizing brain and heart. When danger appears, your circulation can change its route in seconds. The sympathetic nervous system signals certain vessels to constrict, especially in the skin and digestive tract, while vessels supplying the brain and heart are protected. Blood pressure rises, the heart beats more forcefully, and oxygen-rich blood is sent where it matters most for survival. This is why fear can make your hands cold, your mouth dry, and your stomach uneasy, because blood is being diverted away from digestion and toward action. During heavy exercise, blood flow is also redistributed, with working muscles receiving a larger share, while less urgent regions temporarily receive less. The body manages this with finely tuned control of vessel diameter, using nerves and local chemical signals from tissues. It is a moving budget of oxygen and nutrients, constantly rebalanced. Most of the time you never feel it, yet it is one reason you can sprint, lift, or react quickly without your most vital organs ever being undersupplied. Your lungs match airflow and blood flow to maximize oxygen pickup. For oxygen to move into blood efficiently, the lungs must align ventilation, where air goes, with perfusion, where blood goes. When a region of lung receives plenty of air, nearby vessels widen to send more blood there. When a region is poorly ventilated, vessels narrow, redirecting blood toward better aired areas. This local adjustment helps prevent wasted effort because oxygen cannot enter blood that passes through airless spaces. Gravity also shapes the pattern, with different areas of the lung receiving different amounts of blood, depending on body position. The lungs adapt as you change posture, exercise, or climb to higher altitude. This matching is one reason you can increase oxygen uptake when you start moving, without needing conscious control. It is also why certain lung diseases cause shortness of breath, because matching breaks down and blood may pass through regions that cannot oxygenate it well. Your lungs are not only bellows. They are a smart exchanger, constantly balancing air and blood like a careful dance partner. Your cells constantly repair DNA damage caused by ordinary metabolism. Even in a calm day, your cells face a steady drizzle of DNA damage. Normal metabolism produces reactive molecules that can nick DNA bases, and sunlight, chemicals, and radiation add more challenges. Yet, most of the time you stay healthy because cells carry repair crews that patrol and fix errors. Some enzymes cut out damaged bases and replace them. Others correct mismatches that slip in during DNA copying. There are systems for single-strand breaks and for more dangerous double-strand breaks, each with different tools and safeguards. Cells also pause their division cycle when damage is detected, buying time for repairs before copying proceeds. When damage is too severe, cells may trigger self-destruction, protecting the body from unstable mutations. Cancer can arise when these protections fail, which is why DNA repair is one of the deepest layers of health maintenance you never feel. Your body is quietly proofreading life, every moment, keeping the instruction book readable while you live, breathe, and sleep. Your chromosomes end with telomeres, protective caps that change with age. At the ends of chromosomes are telomeres, repeating DNA sequences that act like protective tips, similar to the plastic on shoelaces. Each time a cell divides, telomeres tend to shorten a little, partly because copying the very end of DNA is tricky. When telomeres become too short, cells may stop dividing, entering a state called senescence, which can protect against uncontrolled growth, but can also, quote, contribute to aging tissues. Some cells, like certain stem cells and many cancer cells, use an enzyme called telomerase to rebuild telomeres, extending their ability to divide. Lifestyle factors such as chronic stress, poor sleep, and inflammation have been associated with faster telomere shortening, though cause and effect can be complex. Telomeres are not a simple clock, but they are a biological record of cellular wear. They remind us that aging is not one process. It is many small processes, including how often cells must renew and how well they are protected during that renewal. Your cells talk using chemical signals that act like tiny text messages. Every moment, your body is buzzing with conversations you cannot hear. One cell releases a molecule, another cell catches it with a matching receptor, and suddenly a whole set of actions begins. Some messages travel only a hair's breadth to nearby neighbors, coordinating repair after a scrape or tightening a vessel to control heat loss. Others ride the bloodstream like postal mail, reaching distant organs and changing appetite, mood, or growth. These signals can be fast, like adrenaline preparing you to react, or slow, like hormones guiding puberty and aging. Cells also whisper with immune signals, flagging danger, calling reinforcements, or declaring peace when the threat is gone. Even a single cell can send different messages depending on context, as if changing tone mid-sentence. What feels like one body is really a council of trillions, negotiating constantly so you can stay steady, flexible, and alive. Your body makes new proteins every moment, folding them into working shapes. Proteins are your body's tools, and they are being built right now. Ribosomes read genetic instructions like a recipe, linking amino acids into long chains. But a chain is not a tool yet. It must fold into a precise shape, with loops, spirals, and pockets that let it grip other molecules or catalyze reactions. Cells even hire helpers called chaperones, which guide folding and prevent tangles, especially during stress. A protein might become a muscle filament, a hormone receptor, a clotting factor, or an enzyme that breaks down a toxin. Many proteins are short-lived, replaced constantly so the cell can adapt to changing needs. Misfolding matters because a wrongly shaped protein can fail quietly or clump dangerously, which is why quality control systems patrol and recycle bare mistakes. You are not built once and then maintained. You are rebuilt in pieces, continuously, with origami-like precision, turning raw ingredients into living function. Your muscles grow by adding proteins, not by multiplying whole new fibers. When you get stronger, your muscles do not usually create brand new fibers like a plant sprouting extra stems. Instead, existing fibers thicken. Resistance exercise creates tiny disruptions that signal the muscle to adapt, and during recovery, it adds contractile proteins, increasing the machinery that tugs, produces force. This process needs raw materials, especially amino acids, and it needs time because growth happens most during rest, not during the workout itself. Nerves also improve their coordination, so strength can rise even before visible changes appear. Over weeks, fibers can add more glycogen and water, making them look fuller, while deeper structural changes build lasting power. Hormones, sleep, and progressive overload all influence the speed and quality of the adaptation. If training is too intense without recovery, the body may stay inflamed and progress can stall. Muscle growth is less like building a new engine and more like upgrading the parts inside an engine you already own, one careful layer at a time. Your brown fat can burn fuel to create warmth, especially in infants. Not all body fat is designed to store energy for later. Brown fat is built to spend it right away. It contains many mitochondria, giving it a darker color, and it uses a special mechanism that turns fuel into heat instead of the usual energy currency. This is especially important for babies, who lose heat quickly and cannot shiver effectively at first. Brown fat warms them quietly, like a hidden heating pad around the shoulders and upper back. Adults can retain some brown fat too, and cold exposure can make it more active, which has made scientists curious about its potential role in metabolism. The idea is simple but powerful, an organ like tissue that can burn calories for warmth without movement. It also shows that temperature and energy balance are deeply linked. Your body does not only decide how much to store, it also decides when to waste energy on purpose, because warmth can be worth the cost. Your body's water is carefully balanced. Even small shifts matter. Water is the medium of life, and your body guards it with surprising strictness. Too little water and blood volume drops, temperature control worsens, and cells struggle to keep their chemistry stable. Too much water can dilute salts, affecting nerve and muscle signaling, and in severe cases, it can become dangerous. The body manages this balance with thirst, kidney adjustments, and hormones that fine-tune how much water is saved or released. Water is not only in your blood. It fills cells, surrounds tissues, and lubricates joints. It helps carry nutrients, remove wastes, and maintain blood pressure. Even your brain's function depends on the right concentration of salts in that water. That is why dehydration can feel like headache, dizziness, or mental fog, and why overhydration without electrolytes can cause confusion and cramps. Many systems, from sweat glands to the heart, are constantly adjusting to keep water and salts in a stable zone. You are, in a real sense, a moving ocean with a tightly controlled shoreline. Your kidneys decide what to keep by reabsorbing useful molecules. When the kidneys filter blood, the first fluid produced is not a final waste product. It contains valuable things: water, glucose, amino acids, and salts, all mixed together like a rough draft. Along the nephron's winding tubes, the body selectively reabsorbs what it wants to keep, moving it back into the bloodstream. Transport proteins act like doormen, pulling specific molecules across cell membranes and leaving others behind. This is how the body keeps nutrients from being lost in urine and maintains stable levels of sodium, potassium, and bicarbonate. the system is adaptive. After a salty meal, it can excrete more sodium. During dehydration, it can conserve water. In diabetes, when blood glucose is high, the reabsorption system can become overwhelmed, and glucose spills into urine, dragging water with it. Many medications work by changing reabsorption, adjusting blood pressure or blood sugar through kidney chemistry. Your kidneys are not passive filters. They are decision makers, constantly sorting what should return and what should leave. Your urine concentration changes based on hormones that sense hydration. Your urine is a report card on the body's water management. When you are well hydrated, urine tends to be lighter and more plentiful because the kidneys can afford to let water go. When water is scarce, the body releases a hormone called antidiuretic hormone, or ADD, which tells the kidneys to reclaim more water from the forming urine. The result is darker, more concentrated urine in smaller amounts. This change can happen quickly, especially after sweating, vomiting, or spending time in heat. The kidneys respond by adjusting channels that move water back into the blood, and they also manage salts so the body's chemistry stays balanced. Alcohol disrupts this by suppressing ADH, which is why it can increase urination and leave you dehydrated. Some medical conditions also affect ADH or kidney responsiveness, leading to abnormal thirst or urine output. Most days, though, this system works quietly, tuning output to match intake with elegant precision. Your body is always reading your hydration status, then rewriting the recipe for what it lets go. Your body produces vitamin D using sunlight and cholesterol in skin. Vitamin D is unusual because your body can make it rather than relying entirely on food. When certain wavelengths of sunlight reach the skin, they trigger a chemical change in a cholesterol-derived molecule, creating a precursor that is then processed by the liver and kidneys into an active form. That active form helps regulate calcium and phosphorus, supporting bone strength and many other cellular functions. Sun exposure, skin pigmentation, latitude, season, clothing, and sunscreen can all influence how much is produced. Too little sunlight can contribute to deficiency, while too much sunlight raises skin cancer risk, so the balance is personal and often best guided by medical advice and blood testing. Diet and supplements can help when sunlight is limited. Vitamin D also interacts with the immune system in complex ways, and researchers continue to explore those links. What feels like a simple sunbeam can become a hormone-like signal, created in the skin, refined by organs, then used throughout the body. It is chemistry that begins in daylight and ends in living tissue. Your bones store calcium, releasing it when blood levels dip. Calcium is essential for muscle contraction, nerve signaling, and many cell processes, so the body keeps blood calcium within a narrow range. Bones serve as the main reservoir, holding a large supply locked into mineral structure. When blood calcium begins to drop, parathyroid hormone signals bones to release small amounts and signals kidneys to conserve calcium while activating Qi, vitamin D pathways that increase absorption from the gut. When calcium is plentiful, the system shifts direction, encouraging storage again. This constant exchange is why bone health is tied to more than strength. It is part of whole body stability. Over time, if the body must withdraw too much calcium, bones can weaken, especially when diet is low in calcium or vitamin D, or when hormones change with age. Weight-bearing activity helps because it encourages bones to maintain density and structure. Your skeleton is not only support and protection. It is a living mineral bank, making deposits and withdrawals every day to keep your blood chemistry steady. Your fingerprint ridges improve grip by channeling moisture away from skin. Look closely at a fingertip, and you will see a landscape of ridges and valleys, shaped before you were even born. Those ridges do more than leave marks on glass. They can improve contact with surfaces by managing tiny films of moisture and oils that would otherwise make skin slip. The grooves act like miniature drainage paths, breaking up wet patches so friction stays reliable when you handle a mug, turn a page, or twist a jar lid. The ridges also concentrate pressure at their peaks, which can make it easier to detect fine textures as your finger glides over fabric or wood grain. And because each pattern is unique, fingerprints became one of humanity's most practical identity tools, from inked cards to modern sensors. Yet the deeper wonder is that this design sits at the intersection of touch, grip, and individuality, built into the skin you use every day without thinking. Your nails grow from hidden matrices, and they record health changes. A nail is not a dead plate that simply sits there. It is the visible outcome of a living growth zone tucked under the cuticle, called the nail matrix. Cells produced in that hidden factory harden into keratin and slide forward, creating the smooth surface you trim. Because nails grow slowly, they can preserve a timeline of what was happening in your body weeks earlier. Temporary illness, nutritional gaps, or severe stress can sometimes leave subtle ridges or lines, like faint rings in a tree. Color shifts can hint at injury, circulation changes, or infection. Even the half-moon shape near the base, the lunula, reflects how the nail is formed beneath the skin. Nail biting and picking matter too, because they disturb the matrix and the seal that protects it. A small crack can become a pathway for microbes. In a quiet way, your nails are both tools and records, combining protection for fingertips with a slow-moving diary of growth. Your hair follicles cycle through growth and rest, not all at once. Hair does not grow like grass, evenly and continuously across the scalp. Each follicle runs its own schedule, moving through a growth phase, a transition phase, and a resting phase before the hair sheds and the cycle begins again. This staggered timing is why you do not lose all your hair at once, and why a brush can collect a few strands without alarm. The follicle is a tiny organ, with its own stem cells, pigment cells, and immune interactions, building a fiber that can last years. Hormones can shift the cycle, which is why pregnancy, thyroid changes, or aging can alter thickness and shedding patterns. Stress can also push more follicles into rest, leading to noticeable shedding months later, long after the stressful event has passed. Even the texture of hair, curly or straight, is shaped by the follicle's geometry. Every strand is the result of a timed, living process, repeated thousands of times across your scalp. Your body's smell is shaped by skin bacteria, not sweat alone. Two people can eat the same meal, walk the same street, and still carry noticeably different personal scents. That individuality comes from chemistry on the skin's surface. Your glands release a mix of molecules, and your skin's microbial community transforms some of those molecules into new compounds that the nose can detect. Genetics influences this too, including how certain glands function and which scent molecules are produced more readily. Diet, stress, medications, and the fabrics you wear can all shift the chemical starting material, which means scent can change from week to week. Hygiene products add another layer. Because deodorants and soaps do not simply remove smell, they reshape the ecosystem that creates it. Even your immune system plays a subtle role, since different immune signatures can influence which microbes thrive on your skin. Your scent is not one simple thing. It is a living blend of biology and environment, a quiet signature that follows you through the world. Your embryos once had a tail, before development reshaped the spine. Early in development, the human body is built in a way that echoes deep evolutionary history. For a short time, the embryo forms a tail-like extension, with several more vertebrae than you will keep. As growth continues, this structure is gradually remodeled. Cells are reabsorbed, tissues reorganize, and the remaining bones become the coccyx, the tailbone you sit on. That small remnant still serves as an anchor point for muscles and ligaments of the pelvic floor, supporting posture and internal organs. In very rare cases, a baby can be born with a small tail-like protrusion, usually involving soft tissue rather than a true bony tail. It is an unusual window into how powerful and flexible development can be. The larger point is this: your body is shaped by a set of instructions that build, refine, and sometimes delete temporary structures as they become unnecessary. Before you ever took a breath, your form was already being edited into its final layout. Your body starts as a tiny disk of cells that folds into layers. At the beginning, the human body is not shaped like a person at all. It starts as a small, flat disk of cells. Then, through coordinated movements, that disk begins to fold, thicken, and organize into layered sheets. Those layers become the foundations of organs and tissues. One layer gives rise to the skin and nervous system. Another forms muscles, bones, and much of the circulatory system. Another becomes the lining of the gut and lungs and many associated organs. The choreography is precise. Cells migrate, stick, separate, and signal to each other, deciding where the head will be, where the spine will form, and how the body will establish left and right. Tiny errors in timing can have big consequences, which is why development includes many checkpoints and self-correcting behaviors. What feels like a seamless creation is actually a sequence of folds, turns, and commitments, like origami guided by chemistry. From a disc to a body, form emerges through motion. A placenta is a temporary organ that builds a life support system. For months, the placenta acts as a living interface between parent and developing baby. It anchors into the uterus and grows an intricate network of blood vessels that bring nutrients and oxygen close to the baby's circulation, without directly mixing the two blood supplies in the usual way. It also removes waste, like a combined lung, kidney, and digestive partner. Beyond transport, it is an endocrine powerhouse, releasing hormones that support pregnancy, adjust metabolism, and help prepare the body for birth and lactation. The placenta also plays a protective role, filtering some threats, though not all, and passing along antibodies that help provide early immune protection after birth. It is a remarkable example of biological engineering built on a deadline. After delivery, it is no longer needed, and the body releases it, completing its short, intense career. Few organs are so vital, so complex, and so temporary. For a while, it is a whole support world, grown for one purpose, then gently set aside. Your immune system learns tolerance, so it does not attack your own tissues. From the start of life, your immune system faces a dangerous challenge. It must respond fiercely to real threats, yet it must also recognize your own cells as home. That balance is built through training. As immune cells develop, many that react strongly to the body's own molecules are eliminated or reprogrammed. Others are guided into becoming regulatory cells, whose job is to calm unnecessary reactions and prevent friendly fire. This tolerance is not only about the body's own tissues. It also extends to harmless foods and many of the microbes that live with you, especially in the gut. When tolerance fails, autoimmune disease can emerge, with the immune system targeting joints, nerves, skin, or organs. Allergies reflect a different misfire, where harmless substances are treated as threats. The fact that this usually does not happen is the wonder. Your immune system is not just a weapon. It is also a diplomat, learning restraint, recognizing belonging, and maintaining peace within a body made of many changing parts. Your body can produce endorphins, natural chemicals that soften pain. Endorphins are part of the body's internal pharmacy. They are molecules that combine to opioid receptors and reduce the perception of pain, while also influencing mood and stress responses. They can be released during intense exercise, which is one reason some people describe a runner's high, a calm uplift after effort. They can also surge during laughter, connection, music, or moments of relief, helping the body recover from tension. In emergencies, this chemistry can allow you to keep moving even when injured, buying time to reach safety. Endorphins do not erase pain, like turning off a switch. They adjust the volume, changing how the brain interprets signals from the body. They also interact with other systems, including adrenaline and cortisol, shaping the overall experience of challenge and recovery. This ability shows that pain is not only a raw signal from tissue. It is also a state the brain can modulate, using built-in chemistry to protect function and preserve hope. Your life is a moving mosaic of cells, and yet you stay you. At any moment, you feel like one continuous person, but your body is a society of cells with different lifespans and replacement rates. Some cells are renewed often, while others can remain for years, holding long memories in their structure and connections. As old cells retire, new ones take their places, guided by DNA instructions and local signals that keep tissues organized. Even so, identity persists. Part of that continuity comes from your nervous system, which maintains patterns of connection and memory. Part comes from the steady rhythm of physiology, breath, heartbeat, and hormones, keeping your internal world stable enough for the mind to recognize itself. Your immune system also helps preserve the boundary of self, distinguishing your tissues from outsiders. The strange beauty is that you are both change and continuity. You are replaced in pieces, repaired in layers, and remodeled across years. Yet your sense of being remains. You are not a statue. You are a process that holds a shape. You have multiple layers of immunity working at once. Your immunity is not just one thing. It is a layered and cooperative system that works like a castle with overlapping defenses. On the outside, you have your skin and protective barriers that keep most invaders from ever entering your body in the first place. Just beneath that are fast-acting cells that respond to anything that looks dangerous without needing to think or wait. Deeper inside, there is a slower but far more specialized layer, the part of your immunity that learns from experience and remembers past threats, so it can react faster the next time they appear. These layers are not separate teams. They talk to each other constantly, sending signals, balancing strength, and adjusting their responses as conditions change. If a threat is stopped early, deeper defenses stay quiet. If something slips through, the full system awakens. This overlapping structure gives you resilience, protection, and the ability to adapt, all at the same time. Mucus is a protective barrier filled with defenders. Mucus may not seem special, but it is one of the most powerful and adaptable shields your body has. It coats everything from the inside of your nose and throat to the surface of your lungs and intestines, creating a constantly moving layer that catches viruses, bacteria, dust, and pollen long before they can reach your cells. Inside this silky shield are enzymes that break apart microbes, antibodies that cling to invaders and hold them still, and proteins that prevent germs from attaching to your tissues at all. Tiny hairs in your airways sweep mucus upward and outward, moving trapped particles to places where they can be swallowed and destroyed by stomach acid. In the gut, mucus separates trillions of bacteria from the cells that absorb nutrients, maintaining peace between two very different worlds. It is continually replenished and constantly alert, changing its thickness and chemistry, depending on what your body senses around it. You hardly ever think about it, But mucus is one of your most tireless guardians. Neutrophils make up the bulk of your immune army. Neutrophils are the most abundant white blood cells in your body, and for good reason. They're built for fast action, forming wave after wave of first responders whenever infection or injury is detected. They leave the bloodstream within moments of receiving a distress signal, squeezing through narrow vessel walls to reach damaged tissue. Once there, they engulf bacteria, release chemicals that break apart microbial structures, and even eject their own DNA to create sticky nets that trap invaders in place. Their lives are short, often just a few hours or days, but they do not need to live long to be effective. They act quickly, hit hard, and then make room for other immune cells that take charge of the cleanup and repair. Without neutrophils, even the smallest infection could spread out of control, overwhelming other defenses before they had time to organize. They are the shock troops of your immune system, unsung but essential. Macrophages devour invaders like cellular Pac-Men. Macrophages are among the most versatile and long-lived defenders in your immune system. They sit quietly in your tissues, watching for anything that does not belong, then spring into action the moment they detect a threat. When they find bacteria, damaged cells, or debris from injury, they surround it, swallow it, and break it down inside a controlled chamber filled with digestive chral, enzymes. But they do far more than just clean up. After they finish digesting a threat, they present pieces of it to other immune cells, helping the body learn what the invader looked like so it can respond faster next time. Macrophages also help with healing. They clear dead cells, release signals that encourage tissue to rebuild, and shift their behavior depending on whether the body needs aggression or recovery. They are patient, adaptable, and deeply intelligent in the language of immunity, always balancing destruction with repair. Dendritic cells are the immune system's master communicators. Dendritic cells are the connectors between the world outside your body and the deeper layers of your immune intelligence. They collect samples of everything that enters damaged tissue, whether it is a virus, a splinter, or a stray protein. Once they have gathered enough information, they travel to the nearest lymph node, where thousands of immune cells wait for instructions. There, they display tiny fragments of what they found, explaining exactly what the threat looks like and how serious it is. The entire adaptive immune response depends on this moment of instruction. Without dendritic cells, the immune system would be strong but blind, unable to prepare a targeted response. They are calm scouts during quiet times and urgent messengers during crisis. They decide when peace should be kept and when war must begin, shaping the entire future of an immune encounter with just a single delivery of information. Natural killer cells can detect and destroy cancer cells. They do it without waiting for a full briefing, scanning the surface of nearby cells for the quiet telltale signs of danger. Healthy cells display reassuring markers that say all is well. Stressed or transformed cells often lose those signals and display distress flags that betray internal chaos. Natural killer cells read this balance and act within minutes. They dock against the suspicious target, form a tight contact, and release perforin that opens pores, followed by granzymes that slip inside and set off a clean bar. Self-destruct program. When antibodies have latched onto a target, natural killer cells can also perform a specialized strike by recognizing the antibody tails and finishing the job. Then they move on, ready to repeat the cycle. This constant patrol removes many threats before they ever grow into something noticeable, trimming back nascent tumors and virus-altered cells, while you carry on with your day. T cells can remember previous infections for decades. After an infection fades, a small force remains behind, not idle, but quietly rehearsing. These memory T cells carry a precise record of what the invader looked like, where it tended to hide, and which tactics were effective. Some circulate through blood and lymph to revisit checkpoints. Others settle in tissues that face the battle and stay there as resident guardians. They respond faster than first-time fighters, expand in number more quickly, and need fewer signals to launch. Many survive through gentle signals that keep them renewed over years, dividing slowly to preserve the line. When a familiar threat returns, they compress days of preparation into hours. That speed can be the difference between mild symptoms and serious illness. Vaccination works in part by building this long-lived cadre so that your body can skip the slow learning phase and move straight to a confident, focused defense. Helper T cells coordinate immune attacks like generals. They do not carry the biggest weapons, yet their decisions shape the entire battle. They listen to reports from sentry cells that bring fragments of a threat, then choose strategies that fit the moment. One path equips fighters to dismantle microbes hiding inside cells. Another path ramps up defenses against parasites that must be expelled. In other situations, they guide antibody makers to improve their aim and to switch to the class that best suits the terrain, whether blood, lung, or gut. Helper T cells release precise combinations of signals that tell macrophages when to become fiercer, instruct neutrophils where to converge, and encourage B cells to refine their designs through rounds of mutation and testing. They also know when to calm the field, so repair can begin. Without their choreography, responses become noisy and unfocused. With them, the immune system acts like a unified organism with purpose and timing. B cells make Y-shaped antibodies to neutralize threats. Each B cell starts with its own unique prototype, a Y-shaped molecule on its surface that can bind a very specific molecular pattern. When that pattern appears during an infection, the lucky cell that fits it receives help, multiplies, and begins producing vast numbers of soluble Ys that spread through blood and tissues. Those antibodies can glue invaders together so they cannot move, block attachment points so viruses cannot enter cells, and tag threats for clean removal by other defenders. With coaching from helper T cells, some B cells set up in specialized training zones where their designs are tested and refined, producing versions that hold tighter and work better. The best graduates become long-lived plasma cells that settle into bone marrow and keep trickling out protection. Others become memory cells that wait for the next encounter. This quiet manufacturing network stands behind many of the most durable forms of immunity. Your body can produce billions of unique antibodies. That astonishing variety is not stored like a library of finished books. It is generated on the fly. Early in a B cell's life, the gene segments that encode the arms of the Y-shaped molecule are shuffled and stitched together in different combinations. Extra diversity is added by trimming or inserting a few random nucleotides at the joints. Later, during an immune response, successful designs are deliberately mutated in small steps, then tested again for tighter binding. Weak binders are discarded. Strong binders receive signals to continue. The result is a universe of possible keys ready to match the locks that nature might present. You do not need to meet every microbe to prepare for it. Your immune system explores the space of shapes in advance, then chooses winners when a real challenge arrives. This creative engine gives immunity its remarkable reach and its ability to adapt to the unknown. Your bone marrow is a hidden immune factory. Inside the quiet darkness of your long bones, a living workshop hums along every hour of your life. Hematopoietic stem cells sit in protective niches, responding to subtle cues from surrounding support cells. When a signal calls for reinforcements, they divide and branch into the many lineages that immunity requires, from fleet-footed neutrophils to patient B cells and disciplined T cell precursors. The marrow senses seasons of need. During infection, it can shift into emergency production, pushing out extra waves of short-lived soldiers. During calm, it focuses on maintenance, balancing renewal with restraint, so the stem cell pool endures for decades. Newly minted cells exit through small vascular channels and join the circulation, already equipped with homing instructions and schedules. Some will live only hours. Others will seed tissues for years. All of them owe their origin to this hidden workshop that never closes its doors. The thymus trains immune cells to know friend from foe. T cells arrive as inexperienced recruits and progress through a careful education that determines whether they can safely serve. In early rooms, they must demonstrate that their receptors can recognize the basic language of the body's own display system. Those that cannot are dismissed. In later rooms, they face a harder test. They are presented with a vast range of ordinary self-molecules, including proteins that appear only in distant organs. Any cell that reacts too strongly is removed for safety. A small set graduates with mature functions and a clear sense of restraint. This training is especially vital early in life, when the future balance of tolerance and protection is set. Although the thymus shrinks with age, its imprint endures through the T cells it shaped. That imprint prevents daily life from turning into a battlefield, while preserving the capacity to fight when a true intruder appears. Lymph nodes are strategic immune checkpoints. They sit like way stations along the drainage routes that carry fluid from tissues back into circulation. As that fluid enters a node, it is slowed and sifted through a fine reticular network that exposes whatever it carries to resident sentries. Dendritic cells arrive with samples and climb to central platforms to brief incoming T cells. Nearby, B cells gather in clustered halls that can transform overnight into training centers where better antibodies are forged. Specialized small blood vessels allow a constant stream of fresh lymphocytes to enter, patrol, and leave. When a local battle is brewing, the node swells as cell numbers surge and new structures form. When the threat passes, those structures collapse and the node returns to its quiet baseline. This traffic control and information exchange allows a small signal from the skin or gut to be amplified into a precise systemic response without wasting energy or time. Your spleen filters blood and removes old cells. Unlike lymph nodes that watch the slow river from tissues, the spleen surveys the fast current of blood itself. In one region, worn-out red cells are inspected as they squeeze through narrow passages. Those that fail the test are quietly dismantled and recycled. In another region, clusters of immune cells sample whatever the bloodstream carries, from bacterial fragments to virus-coated particles. If danger is detected, the spleen becomes a command post, releasing stored platelets, summoning fighters, and guiding antibody-coated targets to efficient DES. Destruction. People who lack a working spleen can live well, but they face higher risk from certain encapsulated bacteria, which the spleen is especially good at clearing. Far from being a passive organ, it is a vigilant filter and a rapid response center for blood-borne threats, preserving clarity in the circulation and handing off salvageable materials for reuse. The gut is home to 70% of your immune cells. That concentration is no accident. Your intestines are a long interface with the outside world where nutrients are welcomed, but pathogens must be turned away. Immune tissues line this landscape from patches just beneath the surface to deeper hubs that connect to lymph nodes. Specialized cells sample the passing contents and deliver tiny reports to nearby sentries. Friendly microbes are tolerated and even supported because they help keep their troublesome cousins in check. When a true threat appears, local responses are launched that can neutralize danger without disrupting digestion. Antibodies suited for mucosal surfaces are produced and shipped into the lumen. Regulatory circuits dampen unnecessary inflammation so that meals do not become battles. This balance requires constant negotiation between host and microbe, between vigilance and peace. The result is a vast dynamic frontier where most of your immune system lives, learns, and quietly protects you every single day. The gut microbiome trains and strengthens immunity. The community of microorganisms living in your intestines is not just a collection of passengers. It is a living, evolving partner that talks directly to your immune system every hour of your life. From the moment you are born, these microbes begin educating your immune cells, teaching them the difference between harmless visitors and dangerous invaders. They release molecules that calm inflammation when it is not needed and amplify it when there is real danger. They can even shape how your immune cells develop, influencing the balance between aggression and tolerance. When this microbial neighborhood is diverse and stable, your immune defenses are sharper and better regulated. When it is disrupted by infection, stress, or antibiotics, the immune system can lose its balance and react in ways that are either too slow or too intense. Your gut microbes are not simply tolerated. They are trusted instructors, sculptors of immune intelligence, and silent guardians of the barrier between the outside world and your inner cells. Breast milk delivers ready-made immune defenses to babies. Long before a baby can make its own fully trained immune army, it receives a direct supply line from the mother. Breast milk contains antibodies that reflect the mother's lifetime of experience with pathogens. These antibodies move through the infant's digestive system, neutralizing microbes before they can cause harm and coating the gut lining with protection. But breast milk delivers far more than defense molecules. It contains complex sugars that feed specific beneficial bacteria, guiding the newborn's microbiome toward a healthy balance. It also includes live immune cells that can respond to threats and carry out patrols in the baby's tissues. Each feeding is a transfer of both nutrition and wisdom, tailored to the baby's developmental stage. This natural system of borrowed immunity bridges the early months of life, providing coverage until the child's own defenses learn to stand on their own. Butterfly rash in lupus is an immune system misfire. In systemic lupus erythematosus, the immune system becomes confused and begins to treat the body's own tissues as if they were dangerous invaders. One of the most recognizable signs is a red, butterfly-shaped rash that spreads across the cheeks and bridge of the nose. This rash is not just a skin reaction. It is a visible sign of deeper immune dysfunction happening throughout the body. Antibodies meant to defend against bacteria or viruses begin binding to the body's own DNA and proteins. These immune complexes travel through the bloodstream and trigger inflammation wherever they land, from skin to kidneys to brain tissue. Sunlight can make the rash worse because ultraviolet light further alters skin proteins and draws more immune attention. The butterfly rash is a reminder of how delicate the balance of immunity is and how devastating it can be when the system meant to protect you turns its weapons inward. Allergies are your immune system getting confused. When you have an allergic reaction, your immune system is responding to something that poses no real threat, like pollen, pet dander, or a peanut protein. The problem begins the first time the immune system encounters the allergen and mistakenly treats it as a dangerous invader. It builds a specific set of antibodies designed to defend against that harmless substance. The next time the allergen appears, those antibodies trigger a cascade of reactions, releasing histamine and other chemicals that lead to sneezing, itching, swelling, or worse. This overreaction evolved from useful defenses against parasitic worms and venomous stings, where rapid expulsion and information could save a life. In modern environments, those same defenses can backfire dramatically. Allergies are not a sign of weak immunity, but of misdirected vigilance, a case where the system that protects you has become too sensitive for its own good. Autoimmune disorders turn the immune system against you. Under normal circumstances, the immune system is trained to ignore the body's own tissues while staying alert to danger. Autoimmune diseases break that rule. In conditions like type 1 diabetes, multiple sclerosis, and rheumatoid arthritis, immune cells begin to recognize healthy cells as targets. They attack the insulin-producing cells of the pancreas, the protective coating on nerves, or the lining of joints, depending on the disease. This process often starts slowly and silently, building over years before symptoms appear. The causes are complex and can involve genetics, infections, hormonal changes, or environmental triggers that confuse the immune response. Once activated, the attack is sustained by a loop of inflammation and cell damage. Treatments often focus on dialing down the immune response without leaving the person vulnerable to real infections. Autoimmunity reveals both the power and the potential fragility of a system that must constantly balance aggression with self-tolerance. Fever is a strategic immune response, not a malfunction. When your body temperature rises during an infection, it is not because something has gone wrong. It is because your immune system has made a calculated decision. Fever creates conditions that make it harder for many pathogens to survive and replicate. At the same time, higher temperatures speed up the movement and activity of immune cells, enhancing their ability to find and neutralize threats. The liver holds onto iron and zinc, starving bacteria that need those metals to grow. Muscles ache and energy levels fall, not as signs of weakness, but as signals to rest and conserve resources for the immune battle. Fever is tightly regulated by the brain, which uses chemicals called pyrogens to adjust the body's thermostat. When the threat passes, the thermostat resets and the excess heat is released. Fever is a tool, not an accident, and it reflects a long evolutionary history of survival through intelligent adaptation. Inflammation is like a controlled fire for healing. When tissue is injured or invaded by microbes, immune cells ignite a series of reactions that bring more blood, more defenders, and more repair molecules to the site. The area becomes red, warm, swollen, and sometimes painful. This is not chaos. It is a deliberate effort to contain the damage, destroy invaders, and clear debris. Blood vessels widen to allow easier access for white blood cells. Chemical signals call in specialized cleaners and fighters. Dead cells are broken down and removed. Growth factors are released to prepare the ground for rebuilding. Like fire, inflammation is powerful and necessary, but it must be contained. If it spreads too far or burns too long, it can damage healthy tissue and create chronic illness. The body relies on regulatory pathways to turn off inflammation once the job is done, restoring balance and allowing true healing to begin. Without inflammation, wounds would never heal. Every cut, scrape, or bruise triggers an immediate inflammatory response that begins the repair process. Immune cells rush to the site, not only to kill microbes that might take advantage of the breach, but to clean up damaged tissue. Platelets form a clot and release signals that draw in white blood cells. Macrophages arrive to digest dead cells and take away debris that would otherwise linger. These cells also secrete proteins that encourage new blood vessels to grow and fibroblasts to lay down fresh collagen. Without this orchestrated sequence, even a minor wound would remain open and vulnerable. Inflammation is the spark that turns injury into recovery, guiding the transformation from damage to regeneration. Only after this work is complete do calm signals take over, reducing inflammation and allowing the skin or tissue to return to its normal state. Healing is impossible without that first wave of controlled fire. Your immune system has its own form of memory. Long after an infection is gone, the immune system keeps a record of the encounter. This memory is stored in specialized cells that remember the exact shape of the invader and the best way to defeat it. Memory T cells and memory B cells can persist for years or even decades, patrolling the body or resting in tissues where they are most likely to be needed again. If the same pathogen returns, these cells react much faster and with greater precision than during the first encounter. They do not need to relearn the shape of the threat. They already know exactly what to do. This memory can be so powerful that a single exposure in childhood can protect a person for a lifetime. It is one of the immune system's most remarkable abilities, turning temporary battles into lasting defense. Vaccines train immunity without making you sick. A vaccine introduces a harmless version or piece of a pathogen into the body, allowing the immune system to study it without facing real danger. Dendritic cells pick up the material, carry it to lymph nodes, and present it to T and B cells, which then build a targeted response. Antibodies are produced. Memory cells are formed. The immune system rehearses, perfects, and stores the defense plan. Later, if the real pathogen appears, the body responds as if it had already fought and won the battle. The invader is stopped before it can cause serious harm. Vaccination leverages the immune system's ability to learn and remember, creating protection that can last for years or decades. It does not shortcut immunity. It teaches it safely and strategically, using the same biological pathways that natural infections rely on, but without the risk of illness or long-term damage. Herd immunity protects communities through shared defense. When enough people in a population develop immunity to a pathogen, whether through infection or vaccination, the disease loses its ability to move freely from, quote, host to host. This creates a protective barrier around those who are still vulnerable, such as newborns, the elderly, or people with weakened immune systems. The pathogen finds fewer available bodies to infect, transmission slows, and outbreaks become rare or stop altogether. Herd immunity does not mean that every person is immune. It means that enough people are immune to break the chain of infection. This idea applies to everything from measles to influenza, and it shows that immunity is not just a personal shield, but a shared resource. Every individual who gains protection through vaccination or recovery contributes to a larger safety net. Turning a private defense into a public good can save lives far beyond their own. Immunosenescence is immune aging. You can slow down. As we grow older, our immune system gradually loses some of its precision and power. The thymus shrinks, producing fewer fresh T cells. Memory cells may pile up without enough turnover, and communication between different branches of immunity can become sluggish or confused. This process, known as immunosenescence, explains why older adults are more vulnerable to infections, less responsive to vaccines, and more prone to chronic inflammation. But immune aging is not an unstoppable decline. Regular physical activity, a nutritious diet rich in antioxidants, sufficient sleep, and stress management can all help preserve immune function. Some studies suggest that vaccines work better in older adults who exercise, and that maintaining a diverse gut microbiome may slow immune wear. While age brings change, it does not erase the ability to strengthen and support the body's defenses. The immune system remains adaptable, even in later life, when given care and stimulation. Sleep supercharges your immune system. When you fall asleep, your body does not power down. It shifts into a state that allows the immune system to work more efficiently. Certain types of immune cells become more active at night, circulating through the bloodstream with renewed purpose. During deep sleep, your body releases growth hormone, which supports the production and repair of immune tissues. At the same time, stress hormones that can suppress immunity dip to low levels. Memory T cells use this quiet period to strengthen their bonds and refine their ability to recognize past invaders. Even vaccines produce stronger, longer-lasting responses when the recipient has enjoyed adequate sleep. Just one night of poor rest can reduce the number of natural killer cells available to patrol the body the next day. Sleep is not a luxury or a pause in life. It is a biological requirement for strong, coordinated, and focused immunity. Chronic stress can suppress immune strength dramatically. The stress response is designed for short bursts of action. When the brain senses danger, it triggers the release of adrenaline and cortisol, preparing the body for quick decisions and rapid movement. These hormones temporarily redirect energy away from processes like digestion and immunity. When the stress ends, the body returns to balance. But when stress becomes chronic, the immune system never fully recovers. Cortisol stays elevated, shrinking the thymus, reducing the number of lymphocytes in circulation, and impairing communication between immune cells. Inflammation can rise unpredictably, increasing the risk of autoimmune flare-ups and slowing the healing of wounds. Even vaccines may become less effective in chronically stressed individuals. The body becomes stuck in a loop, burning resources that immunity needs for renewal and repair. Reducing stress is not just good for mental health. It is essential for a resilient, responsive immune system that can meet daily challenges with strength rather than fatigue. Loneliness has measurable effects on immunity. Social isolation is not just an emotional experience. It is a biological stressor that changes the workings of the immune system. People who feel chronically lonely often show increased levels of inflammatory markers in their blood, as if the body is preparing for injury but never comes. At the same time, the genes responsible for antiviral defense may become less active, weakening surveillance against viruses. These shifts reflect an ancient survival pattern in which isolation signaled vulnerability to physical threats. The immune system would prepare to heal wounds rather than fight infections. Today, this pattern backfires. Loneliness can make people more susceptible to colds, slower to recover from illness, and at higher risk for chronic diseases linked to inflammation. Building meaningful social connections is more than a psychological need. It is a form of biological nourishment that helps keep the immune system balanced and ready to respond in healthy ways. Exercise strengthens immunity, even at the cellular level. Physical activity does more than tone muscles or burn calories. It mobilizes immune cells, increases circulation, and helps clear out aging or ineffective cells that clog the system. During moderate exercise, white blood cells move more freely through the bloodstream, improving their ability to detect early signs of infection. Over time, regular movement helps preserve the size and function of the thymus, one of the main training centers for new T cells. It also reduces inflammation, lowers stress hormones, and supports a healthier gut microbiome. Even a single session of exercise can temporarily boost natural killer cell activity, enhancing the body's ability to spot and eliminate abnormal cells. The benefits are dose-dependent. Gentle, consistent activity strengthens immunity, while extreme overtraining can cause temporary suppression. The key is balance and rhythm, allowing the immune system to stay alert without being overwhelmed. Exercise is not just movement. It is medicine that circulates through every organ. The immune system communicates using chemical signals. Cells involved in defense do not rely on physical contact to coordinate their work. They speak in bursts of chemical messages known as cytokines, chemokines, and growth factors. These molecules can act locally, whispering instructions to nearby cells, or travel through the bloodstream to broadcast a wider call for help. A single macrophage faced with an invader might release signals that summon neutrophils, instruct blood vessels to dilate, and warn other tissues to brace for grace Vidal. Inflammation. T cells can release signals that shift the entire immune response toward antibodies, cell killing, or tissue repair. Even the brain responds to immune messages, adjusting behavior and mood during illness. This chemical communication is fast, precise, and adaptable. It allows the immune system to act like a unified intelligence, even when its cells are scattered throughout the body, each one listening and responding to a shared CAF, biochemical language. Cytokines can call in backup or trigger a storm. In a well-regulated immune response, cytokines help direct resources exactly where they are needed. They instruct white blood cells when to arrive, what to do, and when to stand down. But when this messaging system goes out of control, the results can be dangerous. A cytokine storm is a runaway feedback loop in which immune cells release too many signals, summoning even more cells, and causing widespread inflammation and, quote, tissue damage. This happens in some infections, like severe influenza or untreated sepsis, where the immune system's attempt to save the body can become fatal. Drugs that block specific cytokines are used to calm these storms. Understanding this system is critical, not just for treating rare emergencies, but for managing chronic diseases where low-grade storms smolder for years, damaging joints, blood vessels, or organs. Cytokines are the immune system's megaphones. When used well, they bring order. When misused, they unleash chaos. Your body can raise internal temperature to disable pathogens. When faced with an invading virus or bacterium, the body sometimes chooses heat as a weapon. The brain's thermostat is adjusted upward, signaling muscles to shiver and blood vessels to constrict, keeping warmth close to vital organs. As temperature rises, many pathogens lose their ability to reproduce efficiently. At the same time, heat boosts the activity of immune cells, helping them move faster, release more chemicals, and consume invaders more aggressively. Fever also reduces the levels of iron circulating in the blood, starving bacteria of a resource they need to grow. This controlled rise in temperature is not random. It is a coordinated defense strategy that has been preserved across mammals, birds, and even reptiles. The discomfort of fever is not a flaw. It is a sign that the body is taking decisive action, tilting the battlefield in favor of the immune system. The immune system can learn from harmless mimics. Some pathogens disguise themselves so well that the immune system struggles to recognize them. Others look just similar enough to trigger a useful response without causing harm. These harmless mimics can act as accidental teachers, training immune cells to respond more quickly when a true threat appears later. This idea is one of the foundations of modern vaccination, but it also happens naturally. Some gut bacteria display molecular patterns that resemble those of dangerous microbes. By studying them, the immune system learns what to watch for. Even fragments of dead viruses or bacteria lingering in the environment can provide practice. This ability to learn from imitation gives the immune system a remarkable advantage. It does not need to wait for real danger to build a defense. It can prepare in advance, turning everyday molecular encounters into lessons that may one day save a life. Your blood type can influence immune reactions. Blood types are more than labels for transfusions. They reflect subtle molecular signatures on the surface of red blood cells that can affect how the immune system responds to pathogens. People with type O blood, for example, lack A and B antigens, which can make them less susceptible to certain infections like malaria or severe cases of K, dengue fever. Meanwhile, blood type A has been associated with higher risk of developing certain cancers and more severe reactions to some viruses. Even the natural antibodies that people carry against other blood types can influence how microbes move through communities. During the early stages of a pandemic, patterns sometimes emerge that reveal which blood types are more vulnerable. Though blood type does not control immunity by itself, it can tilt the balance slightly toward greater protection or greater risk. These small differences, multiplied across millions of people, can shape how diseases spread through populations and how individuals respond to them. Some immune cells live for years, others for hours. The immune system is a constantly shifting landscape of fast responders and long-term guardians. Neutrophils rush to the scene of an infection and often die within a day, sacrificing themselves to contain danger. In contrast, memory T cells can live for decades, patrolling the body with knowledge gained from past encounters. Macrophages may reside in a specific tissue for the life of an organism, quietly cleaning debris and responding when needed. Plasma cells that produce antibodies can settle in the bone marrow and continue their work for years, giving lasting protection long after the invader has gone. Even within the same family of cells, lifespan depends on context. A dendritic cell activated in the skin may live only a few days, while one protected in a lymph node could last much longer. The immune system relies on this blend of short-lived urgency and long-lived wisdom, creating a dynamic defense force that can respond quickly and remember now, deeply. Your immune system protects you before you are born. Immune protection begins in the womb, long before the first breath of air or first exposure to the outside world. Through the placenta, the mother passes antibodies into the fetus's bloodstream, giving immediate defense against threats she has already encountered. These antibodies circulate for months after birth, forming a bridge until the baby's own immune system is fully operational. Cells called microglia begin shaping the brain's immune landscape during fetal development, pruning and protecting neural pathways. Even before birth, fetal immune cells can detect and respond to invaders, though they are carefully regulated to avoid triggering dangerous inflammation. Newborns are not defenseless. They arrive with a scaffolding of borrowed immunity and the beginnings of their own. The first environments a baby encounters, from the birth canal to early skin contact, help seed the microbiome and train the immune system for life beyond the womb. Sunlight boosts immunity through vitamin D. When ultraviolet light from the sun strikes the skin, a chemical reaction begins that creates vitamin D, a molecule with powerful effects on immune health. Vitamin D helps regulate T cells and macrophages, encouraging them to attack pathogens while reducing harmful overactivation. It promotes the production of antimicrobial peptides that act like natural antibiotics in the bloodstream. People who live in regions with low sunlight or who spend most of their time indoors often have lower levels of vitamin D, which can leave them more vulnerable to respiratory infections and autoimmune disorders. Supplements can help, but the body's own production from sunlight is especially efficient and finely tuned. During the winter months, when sunlight is weaker and days are shorter, vitamin D levels often drop, and flu season tends to rise. Sunlight is not just warmth and light. It is a biochemical signal that strengthens the immune system and helps maintain balance throughout the body. Some viruses can hide inside cells for a lifetime. Certain viruses have evolved a strategy that allows them to enter a cell, copy their genetic material into the host's DNA, and remain silent for years or even decades. Herpes viruses do this, retreating into nerve cells where they evade immune detection. HIV integrates into immune cells themselves, using the body's defenders as a refuge. These latent viruses produce no warning signals, so the immune system does not target the infected cell. But when conditions change, they can reactivate, producing new viruses and spreading through the body. This silent persistence makes them difficult to eliminate completely, and is one reason why some infections can return after long periods of calm. Understanding how viruses achieve latency is a key area of research in medicine, because it could lead to therapies that either flush them out of hiding or lock them into BRAS, permanent dormancy. Antibodies can tag invaders for destruction by others. Antibodies do not always destroy pathogens directly. Often they act as markers that flag viruses, bacteria, or toxins for other immune cells to finish. When an antibody binds to a target, it exposes a region that immune cells like macrophages or natural killer cells can recognize. These cells grip that region and carry out the actual attack, either by engulfing the pathogen or releasing enzymes that break it apart. This tagging system allows for teamwork and precision. A single type of antibody can neutralize a wide range of threats by handing off tasks to whichever cell is best equipped for the job. Complement proteins can also bind to antibody-marked targets, forming holes in bacterial membranes and causing them to burst. Antibodies are like identification badges that turn chaos into ordered response, making sure the right threats are targeted at the right time. Immune cells can recognize one wrong amino acid. Proteins are built from long chains of amino acids, and a single misplaced building block can make the difference between safe and dangerous. T cells patrol the body looking for signs of infection or transformation, and they do this by inspecting tiny protein fragments displayed on the surface of CHAS. Other cells. These fragments may contain only a handful of amino acids, yet T cells can detect even a single change in that sequence. This astonishing sensitivity allows the immune system to catch viruses that have tried to disguise themselves with subtle mutations, or to detect the earliest EB, alterations in cells that may be turning cancerous. It is the molecular equivalent of noticing one wrong note in a long song. Such precision ensures that every cell in the body is accountable and that even the smallest threat can be recognized before it grows. The immune system can treat cancer with precision. Under the right conditions, immune cells can identify and destroy cancer cells with remarkable accuracy. Tumors often display abnormal proteins on their surfaces or release signals that betray their presence. Cytotoxic T cells can recognize these signs, dig into the tumor mass, and trigger self-destruction pathways in the cancerous cells. Natural killer cells can attack tumor cells that lack normal identity markers. Advances in medicine have found ways to amplify this natural ability. Techniques like checkpoint inhibition remove the brakes that cancer cells use to silence T cells, allowing the immune system to mount a more effective attack. Some treatments extract a patient's T cells, modify them to better recognize the tumor, and return them to the body as specialized cancer hunters. These approaches show that the immune system can be both scalpel and shield, capable of precision attacks guided by decades of cellular memory. Immunotherapy is teaching the body to attack tumors. Traditional cancer treatments like chemotherapy and radiation work by physically damaging tumor cells, but they can also harm healthy tissues. Immunotherapy takes a different approach. It turns the immune system into a guided missile, teaching it to notice and target cancer cells on its own. One method uses monoclonal antibodies that cling to proteins found only on tumor cells, marking them for attack. Another method, known as CAR T-cell therapy, involves collecting T cells from the patient, reprogramming them to recognize the tumor, and infusing them back into the body. These enhanced cells can seek out cancer with laser precision. Even tumors that once hid in plain sight become vulnerable. Immunotherapy is not a single treatment. It is a philosophy of using the body's own intelligence and adaptability to fight a disease that once seemed impossible to control. The hyoid bone houses key immune tissue in the throat. Tucked just above the larynx, the hyoid bone forms a small anchor point for the tongue and muscles involved in swallowing and speech. But it also shelters part of an often overlooked immune organ. The lingual tonsils, located at the base of the tongue and supported by the hyoid region, are part of the lymphatic network that guards the entrances to the body. Along with the palatine tonsils and adenoids, they form a protective ring that samples everything you breathe, swallow, or taste. These tissues contain immune cells that can react to pathogens within minutes, launching antibodies or calling for help from deeper defenses. This early warning system is especially important in children whose tonsils are larger and more active. The hyoid bone may not look like part of the immune system, but it holds a gateway where immunity and the outside world meet. Some immune cells patrol the brain and nervous system. For many years, scientists believed the brain was an immune-privileged zone, isolated from the constant surveillance that occurs in the rest of the body. But this view has changed. Specialized immune cells known as microglia live permanently in the brain, acting as both cleaners and guards. They prune away dead or unnecessary neurons, help shape neural connections during learning, and respond rapidly to infection or injury. In addition to microglia, certain T cells can move through the cerebrospinal fluid in the spaces surrounding the brain and spinal cord. These cells do not wander freely the way they do in other tissues. Their presence is tightly controlled so the delicate machinery of thought and consciousness remains undisturbed. Yet when danger appears, such as during viral invasion or traumatic injury, they spring into action, releasing signals that summon reinforcements or begin repair. These brain-based immune cells are quiet but essential, protecting the very organ that orchestrates all others. The blood-brain barrier keeps many immune cells out. The brain's blood vessels are wrapped in a specialized lining that acts like a molecular gatekeeper, allowing only select substances to pass through. This structure, known as the blood-brain barrier, is vital for protecting neurons from toxins, pathogens, and fluctuations in the bloodstream. It also restricts most immune cells from entering the brain, reducing the risk of inflammation that could damage delicate tissue. However, the barrier is not absolute. During infection, stroke, or chronic inflammation, it can become leaky, allowing immune cells and inflammatory molecules to spill into the brain. Some neurological conditions, like multiple sclerosis, occur when the barrier breaks down too frequently, letting aggressive immune cells attack the nervous system. Even medicines have difficulty crossing this barrier, which is why treating brain diseases can be so challenging. The blood-brain barrier is a marvel of biological engineering, balancing protection with limited, controlled access to the body's most precious organ. Inflammation in the brain can affect emotions. The immune system and the brain are deeply connected, exchanging chemical signals that influence both physical and emotional states. When immune cells in the brain become activated by infection, injury, or chronic stress, they release cytokines that can alter neurotransmitter levels, disrupt neural circuits. This can lead to symptoms like sadness, anxiety, fatigue, or difficulty concentrating, even when there is no psychological trigger. People with chronic inflammatory diseases often experience mood disturbances not because their minds are weak, but because immune processes are reshaping their dumela, brain chemistry. Even temporary inflammation from a common cold can lower motivation or increase irritability. Understanding this link has opened new avenues in mental health research, suggesting that anti-inflammatory therapies could help treat conditions like depression. The brain is not separate from the immune system. It listens to every signal and responds, often in ways that blur the boundary between body and mind. Gut bacteria can influence mood through immunity. The gut and brain are connected by a complex network of nerves, hormones, and immune cells. Microbes living in the gut produce molecules that can travel through the bloodstream, cross into the brain, and influence neural function. Some of these molecules affect immune cells, which in turn signal the brain to adjust mood, appetite, and alertness. Studies have shown that certain gut bacteria can reduce anxiety-like symptoms in mice by altering immune-driven inflammation. In humans, disruptions to gut microbiota have been linked to conditions like depression and irritable bowel syndrome. This relationship is known as the gut-brain immune axis, a powerful feedback loop where changes in one system can ripple through the others. It suggests that mental health is not just a matter of brain chemistry, but of whole body ecology. Feeding the right microbes may one day become part of treating emotional disorders. The appendix stores good bacteria for immune reset. Long dismissed as a useless organ, the appendix is now recognized as a refuge for helpful gut bacteria. Its narrow, sheltered shape allows beneficial microbes to hide during bouts of diarrhea or illness when the intestinal microbiome may be wiped out. Once the gut recovers, these stored bacteria migrate back into the intestines and help restore balance. The appendix is also rich in lymphoid tissue, packed with immune cells that monitor the contents of the gut and shape early immune responses. In societies with frequent gastrointestinal infections, the appendix serves as a vital backup system. Even in modern settings, its removal is associated with slightly higher risks of certain diseases, including recurrent gut infections and autoimmune UC disorders. The appendix is not a relic. It is a biological archive of microbial allies and an immune outpost guarding one of the body's busiest frontiers. You shed immune cells into the environment every day. As you move through the world, you leave behind more than skin flicks and stray hairs. You shed millions of immune cells. From the surfaces of your skin, from the lining of your airways, and sometimes even in microscopic bits of dried mucus or saliva. These cells carry fragments of your personal microbial encounters and immune history. Some still contain functional antibodies or genetic remnants of past infections. This invisible cloud of biological material can help scientists trace outbreaks by analyzing surfaces, air particles, or shared spaces. It is also part of the reason why people living in close quarters tend to develop similar microbiomes over time. Even when you are alone, your immune system is radiating outward in tiny, unnoticeable ways, shaping the ecosystems of the spaces you occupy. A healthy immune system can neutralize snake venom. Some animals, and even a few rare humans, have immune defenses that can neutralize the deadly enzymes found in snake venom. These defenses often involve specialized antibodies that recognize and bind to venom proteins, blocking their ability to damage cells or disrupt blood clotting. In humans, this immunity is usually acquired artificially through repeated exposure to small doses of venom that train the immune system to respond. This principle is the foundation of anti-venom production, where animals like horses are injected with venom so their serum rich in neutralizing antibodies be harvested and given to snakebite victims. In nature, animals like mongooses, hedgehogs, and certain birds have evolved natural resistance to venom. Their immune systems have learned to read and counter some of the most potent toxins on Earth, turning a deadly challenge into just another biochemical puzzle to solve. You can be immune to something you have never encountered. The immune system is sometimes prepared for a threat before it ever appears, thanks to a concept known as cross-reactivity. Certain pathogens share enough structural similarity that immune cells trained against one can recognize and respond to another. This can happen with viruses that evolve from a common ancestor, or bacteria that use similar surface proteins. Even vaccines for one disease can sometimes grant partial protection against another, unrelated infection. In 2020, scientists discovered that some people carried T cells that reacted to the new coronavirus, likely because they had encountered similar, harmless viruses in the past. Cross-immunity is a reminder that the immune system does not learn in isolation. It builds a flexible map of molecular shapes and uses past experience to project forward, preparing for threats it has not yet met. Transplants require immune suppression to avoid rejection. When a person receives a transplanted organ, the immune system sees it not as a life-saving gift, but as a foreign intruder. Even if the transplant is a close match, subtle molecular differences in the donor's cells trigger a powerful immune response. T cells and antibodies attack the new tissue, causing inflammation, scarring, and eventual failure of the organ. To prevent this, patients are given drugs that suppress immune activity, reducing the chance of rejection, but leaving them more vulnerable to infections and certain cancers. Researchers are developing new strategies, like teaching the immune system to tolerate the transplant through precise reprogramming or using donor immune cells to build mutual acceptance. Transplantation is a delicate balance between granting life and quieting the very defenses that normally protect it. The immune system can detect foreign DNA fragments instantly. Cells throughout the body are equipped with molecular sensors that scan for traces of foreign genetic material. These sensors are buried in the cytoplasm or anchored in membranes, waiting for something that does not belong. When a viral genome, a fragment of bacterial DNA, or a misplaced piece of mitochondrial code appears, these sensors trigger an immediate alarm. Enzymes activate, inflammation rises, and antiviral defenses switch on, long before the adaptive immune system joins in. This rapid detection provides crucial early warning, allowing the body to isolate infected cells and blunt the spread of pathogens. It is one reason why many infections do not progress beyond the first few hours or days. Even at the smallest scale, the immune system keeps watch, reading the language of molecules and responding in silence and precision. Some parasites actively shut down immune responses. Parasites like tapeworms, hookworms, and certain protozoa have evolved with a singular purpose: to inhabit living hosts without being forcibly removed. Unlike fast-acting pathogens that provoke fever or inflammation, these organisms play a slower game. They release molecular signals that mimic human immune regulators, causing the host's immune cells to lower their defenses or shift into a state of tolerance, rather than attack. These signals can slow T-cell activation, cause macrophages to adopt a repair-focused mode, and prevent the release of inflammatory chemicals that would otherwise, destroy the parasite. Some parasites even influence the host to produce more regulatory T cells, a type of immune cell that calms inflammation and reduces tissue damage. This allows the parasite to live undisturbed for months or years, while the host feels little more than mild fatigue or digestive issues. This ability to pacify the immune system is now being studied as a potential treatment for autoimmune diseases, where the immune system attacks the body instead of protecting it. Parasites, originally masters of survival, may one day help solve a different kind of immune misunderstanding. HIV attacks the immune system's command center. Human immunodeficiency virus does not spread randomly through the bloodstream. It seeks out one very specific group of cells called CD4 T cells, which act as leaders, organizers, and coordinators for nearly every immune response in the body. These helper cells decide when to activate B cells for antibody production, when to call cytotoxic T cells to kill infected cells, and when to shut immune reactions down to prevent tissue damage. HIV enters these CD4 cells by binding to a receptor on their surface, then inserts its own genetic code directly into the cell's machinery. The virus uses the cell to produce more copies of itself, destroying the cell in the process. As more CD4 cells are lost, the immune system loses its ability to organize defenses, making everyday microbes and viruses far more dangerous. Without treatment, this leads to a condition called AIDS, where even minor infections can be deadly. Modern antiviral therapies can prevent HIV from multiplying and allow CD4 levels to remain stable, turning HIV into a chronic but manageable condition. But there is still no cure, because the virus hides its genetic code in silent reservoirs deep within the body. HIV is not just a disease of the immune system. It is a takeover of the system's leadership. The immune system can overreact and cause shock. Most of the time, the immune system controls the balance between attack and recovery with remarkable precision. But when this balance fails, the immune response itself becomes a threat. In conditions like septic shock, the body detects invading bacteria and releases a flood of inflammatory chemicals into the bloodstream all at once. Blood vessels expand too rapidly, blood pressure falls, and oxygen fails to reach vital organs. The heart races to compensate, but cannot sustain the demands being placed on it. In anaphylactic shock, a severe allergic reaction triggers a similar cascade, this time in response to something as harmless as a peanut, a stinging insect, or a drug. The immune system reacts with the same urgency it would use against a snakebite or a lethal toxin, releasing so much histamine and immune fluid that the airway constricts and blood circulation collapses. In both cases, medicine must intervene quickly to calm the immune system and restore control. Shock is a reminder that the immune system protects life through force, and that force must always be balanced by regulation to avoid turning defense into danger. Food can trigger both healing and harmful responses. Every mouthful of food does far more than deliver calories. It carries information that the immune system must interpret accurately and instantly. The walls of the intestines are lined with immune cells that sample proteins, fats, sugars, and even fragments of bacteria that arrive with each meal. In most cases, these cells recognize food as safe and allow digestion to proceed without inflammation. But when the immune system identifies a food protein as a threat, the response can be dramatic. Antibodies bind to the food molecule. Mast cells explode with histamine, tissue swells, and the body attempts to expel the supposed invader through sneezing, vomiting, or tightening of the airways. In other cases, immune responses inside the gut go unnoticed, repeatedly creating low-grade inflammation that contributes to conditions like celiac disease or irritable bowel syndrome. But food can also support the immune system, especially when it contains fibers that feed beneficial gut bacteria, antioxidants that reduce harmful bowel, molecules or fatty acids that calm inflammation. The relationship between nutrition and immunity works in both directions, shaping health with every bite. Your immune system can influence your appetite. When you feel sick and lose your appetite, it is not simply because food seems unappealing. Immune cells are actually changing how your brain regulates hunger. During infection or injury, white blood cells release proteins called cytokines into the bloodstream. These molecules travel to the brain and affect regions involved in appetite control, metabolism, and energy conservation. The brain then reduces the urge to eat, forcing the body to direct more energy toward immune activity and tissue repair instead of digestion. This shift helps starving the invading microbes of nutrients they might use to grow. At the same time, immune-driven changes in hormones can alter the sensation of taste and smell, making favorite foods seem dull or even unpleasant. Once recovery begins, appetite often returns suddenly, often stronger than before, because the body is ready to rebuild its energy stores. The immune system does not just defend against illness. It helps decide when it is safe to eat, when to conserve, and when to replenish. Healing begins with immune-driven rebuilding. The moment an injury seals shut or an infection clears, the next phase of immunity begins, rebuilding what was lost. Macrophages, which may have spent days breaking apart bacteria or clearing dead cells, begin releasing growth signals instead of attack signals. These chemical messages summon fibroblasts that weave new collagen into damaged tissue, endothelial cells that rebuild small blood vessels, and stem cells that replace specialized tissues like skin, muscle, or nerve. Platelets that once helped form a clot now deliver proteins that promote regrowth and prevent excess scarring. This reconstruction happens in carefully timed phases, with different immune cells taking leadership as needed. If inflammation lasts too long or repair signals are weak, healing stalls and chronic wounds develop. If repair is too aggressive, scar tissue forms in excess and reduces normal function. Healing is not separate from immunity. It is the second chapter of the same story, the part where destruction gives way to restoration. Platelets help form clots and call immune cells. Platelets are often described as tiny fragments that help blood clot, but they do far more than plug holes. When a blood vessel is damaged, platelets sense exposed proteins in the vessel wall and rapidly gather to form a physical barrier that prevents blood loss. But at the same time, they begin releasing chemical signals into surrounding tissue, calling immune cells like neutrophils and macrophages to the site. These cells arrive not just to fight infection, but to remove dead tissue and begin the healing process. Platelets also carry antimicrobial peptides, small protein fragments that can kill bacteria directly, giving the wound an immediate defensive layer before white blood cells arrive. Their ability to connect clotting and immunity makes them a first-line responder for both trauma and infection. They are not just building blocks of a scab. They are messengers, defenders, and architects of early wound repair. Some immune defenses come from ancient viral genes. Millions of years ago, retroviruses infected the cells of early mammals and inserted fragments of their genetic material into the host genome. Over time, many of those viral genes became permanent residents, passed from parent to child like ordinary DNA. At first, these viral remnants were silent passengers, but eventually some of them were co-opted and rewired for immune use. Today, certain proteins that help cells detect viral DNA or warn neighboring cells of infection can be traced back to these ancient viral insertions. Even the ability of human embryos to form the placenta depends on a viral gene that once allowed viruses to fuse cells together. The immune system is not a closed invention made only by the body. It is a collaborative archive of past conflicts, using fragments of former enemies as tools for future defense. The ghosts of old viruses are no longer threats. They are part of the shield. Your immune system is influenced by your circadian rhythm. Each day, your body follows internal clocks that control hormone levels, blood pressure, metabolism, and sleep. The immune system is tuned to these same rhythms. During the hours of deep sleep, certain types of white blood cells become more active, moving into tissues and searching for infections or damage. At dawn, stress hormones rise and signal some immune cells to return to the bloodstream, preparing the body for exposure to the outside world. Even the chances of developing a fever or responding to a vaccine can change depending on the time of day. When circadian rhythms are disrupted, such as through night shift work, jet lag, or chronic sleep loss, immune function weakens. Inflammation may rise at inappropriate times, leaving the body more vulnerable to infections and chronic disease. The immune system is not just a defense mechanism. It is a clock-governed discipline, structured around cycles of rest and activity as old as life itself. Bone infection can happen when immunity is bypassed. Bones feel solid and protected, but they are full of living tissue, blood flow, and immune activity. Under normal conditions, immune cells patrolling the bloodstream can prevent bacteria from ever reaching bone. But when a fracture breaks through the skin, a joint replacement is implanted, or a bloodstream infection grows severe enough, microbes can enter the inner spaces of bone da. Once there, they may form biofilms, sticky layers of bacteria that shield them from both immune cells and antibiotics. The immune system tries to send macrophages and neutrophils into the infected bone, but the hard, enclosed structure makes full defense difficult. In severe cases, the body walls off infected areas, delaying healing or cutting off blood supply entirely. Treating bone infections often requires surgery, extended antibiotics, and immune support, because the usual lines of defense are harder to deploy. Even the strongest structures in the body depend on immune vigilance. When that vigilance is bypassed, bone becomes as vulnerable as any soft tissue. Your immune system learns faster than any computer. Artificial intelligence can analyze billions of data points per second, but it still cannot match the adaptive brilliance of your immune system. The cells of your immune network use a type of problem-solving that is organic, self-updating, and constantly experimental. When a new pathogen enters your body, millions of immune cells begin producing slightly different receptors, each one attempting to bind to some part of the invader. The moment a successful connection is made, the cell that discovered it multiplies rapidly, while the ineffective ones naturally fade away. In just a few days, your immune system evolves from having no solution to creating a full response that is both targeted and increasingly efficient. No human-made computer matches this speed, because the immune system does not simply sift through possibilities. It generates new ones on the fly and embeds the successful solutions into long-term memory cells, ready to be reawakened decades later. It learns not by scanning databases, but by living through encounters and growing stronger as a result. Adaptive immunity builds your personal defense library. The immune responses that take place inside your body are not generic. They become uniquely yours through a lifetime of exposure to microbes, foods, vaccines, and environmental triggers. This collection of experiences forms an internal library of defense strategies, stored in memory T cells and memory B cells. These specialized cells do not just wait passively. They live in tissues where enemies are likely to return, like the blood, the lymph nodes, and the gut lining. When a familiar pathogen enters again, memory cells recognize it instantly and begin working before symptoms even develop. They activate faster, produce more specialized antibodies, and coordinate with other immune units to shut down the infection in a fraction of the original time. This biological archive continues to grow throughout life, giving every person a custom-built set of defenses no one else shares. It reflects geography, diet, health history, and even the microscopic ecosystems of the home. Your immune library is a private and powerful form of biological intelligence. Innate immunity reacts immediately to general threats. Long before your immune system has time to learn from or remember anything, it deploys rapid, automatic responses to keep you alive. This broad defense network, known as innate immunity, includes physical barriers like skin and mucus, as well as cells that respond to danger signals the moment they appear. Neutrophils begin targeting bacteria within minutes. Mast cells release histamine to widen blood vessels and allow reinforcements to arrive. And macrophages, killer cells, search for anything that shows signs of viral takeover or genetic mutation. These cells do not need training. They are equipped with preset patterns that recognize fragments shared by countless pathogens across evolutionary history. Their action is fast, general, and blunt. like a lock that can keep out thousands of different keys at once. But this first wave of defense is not enough for long-term safety. It simply buys time until the adaptive immune system builds a customized strategy. Without innate immunity, every infection would be fatal before the body could learn to survive. Your immune system uses chemical camouflage to avoid collateral damage. When an immune attack begins, it unleashes powerful chemicals capable of dissolving infected cells, breaking down tissue, and destroying microbial invaders. But this force requires precision. To protect healthy cells during an immune battle, your body relies on surface markers and signals that act like invisible uniforms. Normal cells constantly display patterns of proteins that act as recognition codes, telling immune cells to ignore them. Infected or cancerous cells lose this code and expose different markers that signal danger. The immune system responds only where the danger signal appears, sparing the cells that still show their proper identity. Some immune responses are even more targeted, releasing molecules that activate only after entering a diseased cell, so the destructive force never spreads outward. This form of chemical camouflage allows your body to wage war inside its own tissues without destroying the territory it is trying to protect. The immune system is not just powerful, it is exquisitely selective. Some animals have far more powerful immune responses. Across the animal kingdom, evolution has written a wide range of immune strategies that often exceed what humans are capable of. Alligators and crocodiles have immune systems so adaptable that their blood can kill many human antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Elephants rarely develop cancer, partly because they carry multiple copies of genes that trigger damaged cells to self-destruct before they can mutate further. Certain species of mice can survive infections from viruses that would be fatal to people, and bats have immune systems that remain active all the time, preventing Gebel, viral replication without triggering harmful inflammation. Even tiny animals like tardigrades can survive freezing, radiation, and years without water, thanks in part to immune adaptations that protect their molecules from damage. Studying these unusually strong immune responses has already led to medical breakthroughs, including new antiviral techniques and cancer therapies. The immune system is not a single universal design. It is a diverse and evolving field of biological experimentation, and humans are just one version of the blueprint. Sharks have been using antibodies for millions of years. Sharks are among the oldest living vertebrates on Earth, and their immune systems carry solutions so effective that they have barely changed in tens of millions of years. They produce a type of antibody known as IgNAR, which is smaller and more flexible than the antibodies found in humans. These shark antibodies can bind to tiny regions of a virus or toxin that human antibodies cannot reach, making them remarkably precise. They are also more stable and can function in extreme temperatures and environments that would break down human immune proteins. Researchers now use shark antibodies as templates to design new medications for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and viral infections. These molecules can detect and disable targets that traditional treatments miss. The shark immune system is not primitive. It is ancient and refined, a living record of immune engineering that still outperforms modern medicine in several ways. Evolution often finds the right answer early and simply keeps it. Plants also have immune systems, just built differently. Plants do not have white blood cells, antibodies, or lymph nodes, but they still defend themselves with complex molecular and cellular strategies. Each plant cell is equipped with receptors that detect fragments of invading bacteria, fungi, or viruses. When a threat is detected, the plant seals off the infected area by destroying its own cells, trapping the invader in a small, isolated zone. At the same time, It produces antimicrobial chemicals that can kill microbes directly or attract beneficial insects to help fight off pests. Some plants even send warning signals through their roots or through the air, triggering nearby plants to prepare their defenses before the threat arrives. These alerts can activate defensive genes, increase toxin production, or thicken outer barriers. The plant immune system is decentralized, embedded in every cell, and entirely self-managed. It cannot move or heal the way animal systems can, so it relies on foresight, sacrifice, and chemical warfare to survive. Despite lacking a brain, the plant immune system is intelligent and astonishingly coordinated. The immune system can be trained outside the body. Advances in biotechnology now allow scientists to train immune cells in laboratory settings, teaching them to recognize and destroy diseases before they can ever enter a human patient. One example is CAR T-cell therapy, where a person's own T-cells are removed from the bloodstream, engineered to recognize cancer cells and return to the body as a living treatment. These enhanced cells multiply and seek out tumors with a level of precision the immune system could not achieve on its own. Other techniques include growing immune cells from stem cells, exposing them to viral particles or synthetic molecules, and sending them back into the body as highly trained defenders. Even vaccines are a form of immune training, using safe imitations of pathogens to build memory without causing disease. The ability to shape immune behavior outside the body opens the door to personalized medicine, where each patient's cells can be custom-built to solve a specific NDA. Threat. The immune system is no longer just a natural force. It is becoming a programmable one. Space travel temporarily weakens immune defenses. When astronauts leave Earth's atmosphere, their bodies enter an environment where gravity, radiation, sleep cycles, and microbial exposure all change once. The immune system reacts immediately and often unfavorably. White blood cells reduce their activity, inflammation increases in unpredictable ways, and viruses that normally remain asleep in the body, such as herpes, viruses may reactivate. The absence of gravity also changes how blood flows through the body, affecting the circulation of immune cells and slowing their ability to detect problems. Even the microbiome of the gut shifts in space, depriving the immune system of normal communication signals. Studies from the International Space Station reveal that these changes can happen in just a few days and take weeks to return to normal after the astronaut lands. Back on Earth, space exploration does not just challenge muscles and bones. It places the immune system under stress it has never evolved to handle, forcing science to invent new ways of protecting the body beyond the planet where immunity first emerged. Emotions can change immune protein levels. The immune system listens constantly to chemical signals released by the brain, and those signals shift with emotional state. When a person feels intense fear, stress hormones like cortisol rise in the bloodstream and suppress immune activity, especially in cells that fight viruses. Loneliness and grief can increase inflammatory molecules, making the body more prone to chronic disease. On the other hand, positive emotions and social bonding can increase natural killer cell activity and promote the release of proteins that support tissue repair. Even laughing for a few minutes can raise antibody levels in saliva. These effects are not imaginary. They are measurable and repeatable across large populations. The mind and the immune system are partners in survival, constantly exchanging updates about the world inside and outside the body. Emotions are not just mental experiences. They are biochemical signals that shape immune strength, healing speed, and even the course of aging. Your immune system talks to your hormones. The immune system is often described as a self-contained force, but it depends heavily on constant communication with the endocrine system, the network of Tema. glands that produces hormones. Chemical messengers like cortisol, estrogen, adrenaline, and thyroid hormone all influence how immune cells behave. During stress, cortisol levels rise and suppress the activity of certain white blood cells to conserve energy, which is why long-term stress can make a person more vulnerable to infections. During puberty, hormone shifts help shape the balance of immune activity, sometimes intensifying autoimmune tendencies in girls and increasing inflammatory conditions in boys. Even the menstrual cycle affects immunity. Estrogen can enhance antibody production, while progesterone generally calms the immune response. This biochemical conversation goes in both directions. Immune cells produce small proteins that travel through the blood and influence glands in the brain, thyroid, and pancreas. The two systems are not separate. They coordinate every day, adjusting defense and metabolism so the body can deal with danger and recovery as one integrated effort. Certain cells have built-in suicide switches for safety. The immune system is powerful, but its cells must remain under tight control to prevent runaway reactions. Many types of immune cells contain internal programs that trigger self-destruction if they become too active or live too long. This process, known as apoptosis, is essential for clearing away extra immune cells once an infection has been defeated. Without it, the immune response would continue indefinitely, damaging healthy tissue and overwhelming the body. Even cells that detect viral infections or cancer rely on suicide switches to protect the body if they cannot stop a threat. Some immune cells patrol tissues looking specifically for cells that have failed to self-destruct when they should have. If they find one, they trigger the same process from the outside. The idea of programmed cell death may sound extreme, but it is one of the reasons human beings can mount fierce immune attacks without destroying themselves in the process. The body survives because its defenders know when to disappear. The immune system can tag your own cells for recycling. Not all immune activity is aimed at destruction. A large part of the system's job is to maintain balance by tagging old, damaged, or unnecessary cells for removal. This process involves immune signals that mark a cell's surface, telling other cells that it is ready to be broken down and recycled. Macrophages then ingest these tagged cells and break them apart into useful molecules that can be reused elsewhere in the body. This system helps prevent the buildup of malfunctioning cells that could develop into cancer or interfere with normal tissue function. In the bloodstream alone, millions of red blood cells are tagged and recycled every second. Without this constant renewal, bones, skin, blood, and organs would all be overwhelmed by debris. The immune system is not only a defender, it is a janitor, clearing away the aging and broken parts of the body to make room for fresh, healthy growth. Some cells sacrifice themselves to block infections. In the earliest stages of infection, single immune cells sometimes take drastic action to protect the whole body. One of the most dramatic examples is a process called neutrophil extracellular trapping, where a neutrophil releases its entire internal structure outward, forming a tangled web of DNA and proteins that traps bacteria in place. The cell dies in the process, but the trap prevents the microbes from spreading. Other immune cells can trigger a fiery type of cell death that releases chemical alarms, summoning reinforcements to the site of infection. Even skin cells play a role by dying and sealing off wounds when bacteria attempt to invade. These cellular sacrifices are not random. They are built into the genetic programming of the cells, ready to activate when the cost of survival outweighs the value of a single life. Self-sacrifice is rare in nature, but in the immune system, it is a routine and necessary part of defending the whole against the few. Sneezes and coughs are rapid defense mechanisms. Sneezing and coughing may feel like irritations, but they are high-speed mechanical defenses powered by the immune system. When immune cells in the nose or throat detect irritants like viruses, bacteria, or pollen, they release chemicals that stimulate nerves to activate the sneeze reflex. Air blasts out of the body at high velocity, carrying droplets filled with pathogens or debris. Coughing uses a similar burst of pressure from the lungs to clear particles from the throat and airways. These are not simple reflexes. They are coordinated responses involving the brain, muscles, mucous membranes, and immune signaling. Even the thickness of mucus changes depending on what the body needs to trap. If the immune system is on alert, mucus becomes heavier and more adhesive, increasing the number of particles removed with each cough or sneeze. These actions are part of the first line of defense and can stop an infection before it spreads deeper into the respiratory system. The body protects itself not just through chemistry, but through explosive force. Your immune system can recognize 1 billion unique patterns. One of the most astonishing features of the immune system is the sheer variety of receptors it can produce to detect invading microbes. Each B cell and T cell carries a unique receptor, created through a genetic shuffling process that recombines DNA segments into new shapes every time a cell develops. This randomness allows the immune system to generate receptors that can match viruses, bacteria, fungi, toxins, and even mutated cells that have never, quote, existed before. The total number of possible combinations exceeds 1 trillion, but the body usually maintains a smaller active pool of about 1 billion. When a receptor finally matches an invader, the cell carrying it multiplies rapidly, turning a single successful guess into an army of defenders. No other system in nature generates this many specific recognition tools on demand. It is a form of biological prediction, built not by logic, but by variation, selection, and relentless renewal. Scarlet fever was deadly before antibiotics. Today, scarlet fever is often treated with simple oral antibiotics. But before modern medicine, it was one of the most feared childhood diseases. Caused by a toxin-producing strain of Streptococcus bacteria, scarlet fever can trigger an overwhelming immune reaction that causes intense fever, red rashes, peeling skin, and in severe cases, damage to the heart, kidneys, or brain. The immune system fights the bacteria fiercely, but the toxins they release spread through the bloodstream faster than many patients could tolerate. Without antibiotics, outbreaks swept through towns and cities every few years, leaving families devastated. Even after recovery, some patients developed autoimmune complications where the immune system began attacking its own tissues, mistaking them for bacterial proteins. The arrival of penicillin in the 20th century transformed scarlet fever into a treatable illness, proving that even the strongest immune system sometimes needs help. Medicine and immunity are not rivals. They are partners, and their alliance has changed the course of history. Immune memory can last a lifetime from a single encounter. Some infections or vaccines generate immunity so strong and long-lasting that it persists for decades without any further exposure. Smallpox, measles, and yellow fever are examples of diseases where a single infection can leave behind memory cells that remain active for 70 years or longer. These cells do not rely on constant stimulation. They carry quiet, stable copies of antibodies and T-cell receptors that can be reactivated quickly if the pathogen ever returns. Even the bone marrow plays a role, housing specialized plasma cells that release tiny amounts of antibodies continuously, just enough to maintain a baseline defense without triggering full inflammation. This durability is not universal. Some pathogens, like coronaviruses, change too quickly or fail to create strong immune memory. But when the conditions are right, the immune system can build a defense that outlives the person who first received it. The memory of infection can become a legacy passed on through blood, generations, and even history. The immune system can go rogue after certain infections. Sometimes the same immune response that saves a person's life during infection becomes a long-term problem. After battling a strong pathogen, the immune system can mistakenly continue to attack healthy tissue even after the danger is gone. This phenomenon is connected to autoimmune conditions such as rheumatic fever, where a strep infection leads the immune system to attack the heart, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, where a viral infection triggers nerve damage. The cause is often molecular mimicry. The proteins on the invading microbe closely resemble proteins in the body, and once the immune system learns to attack one, it struggles to tell the difference. This kind of immune confusion can last for months, years, or permanently. It is not a sign of weakness, but of evolutionary trade-offs. The immune system must respond aggressively enough to survive infection, even if the cost is occasional misfires. The price of protection is precision, and sometimes precision is not perfect. The body can develop natural resistance to certain diseases. Across generations, human populations exposed to specific pathogens can develop stronger natural defenses, even without vaccines or medicines. This form of inherited resistance is visible in regions where malaria has been common for centuries. People with sickle cell traits are less likely to die from malaria because the altered shape of their red blood cells makes it harder for the parasite to multiply. In parts of Europe, genetic variations that arose after historic plagues now provide increased resistance to certain viral infections. Even individual bodies show resistance growth after mild infections, as the immune system gradually refines its responses to everyday microbes in the environment. Resistance is not immunity, but it is a biological head start, powered by evolution, adaptation, and immune memory. The body is not just reacting to disease. It is learning from it, rewriting itself, and preparing future generations to survive what the past could not avoid. Some infections hide in nerve cells to evade immunity. Certain viruses have developed a strategy of extraordinary patience. Instead of staying in the bloodstream or tissues where they would be exposed to immune patrols, they retreat into the nervous system, a place where immune surveillance is more limited and inflammatory responses are tightly regulated to avoid damaging vital pathways. Herpes viruses are a famous example. After an initial infection, they slip into the long, branching structures of nerve cells and remain there in a dormant state, invisible to most immune defenses. They can stay hidden for years or even decades, reactivating only when stress, illness, or other triggers weaken the immune system. The varicella virus, which causes chickenpox in childhood, later returns as shingles from this hidden reservoir. Rabies, poliovirus, and some forms of meningitis also use nerve cells as shelter, moving toward the brain along protected neural highways. It is not just a hiding place. It is a form of survival through invisibility, one that exploits a key vulnerability of even the most advanced immune systems. The spleen can regrow if partially removed. The spleen is often overshadowed by more well-known organs, but it plays a vital role in filtering blood, recycling red blood cells, and supporting the immune response. It removes old and damaged cells from circulation, stores emergency supplies of platelets, and houses immune cells that respond to blood-borne infections. If part of the spleen is removed due to injury or surgery, the remaining tissue can slowly grow back, restoring much of its original function. This regeneration is possible because the spleen contains clusters of stem-like cells that can rebuild both the blood-filtering structures and the immune tissue around them. Even a small fragment of healthy spleen can expand to compensate for the missing portion. Although complete loss of the spleen requires lifelong medical support, partial regeneration shows that the immune system is more adaptable than most people realize. The spleen is not just a passive filter. It is a resilient and renewing organ, built for both defense and recovery. Your bloodstream can carry tiny immune sensors. Floating through your circulation are small proteins and molecules designed to detect threats before immune cells even arrive. These sensors, known as pattern recognition molecules, bind to fragments of bacteria, viruses, and injured cells. Once they attach, they activate chemical cascades that label the invader for destruction or directly begin breaking it apart. One of the most powerful examples is the complement system, a network of proteins that puncture holes in the membranes of microbes, tag them for phagocytosis, or trigger inflammation in nearby tissue. These molecules are constantly patrolling, acting faster than any single cell can move. They form a surveillance network that does not sleep, does not weaken, and does not depend on previous exposure to threats. Without these floating detectors, the immune system would have to wait for physical contact between invaders and immune cells, slowing response times and increasing DR risk. The bloodstream is not just a transport system. It is an active line of defense. Antimicrobial peptides are microscopic biological weapons. Antimicrobial peptides are short chains of amino acids that act as built-in antibiotics for the body. They are produced by immune cells, skin cells, and even the lining of the gut and respiratory tract. These peptides work by binding to the membranes of bacteria, fungi, and some viruses, creating holes that cause the microbes to burst or lose essential function. Unlike many traditional antibiotics, antimicrobial peptides rarely trigger resistance because they attack fundamental structures that microbes cannot easily change. Some animals, like frogs and insects, rely almost entirely on these peptides for infection control. Humans also produce dozens of different varieties, each specialized for a particular part of the body or type of threat. Researchers are now studying how to turn these natural defense molecules into new medicines, hoping to solve the growing crisis of antibiotic resistance. These molecules are simple, ancient, and highly effective, proving that evolution has long known how to build weapons at the molecular scale. Viruses can mutate faster than the immune system can track. One of the greatest challenges in fighting viral infections is the speed at which many viruses change their genetic code. Influenza, for example, mutates so quickly that its surface proteins shift every year, forcing the immune system to relearn how to recognize it, requiring regular vaccine updates. HIV mutates even faster, evolving inside the body of a single patient and evading immune pressure by constantly altering its appearance. This rapid evolution happens because viruses reproduce incredibly quickly and often make copying errors in their genetic material. Some viruses even thrive on these errors, using them as fuel for adaptation. When a virus mutates faster than the immune system can respond, the body enters a constant chase, building defenses that become obsolete weeks or months later. It is not a sign of weakness in the immune system. It is a reflection of biology that moves at different tempos, where speed can be the key to survival. Some immune cells use tentacles to detect threats. Certain cells, including dendritic cells and macrophages, extend long, flexible structures into their surroundings to sample the environment. These structures, called philopodia, act like sensory feelers that can detect microbes, chemical signals, and damaged tissue before the cell itself moves closer. Philopodia can stretch through small gaps between cells, slide along blood vessel walls, and even wrap around particles before bringing them back for internal analysis. This ability allows immune cells to search large areas without physically relocating, conserving energy while maintaining watchfulness. In the gut, dendritic cells extend these tentacles through the lining to sample bacteria in the lumen, gathering information without breaking the protective barrier. These probing structures are not passive. They reshape constantly, respond to chemical cues, and can trigger an immune reaction if they detect something dangerous. Immune surveillance is not just movement. It is exploration by touch, guided by cells that behave like living sensors. Fever helps increase the speed of immune reactions. Although fever is often seen as a symptom of illness, it is actually a deliberate and strategic response from the immune system. When pathogens are detected, immune cells release molecules called pyrogens that instruct the brain to raise the body's temperature. Most bacteria and viruses grow best at normal body temperature, so a few degrees of heat can slow their reproduction. Meanwhile, the increased temperature speeds up the activity of immune cells, making them move, divide, and attack more rapidly. Fever also increases the production of heat shock proteins, which help protect healthy cells from stress, while allowing them to continue functioning in warmer conditions. Even the liver joins in by shifting its metabolism to produce more resources for the immune response. Fever is not a mistake. It is a carefully controlled state that tilts the biological battlefield in the body's favor. When the danger passes, the temperature returns to normal, guided by the same internal regulators that initiated it. The gut has its own independent immune network. Inside the walls of the digestive tract lies the largest collection of immune tissue in the body. This system, known as gut-associated lymphoid tissue, monitors trillions of microbes living in the intestines and decides which ones are harmless, helpful, or dangerous. It includes specialized immune cells that only patrol the gut, lymph nodes that handle constant sampling of bacterial fragments, and antibodies that are released directly into the digestive fluid. Unlike immune cells in the bloodstream, gut immune cells must remain tolerant of beneficial bacteria while staying ready to destroy harmful invaders. They help maintain peace by producing anti-inflammatory signals and releasing molecules that strengthen the intestinal barrier. If this balance breaks down, autoimmune conditions or chronic inflammation can develop. The gut immune network works closely with the microbiome, forming a partnership between the body and its microbial residents. It is not just a line of defense. It is a living negotiation between two deeply connected worlds. You can be allergic to cold, light, or vibration. Most people associate allergies with pollen, food, or animal dander, but the immune system could also react to physical conditions like temperature, sunlight, or movement. In cold urticaria, exposure to cold air or water causes immune cells in the skin to release histamine, triggering itching, swelling, and hives. In solar urticaria, ultraviolet light acts as the trigger, even through clouds or window glass. Some individuals experience a condition called vibratory angioedema, where repetitive mechanical pressure such as running, clapping, or even using a power tool prompts an immediate immune response. These reactions happen because the immune system mistakenly reads harmless environmental conditions as dangerous. Instead of responding to a foreign substance, it reacts to the body's own physical environment. These conditions are rare, but they reveal how sensitive and complex immune signaling can be. The boundary between what is foreign and what is simply unfamiliar is not always clear, even inside the body. Some people's immune systems treat water like a threat. Aquagenic urticaria is one of the rarest immune disorders ever documented. People with this condition develop hives, redness, or burning when their skin comes into contact with water, no matter its temperature or purity. The reaction is not caused by chemicals in the water, but by the body's mistaken release of histamine in response to moisture itself. Even tears, sweat, or rain can trigger symptoms. The condition is so unusual that fewer than 100 confirmed cases exist worldwide. It is not a true allergy, since no foreign substance is involved, but the immune response behaves like one, activating mast cells beneath the skin and causing itching, swelling, and inflammation. The root cause remains unclear. Some researchers believe it may result from water-dissolving natural skin compounds that then penetrate deeper layers and trigger immune cells. This condition shows how even the most familiar element on Earth can become a perceived threat when the immune system's recognition system goes awry. Sneezes can spread tiny immune cells into the air. A sneeze is often thought of as a simple burst of air, but it is much more than just a reaction to dust or irritation. When the immune system detects foreign particles in the nasal passages, it doesn't just trigger muscle contractions to force them out. It also releases immune cells, mucus, and antimicrobial proteins in the process. These components coat the expelled droplets, turning them into tiny immune-charged capsules that spread into the surrounding air. Some of the cells, like neutrophils and macrophages, are fully functional and capable of binding pathogens before they reach a new host. Even expired mucus contains molecules and antibodies designed to trap or neutralize microbes. This means a sneeze is not just an escape mechanism. It is a last act of defense, sending out both the irritants and the immune tools needed to control them. The body fights infection even as it expels it, showing how deeply layered and dynamic immune reactions can be. Your immune system changes from childhood to old age. Human immunity is not static. In infancy, the immune system relies heavily on protection passed from the mother through antibodies and breast milk. As a child grows, the immune system begins learning rapidly, responding to vaccines, environmental microbes, and early infections. This is the time when the thymus, a gland behind the breastbone, is most active, training T cells to recognize what belongs in the body and what does not. By adulthood, the immune system is at its peak efficiency, balancing rapid responses with well-developed memory. But as age advances, immune cells become slower to replicate, inflammation becomes harder to resolve, and the thymus shrinks until it stops producing new T cells altogether. This process, known as immune aging, makes older adults more vulnerable to infections and less responsive to vaccines. But lifestyle factors like sleep, diet, and social connection can slow this process, showing that immunity is not just biological. It is lived, shaped by time, environment, and experience. Some immune cells act like snipers against viruses. Cytotoxic T cells, often called killer T cells, are among the most precise immune defenders in the body. Unlike broader immune strategies such as inflammation or fever, these cells target individual infected cells with molecular accuracy. First, they patrol tissues quietly, checking protein signatures displayed on the surfaces of cells. When they find one showing viral proteins or signs of cancer, they lock on and release stored chemicals that destroy the target without harming the surrounding DE. Healthy cells. They can move quickly, kill in silence, and then move on to the next threat. Even after the immediate infection ends, a fraction of these cells remain behind as memory cells, ready to respond faster if the same virus returns. Their efficiency and restraint are so remarkable that researchers try to mimic them in cancer therapies, programming patients' own immune cells to behave more like natural snipers. These cells do not rely on speed or numbers. They rely on precision, discipline, and a careful balance of power. Immune cells can move faster than most bacteria. In the bloodstream and inside tissues, immune cells like neutrophils and macrophages can move with astonishing speed, sometimes traveling many times their own length in Bali, a single minute. They do this by extending and retracting their internal skeletons, reshaping themselves into stretched, flowing forms that glide through blood vessel walls and across tissue. This movement is guided by chemical trails left behind by injured cells or invading microbes. As soon as a signal is released, immune cells begin migrating in that direction, sometimes arriving within minutes of infection. This rapid motion allows them to intercept bacteria that replicate every few hours, preventing them from building up dangerous levels. Compared to bacteria, which rely on flagella or passive spread, immune cells behave like living machines, optimized for speed and flexibility. This race within the body is one of the most important battles in survival. If the immune cells arrive before the microbes take hold, healing can occur rapidly and without symptoms. The body can make antibodies to almost anything. The immune system's ability to manufacture antibodies is one of the most diverse and adaptable biological processes ever discovered. Each antibody has a unique shape that allows it to bind to a specific part of an invading virus, bacterium, or toxin. These shapes are created through a random shuffling of DNA segments in developing B cells, a process so flexible that the body can theoretically produce more than 1 trillion different antibodies. Even synthetic or artificial molecules can trigger antibody production if the body encounters them. This limitless diversity allows humans to survive in a world full of constantly evolving microbes, environmental chemicals, and natural toxins. Antibodies not only neutralize invaders directly, but also tag them so other immune cells can find and destroy them. This system is constantly evolving within each person, creating a biological catalog of defenses based on past exposures and new discoveries. In this way, the immune system is not just reactive. It is creative, inventing solutions as needed. Your immune system has specialized first responders. Among the vast network of immune cells, some are primed to act instantly whenever danger is detected. These include mast cells, which line the tissues near the skin, lungs, and digestive tract, ready to release histamine during sudden injury or infection. Neutrophils join them as a rapid force, leaving the bloodstream within minutes to engulf bacteria and release antimicrobial chemicals. Natural killer cells, another type of first responder, immediately scan for cells showing signs of viral takeover or cancerous changes and destroy them before they spread. These early actions are not random. They are highly organized and coordinated by chemical signals that allow different cell types to take their roles in sequence. Without these fast-moving responders, infections would have time to multiply before more specialized parts of the immune system could activate. The first responders act as shields, buying time for the adaptive immune system to analyze the threat, build a targeted response, and restore balance. White blood cells can change shape to squeeze through tissues. In the bloodstream, white blood cells look round and compact, but when they need to move into tissue, they soften their structure and flow through openings far smaller than themselves. They achieve this by rearranging proteins in their outer membrane and shifting their internal skeleton into a stretched shape. This allows them to pass between tightly packed cells in blood vessel walls without causing damage. Once inside the tissue, they resume movement, crawling between layers of cells like travelers through a dense forest. This ability is essential for finding infections deep inside the body, where blood flow alone cannot reach. The process is so precise that immune cells can exit the bloodstream in one direction and re-enter it somewhere else, continuing their patrol. This flexibility makes them some of the most mobile and adaptable cells in the human body. They are not limited by physical barriers. They simply reshape themselves and keep going. The immune system protects you while you're asleep. Sleep is not a time of rest for the immune system. In fact, many of its most important tasks take place during the night. While you sleep, the body reduces stress hormones, which gives immune cells more freedom to move and interact. The lymphatic system increases its flow, allowing the brain to clear debris and immune cells to circulate more efficiently. Studies show that the body produces more infection-fighting proteins during sleep and that memory immune cells become more active, strengthening long-term defenses. Even inflammation is controlled more carefully at night, creating the ideal environment for tissue repair and immune coordination. If sleep is disrupted, these processes falter, leaving the body more vulnerable to infection. This is why people who lack rest often get sick more easily and recover more slowly. The immune system does not pause with consciousness. It uses the quiet hours to rebuild, refine, and prepare for another day of exposure to the world. Immune signals can make you feel tired during illness. The exhaustion that settles in during an infection is not just a side effect. It is a deliberate response from the immune system. When immune cells detect an invading microbe, they release molecules called cytokines that travel through the bloodstream and communicate with the brain. These signals trigger changes in behavior, urging the body to rest, sleep more, eat less, and conserve energy for healing. This fatigue has purpose. It produces activity that could spread infection to others and redirects metabolic resources toward defense and tissue repair. Even emotions can be affected, as the same cytokines influence mood and motivation, creating a natural pull toward isolation. This response evolved long before modern medicine, and it still works today as a biological form of quarantine and recovery. Tiredness is not weakness. It is strategy, encoded in the immune system to make healing more likely and survival more efficient. Your immune system never rests, even for a second. Every moment of your life, from birth to death, your immune system is active. Even when you are not sick, millions of immune cells are patrolling your blood, tissues, and organs, looking for anything that threatens balance. They remove damaged cells, absorb debris, detect early signs of infection, and maintain peace with your friendly microbes. The process continues in every stage of life, changing shape and speed but never stopping. It is fueled by constant communication, carried by chemical signals, and guided by memory that lasts for decades. Whether you are asleep, distracted, stressed, or unaware, the immune system is scanning, learning, and acting. It does not wait for emergencies. It works all the time to prevent them. The silence you feel inside your body is not stillness. It is harmony created by a biological force that keeps watch, so the rest of you can live freely. Octopuses use hormones to instantly shift from curiosity to camouflage. An octopus is a master of sudden reinvention. One moment it is exploring a crevice like a careful scientist, the next it becomes a living patch of rock, sand, or seaweed. Under the skin, pigment cells called chromatophores expand and contract, while deeper layers reflect light in ways that create shimmer and depth. The dazzling part is how quickly this can happen, because it is not simply a local trick of skin. The whole animal shifts into a new state. Hormones help coordinate that shift, linking perception to action so the body changes as one. When threat signals rise, the internal chemistry can push the animal toward hiding behaviors, changing posture, muscle tone, and skin pattern together. When the environment feels safe, different chemical messages support exploration, learning, and problem-solving. In other words, hormones help set the octopus into modes: curious and searching, or cautious and concealed. That is a kind of emotional biology without words, a chemical way of turning a complex creature into the exact version of itself that the moment demands. Ant colonies rely on hormone-like pheromones to function as a single organism. An ant colony can behave like a creature with many bodies. No single ant understands the whole plan. Yet the colony builds nests, gathers food, defends territory, and adjusts strategy when conditions change. One of the secrets is pheromones, chemical messages released into the environment that guide other ants like invisible signposts. A trail pheromone can turn the ground into a temporary map that points toward food. An alarm pheromone can instantly shift the mood of a crowded nest from calm to defense. Other pheromones help regulate roles, influencing whether workers focus on nursing young, building, or foraging. There are even colony-level signals that reflect the presence and fertility of the queen, helping keep the social structure stable. The awe-inspiring part is that these chemicals do not merely communicate information, they change behavior in coordinated waves, making thousands of cow. Individuals move as if they share a single nervous system. It is a kind of distributed endocrinology, chemistry in the air that turns a swarm into a unified response. Frog metamorphosis is orchestrated almost entirely by thyroid hormones. A tadpole is not a small frog, it is a different life strategy with a different body plan. It breathes through gills, swims with a tail, and feeds in a way that suits an aquatic world. Then, as metamorphosis begins, thyroid hormones rise and the animal becomes a construction site. Limbs grow and strengthen. The gut remodels to match a new diet. The skull reshapes. The tail, once essential, becomes unnecessary and is carefully broken down so its materials can be reused. Even the way the animal breathes is reworked as lungs take over. What makes this so startling is the coordination. These are not independent upgrades. They are a synchronized transformation that must happen in the correct order, at the correct pace, without tearing the organism apart. Thyroid hormones act as the master timing signals, telling tissues when to grow, when to die back, and when to reorganize. Metamorphosis is a reminder that hormones can be architects, not only nudging behavior or mood, but rewriting an entire body from the inside, turning one creature into another while keeping the same living continuity. Hormones allow cells with identical genes to become completely different tissues. Every cell in your body carries essentially the same genetic library, yet a nerve cell behaves nothing like a muscle cell, and neither resembles a liver cell. The difference is not the letters of DNA, it is which parts of that library each cell chooses to read and which parts it keeps closed. Hormones help manage those choices by delivering instructions that alter gene activity, protein production, and the identity of the cell itself. Some hormones bind to receptors on the surface of a cell and trigger rapid signaling cascades that change what the cell does within moments. Others slip inside and bind to receptors that interact directly with DNA, shifting which genes are activated and which stay silent. Over time, these signals help lock in specialization, guiding a cell toward a stable role in the body's larger story. That is why hormones can influence development, healing, and adaptation. They help decide whether a cell behaves like a builder, a messenger, a defender, or a storage vault. It is breathtaking that chemistry can turn identical genetic potential into a living mosaic of specialized tissues, all cooperating as one organism. Insulin does more than regulate blood sugar and acts as a master growth signal. Insulin is one of the body's clearest ways of announcing that the outside world has been generous. When nutrients arrive, this messenger tells cells that building is allowed. In response, many tissues shift from scarcity mode into investment mode, increasing the uptake of amino acids, encouraging the assembly of new proteins, supporting the storage of energy in forms that can be used later. This is why insulin is deeply tied to growth and repair. It influences how muscle tissue responds after a meal, how fat tissue decides what to store, and how the liver coordinates the flow of fuels between organs. It also plays a quiet role in the brain, where it can influence appetite signals and the sense of satiety, linking the chemistry of nourishment to the feeling of being safely fed. Seen this way, insulin is not only a metabolic helper, it is a permission slip that allows the body to spend resources on maintenance, resilience, and long-term structure rather than immediate survival. Hormones help the brain decide what is safe to ignore and what must be remembered. Your brain cannot treat every sound, every face, and every passing detail as equally important, because doing so would bury you in data. Hormones help provide a filter by changing how strongly attention and learning systems respond to what is happening. In states of alertness, certain chemical signals increase the brain's willingness to treat a moment as meaningful, strengthening the formation of memories and improving the DAO. Ability to spot patterns. In calmer states, the same systems become more selective, allowing routine experiences to fade so that mental space stays open for what is new or relevant. This does not only affect what you remember, it changes what your mind even notices in the first place. A small shift in internal chemistry can make a room feel full of potential clues or make it feel like harmless background. Over time, those moment-by-moment choices shape identity, because memory becomes the raw material of expectation. Hormones quietly influence which experiences become lessons and which dissolve like mist. Migrating birds rely on seasonal hormone shifts to navigate across continents. Long before a bird lifts off for a journey, its body begins preparing with the patience of a carefully timed ritual. Hormonal changes can increase appetite so intensely that a bird eats far beyond ordinary need, building energy reserves that will be burned in long stretches of flight. Muscles adjust to favor endurance, and the heart and lungs tune themselves to sustain steady output. At the same time, hormones influence behavior, creating a restless drive to move when the season is right, even if the sky looks unchanged to us. Navigation is also supported because these internal signals help prime the brain to pay attention to cues like the position of the sun, the pattern of stars, and the faint information carried by Earth's magnetic field. The astonishing part is that many young birds begin these journeys without being taught the route. Hormones help unlock a biological readiness that turns the world into a map, allowing instinct, timing, and physiology to join into a single moving purpose. Estrogen influences brain wiring in ways that continue throughout adulthood. Estrogen is often framed as a reproductive hormone, yet its influence in the brain is broad, subtle, and ongoing. In many regions, it affects how easily neurons form new connections and how strongly those connections communicate. This means it can shape learning, attention, and emotional balance, not as a one-time developmental event, but as a continuing modulation that changes with life stages and internal cycles. Estrogen also interacts with systems that manage stress responsiveness, influencing how the brain recovers after challenge and how quickly it returns to PAL. Baseline. In some contexts, it supports neural flexibility, the ability to shift strategies, update beliefs, and absorb new skills. In others, it affects sensitivity to social and sensory cues, changing what feels vivid or urgent. The mind-bending idea here is not that estrogen controls thought, but that it can tune the brain's readiness to adapt. It is like adjusting the softness of clay, making the same experience leave a deeper imprint at one time and a lighter imprint at another. Some hormones communicate by rhythm rather than by strength. The body has a time-based language that can carry meaning even when the amount of the hormone stays modest. Many endocrine signals are released in repeating patterns, and cells listen for those patterns the way a musician listens for a beat. A brief pulse can trigger a cascade that a steady signal would fail to start. because receptors can become less responsive when exposure is continuous. With rhythmic release, the message stays crisp, and the target tissue can reset between bursts. This allows the same hormone to act like different messages depending on tempo, not just quantity. Certain reproductive signals, for example, depend on the timing of pulses to determine whether the body moves toward fertility or toward suppression. Daily cycles can align metabolism, temperature regulation, and alertness with predictable phases of activity and rest. The wonder is that hormones do not only carry instructions, they carry schedules. They coordinate organs by sharing timing information, turning the whole body into a synchronized system that runs on chemical clocks. Bees use juvenile hormone to determine whether a larva becomes a worker or a queen. Inside a hive, destiny is not written only in genes. It is shaped by chemical decisions made during development. Juvenile hormone helps determine whether a young bee follows the path toward worker roles or toward the extraordinary life of a queen. This messenger interacts with nutrition and timing, influencing growth rate, body size, reproductive anatomy, and even how the future adult brain is organized for social tasks. A queen is not simply larger, she is built for longevity and egg-laying, supported by a physiology designed to sustain the colony's future. Workers, by contrast, become specialists of labor, with bodies and behaviors tuned for nursing, building, guarding, and foraging. The fascinating part is that this is a biological response to social need. The colony can shift development toward the kind of individual it requires. Juvenile hormone is part of the mechanism that turns a community into a responsive system, where chemistry helps transform identical potential. Radically different lives, all in service of the same shared survival. Testosterone shapes motivation and risk-taking far beyond muscle growth. Testosterone influences how the brain evaluates challenge, effort, and reward, which is why it can affect behavior in ways that have little to do with physical strength. Rather than acting as a simple aggression switch, it often increases sensitivity to status, competition, and opportunity. In some settings, this can push an individual toward persistence and bold pursuit of goals. In others, it can heighten the drive to protect reputation or to seek recognition. Testosterone also interacts with attention and decision-making, influencing how strongly a potential payoff stands out compared with potential cost. That can tilt the balance toward taking risks, not because risk becomes invisible, but because the possible gain feels more compelling. Importantly, context matters. Social environment, personal history, and the meaning of a situation can shape how this hormone's effects appear. The awe-inspiring takeaway is that a molecule can bias the inner weighting system that guides choice, subtly changing what feels worth doing, what feels threatening, and what feels possible. Hormones allow the immune system to distinguish danger from harmless noise. Your immune system is surrounded by signals that could be misread. Food particles, friendly microbes, dust, and your own healthy cells can all create molecular clues that resemble threat if interpreted without restraint. Hormones help provide that restraint by linking immune behavior to the body's overall state. During injury or infection, certain hormonal patterns encourage immune cells to mobilize, communicate, and multiply. During recovery, other signals help calm inflammation, preventing defense from becoming self-damage. Hormones also connect immunity with seasons, sleep, and energy availability, because fighting too hard when resources are low can be dangerous in its own chi. Right. This chemical guidance helps immune cells choose the right intensity, not just whether to respond. The mind-bending part is that immunity is not only a battle system, it is a decision system, constantly weighing context. Hormones supply that context. They help the body defend without panicking, remembering that not every unfamiliar molecule is an enemy, and not every alarm should become a fire. Deep-sea fish use hormonal timing to reproduce in total darkness. In the deep ocean, the usual calendar cues are missing. There is no sunrise, no clear season, and often no stable food supply. Yet many deep-sea fish still manage to reproduce with remarkable timing. Hormones help solve this by acting as internal coordinators that integrate faint environmental information, like subtle temperature shifts, changes in R, pressure, or the arrival of seasonal nutrients sinking from above. These signals can trigger the gradual development of eggs and sperm, ensuring that reproductive effort is not wasted when conditions cannot support young. In some species, timing also supports the rare chance of meeting a mate, because individuals may be widely spaced in the dark. Hormonal readiness can concentrate reproductive activity into narrow windows, improving the odds that encounters lead to successful spawning. The wonder is that in a habitat where vision fails and landmarks vanish, chemistry becomes a guide for life history. Hormones provide a private schedule that allows reproduction to remain coordinated even when the environment offers almost no obvious clock. Dopamine does not create pleasure itself, but teaches the brain what to seek again. Dopamine is best understood as a learning signal, one that highlights what is worth repeating. When something turns out better or more important than expected, dopamine activity can rise and stamp the moment with significance. This helps the brain update its predictions, making certain actions, places, or cues feel more attention-grabbing in the future. That is why dopamine is strongly tied to anticipation. The brain begins to respond to the hint of the reward, not just the reward itself, because dopamine is training it to prepare. This system is powerful because it turns experience into strategy. It helps an animal remember where food was found, which sounds predicted safety, or which social interactions led to support. It also explains how habits can form, because repeated dopamine tagging can make routines feel automatic and compelling. The awe-inspiring idea is that a molecule can act like a teacher, continually reshaping motivation through prediction, surprise, and memory, guiding behavior toward what the brain has learned to value. Hormones helped early life coordinate behavior before nerves ever existed. Long before organisms could think, feel, or react quickly, they still needed a way to act together. Early multicellular life faced a fundamental challenge. How could groups of cells cooperate rather than behave independently? Hormones offered an elegant solution. Chemical signals released into shared internal fluids allowed distant cells to receive the same message at roughly the same time. This enabled early organisms to contract together, grow in balanced proportions, or shift metabolism in response to environmental change. Unlike electrical signals, chemical messengers did not require specialized structures. They simply diffused, carrying information through space. This slow but reliable system laid the groundwork for coordination itself. Even after nervous systems evolved, hormonal signaling remained essential because it could influence many tissues at once and sustain changes over long great periods. The persistence of hormonal communication in modern life is a living fossil of biology's earliest experiments in cooperation. It reminds us that intelligence in living systems did not begin with thought, but with chemistry, learning how to unify many parts into one responding whole. Prolactin influences parenting behaviors in mammals and birds alike. Parenting is not just a set of actions, it is a sustained motivational state, and prolactin helps create it. In mammals, prolactin supports caregiving behaviors that go far beyond feeding. It increases attentiveness to offspring cues, reduces responsiveness to competing distractions, and supports persistence during demanding periods of care. In birds, prolactin plays a similarly powerful role, influencing nest building, egg incubation, and the repeated feeding of young that requires patience and endurance. What makes prolactin remarkable is that it can affect caregivers of different sexes depending on species, showing that its role is behavioral rather than strictly reproductive. It reshapes priorities in the brain, making the needs of the young feel urgent and emotionally significant. This hormonal influence helps transform vulnerability into attachment, ensuring that care continues even when it is costly or exhausting. Prolactin reveals how hormones can support complex social roles by altering motivation, focus, and emotional weighting over extended periods of key time. Some hormones only become active after being chemically altered inside target cells. Not every hormone arrives as a finished message. Some circulate through the body in a quieter, inactive form, carrying potential rather than instruction. Only after entering specific target cells do enzymes modify these molecules, transforming them into active signals. This extra step gives tissues remarkable control. Two cells exposed to the same hormone concentration can respond very differently, depending on whether they possess the machinery needed to activate it. This allows for precision, but blood levels alone could never achieve. It also protects the body from excessive stimulation, because activation can be limited to the places where the signal is truly needed. This strategy turns hormone action into a partnership rather than a command. The gland releases a message, but the cell decides whether and how loudly to listen. This layered communication helps explain how hormones can influence development, stress response, and metabolism without overwhelming the system. It is a reminder that biological signaling is not simply broadcast and obeyed, but negotiated at the cellular level. Seasonal affective changes are driven by light-sensitive hormone pathways. Light is one of the most powerful environmental signals the body knows how to read. As daylight lengthens or shortens across the year, hormone systems respond by adjusting sleep timing, energy levels, and emotional tone. These changes evolved to help organisms align behavior with seasonal conditions, such as food availability and temperature. When light exposure decreases, hormone patterns can shift toward conservation, lowering alertness and encouraging rest. When light increases, different signals promote activity, exploration, and social engagement. This is not a malfunction, it is an ancient adaptation. Modern life, with artificial lighting and fixed schedules, can blur these cues, sometimes causing seasonal hormone signals to conflict with daily demands. Yet the underlying pathways remain sensitive, quietly translating light into chemistry. Seasonal affective changes show how deeply human biology remains connected to the planet's rhythms, with hormones acting as intermediaries between the prabha, sky above, and the inner emotional landscape. Crustaceans molt their entire bodies under precise hormonal control. For a crustacean, growth requires destruction followed by renewal. Its hard outer shell cannot expand, so the animal must periodically shed it entirely. Hormones orchestrate this dangerous process with astonishing precision. Before molting begins, chemical signals trigger the formation of a new exoskeleton beneath the old one. At the same time, muscles detach in a controlled way, and water uptake increases internal pressure. When the moment arrives, the old shell splits and the animal pulls free, soft and defenseless. In the hours or days that follow, hormones guide rapid hardening of the new shell, restoring protection before predators can strike. Timing is critical. Molting too early or too late can be fatal. Hormonal coordination ensures that growth, vulnerability, and recovery occur in the correct sequence. This repeated transformation across a lifetime shows how hormones can manage radical physical change, not as a one-time event, but as a recurring survival strategy. Growth hormone sculpts tissues differently, depending on age and environment. Growth hormone does not deliver a single message that means the same thing forever. Its effects change with age, context, and available resources. In early life, it supports overall expansion, influencing bone length, organ development, and body proportions. As maturity approaches, its role shifts toward refinement and maintenance, supporting tissue repair, muscle integrity, and metabolic balance. Environmental conditions matter deeply. Adequate nutrition, sleep quality, and physical activity all influence how tissues respond to growth hormone signals. This flexibility allows the body to adapt its investment strategy, growing rapidly when conditions are favorable and conserving energy when they are not. Growth hormone also works indirectly by stimulating other signaling molecules that shape local responses within tissues. Rather than forcing uniform growth, it helps sculpt structure over time. The deeper insight is that growth never truly ends. Hormonal guidance continues reshaping the body throughout life, adjusting strength, resilience, and repair in response to changing circumstances. Hormones can amplify tiny environmental signals into whole body responses. The environment often whispers before it shouts. A slight drop in temperature, a faint chemical cue, or a subtle change in daylight can all carry important information. Hormones allow the body to take these small signals seriously. When triggered, they spread through the bloodstream and reach many organs at once, coordinating a unified response. This amplification helps organisms prepare rather than react. Metabolism can shift before resources become scarce. Vigilance can increase before danger is obvious. Hormones excel at this because they persist long enough to sustain change, keeping systems aligned over time. Instead of forcing immediate action, they adjust internal settings, changing readiness, sensitivity, and priority. This strategy improves survival by turning early hints into meaningful preparation. The awe-inspiring aspect is that life does not wait for certainty. Through hormones, it listens closely to faint clues and reorganizes itself in advance, guided by chemistry rather than conscious thought. Fish exposed to changing water chemistry rapidly adjust hormone production to survive. Water chemistry defines life for fish. Changes in temperature, oxygen levels, or salinity can threaten cellular balance within minutes. Hormone systems allow fish to respond quickly and flexibly to these challenges. When conditions shift, hormones adjust how gills handle ions, how kidneys regulate water balance, and how metabolism distributes energy. These changes help maintain stable internal conditions even when the surrounding water becomes hostile. In species that move between fresh and salt water, hormonal control enables dramatic physiological transformation, allowing cells to function across environments that differ profoundly in chemistry. This adaptability is not passive tolerance, it is active negotiation with the environment. Hormones translate external conditions into internal adjustments, keeping tissues functioning within safe limits. Fish survival in variable waters highlights how endocrine systems serve as translators, turning environmental chemistry into biological stability through rapid, coordinated change. Serotonin affects digestion just as strongly as mood. Although serotonin is widely known for its role in emotional balance, most of it operates outside the brain, particularly in the digestive system. In the gut, serotonin helps regulate movement, secretion, and sensitivity. It influences how quickly food passes through, how strongly the gut responds to stretch, and how digestive signals communicate with the nervous system. This makes digestion responsive rather than mechanical. Emotional states can influence gut serotonin activity, while changes in digestion can affect mood, creating a two-way conversation between brain and, quote, body. This connection helps explain why stress can alter appetite or cause discomfort, and why digestive health can influence emotional well-being. Serotonin acts as a bridge between feeling and physiology, reminding us that the gut is not just a processing tube, but a responsive sensory organ. Through serotonin, digestion becomes an experience shaped by context, emotion, and internal chemistry. Hormones create biological clocks that operate even without sunlight. Many organisms maintain regular rhythms, even in environments where external time cues disappear. Hormones play a central role in generating these internal clocks. By cycling in predictable patterns, they regulate sleep, metabolism, body temperature, and the release of other hormones. These rhythms allow the body to anticipate needs rather than react to them, preparing for rest or activity before either begins. When environmental cues such as light return, these clocks can reset, staying aligned with the outside world. Without hormonal timing, biological processes would drift out of sequence, disrupting coordination across systems. The remarkable part is that time itself becomes a biological property. Hormones do not simply respond to time, they create it within the body. They allow life to remain ordered, rhythmic, and predictive, even in constant darkness or unchanging conditions. Many hormones act as feedback loops that constantly correct themselves. A hormone system often behaves less like a switch and more like a self-steering ship. Sensors in the body detect a change, glands release a chemical signal, tissues respond, and then the same system measures the result to decide whether to keep going. Ease off. This is how the body avoids extremes. If blood pressure rises, if body temperature shifts, if energy availability changes, hormone loops can push conditions back toward a safer middle. What makes this so fascinating is that the loop does not need awareness. It is automatic stability, built from chemical cause and effect. Some loops are fast, adjusting within minutes, while others work gradually over hours or days, fine-tuning long-term balance. Many loops also have layers, with one gland signaling another in a chain that allows tighter control than a single step could provide. When these loops work well, you rarely notice them because they prevent dramatic swings before they appear. The quiet miracle is that your body spends every moment correcting itself, using hormones as a continuous conversation between measurement and response. Antler growth in deer is one of the fastest hormone-driven bone growth processes known. Antlers are not permanent structures, they are rebuilt from scratch, again and again, with a speed that feels almost impossible for bone. During the growth season, the antler is covered in a living layer called velvet, packed with blood vessels and nerves. That velvet feeds the expanding bone with minerals, oxygen, and growth signals, allowing new tissue to form at a breathtaking rate. Hormones coordinate this surge, linking the season to changes in metabolism, circulation, and bone-building activity. The process is not simply adding length. Antlers branch, thicken, and shape themselves into complex forms that must be strong enough to withstand impact. Later, as conditions shift, hormone patterns change again. The velvet is shed, blood supply reduces, and the antler becomes a hardened tool rather than a growing organ. This cycle is a showcase of what hormones can do when they mobilize the body's resources toward a single construction project. In a short span of time, an animal can produce a large, intricate piece of living architecture, using chemistry to turn calcium and protein into a seasonal bee, crown. Thyroxine helps regulate energy use in nearly every cell of the body. Thyroxine is one of the body's great tempo setters. Instead of telling a single organ what to do, it influences the baseline pace of countless cellular processes. In many tissues, it affects how actively cells burn fuel, how much heat they generate, and how quickly they build and recycle the molecular machinery that keeps Kamda, them, alive. This is why changes in thyroid signaling can make the whole body feel different, not just one region. Skin texture, sensitivity to cold, heart rate, digestion speed, and mental clarity can all shift because the underlying cellular economy has been retuned. Thyroxine also interacts with development because growing tissues need an appropriate metabolic pace to build correctly. Too slow, and growth and repair struggle. Too fast, and the system can feel overstimulated and wasteful. The awe-inspiring part is that a small gland can influence the energy behavior of an entire organism through a signal that travels everywhere. Thyroxine is not a loud instruction, it is a background setting, quietly deciding how fast life runs at the level of each tiny cell. Hormones can cross the placenta and influence development before birth. Before a baby takes a first breath, development is already shaped by a chemical environment that carries information about the outside world. The placenta is not a perfect wall. It is a selective interface, allowing certain molecules to pass while blocking others. Some hormones from the mother can cross into the developing body, and some hormones produced by the placenta itself enter both circulations, shaping growth in both directions. These signals help coordinate development, timing, and resource delivery. They influence how organs mature, how tissues allocate energy, and how the developing brain prepares for life after birth. This is not simply about building a body, it is about tuning that body to expected conditions. The placenta can adjust nutrient transport and hormone signaling in response to stress, illness, or nutritional state. That means prenatal development is not isolated. It is responsive. The fascinating implication is that biology begins as a conversation between generations, carried by chemistry. Hormones become a way for a developing organism to receive early forecasts about the world it is about to enter, shaping foundational patterns that can echo long gone. After birth, stress hormones can temporarily boost immune defenses before suppressing them later. In an immediate emergency, the body often benefits from a short burst of readiness. Stress hormones can help mobilize immune resources quickly, increasing certain defensive activities so the body is prepared for injury or infection might follow danger. This short-term effect makes evolutionary sense because threats in nature often came with wounds. Yet the same stress chemistry, when prolonged, can push the immune system in the opposite direction. Maintaining high alertness is expensive. Over time, the body begins to conserve, and immune activity can be dampened, making it harder to fight off invaders and easier for inflammation patterns to become unbalanced. The shift is not a contradiction. It is a trade. Short-term defense, long-term cost control. This two-phase behavior is one reason chronic stress can feel like it changes the entire texture of health. The immune system is not simply on or off. It is strategically managed. Stress hormones act like a temporary wartime budget, then a forced austerity plan, all depending on duration. That time dependence is what makes the story so striking. Chemistry that helps you survive the moment can become harmful when the moment never ends. Insects use ecdysone to trigger complete body reorganization during molting. Ecdysone is one of the most dramatic hormones in nature because it can tell an animal to rebuild itself. In many insects, growth is not a gentle, continuous stretch. The body is constrained by an external skeleton, so expansion requires molting, and in certain stages, it requires metamorphosis. When ecdysone rises at key times, tissues respond in carefully choreographed ways. Some structures are broken down, others are rebuilt, and new adult features emerge from hidden clusters of cells that were waiting for the right chemical signal. The transformation can include wings, antennae, legs, mouth parts, and internal organs, all changing while the insect remains alive. What makes this mind-bending is coordination. A body cannot become a new form randomly. It must maintain vital functions while rearranging itself. Ecdysone helps provide that timing and order, working with other signals to ensure the change happens in a survivable sequence. Metamorphosis is not magic, but it is close. It is chemistry turning one life strategy into another, letting a crawling larva become a flying adult through a hormonal command that rewrites the blueprint in motion. Hormones help translate social experiences into long-term biological change. Social life can leave marks that are more than memory. Hormones provide one pathway by which relationships, isolation, threat, and support can become biology. When social experiences change stress levels, safety signals, or belonging, hormone patterns shift, and those patterns can influence brain circuits that govern bandha, attention, vigilance, and trust. Over time, repeated social environments can shape baseline settings, such as how reactive the body is to challenge or how quickly it returns to calm. In developing individuals, this effect can be especially strong because the brain is still building its expectations about the world. Hormones can also influence which genes are more active in certain tissues through chemical tags that change how DNA is used, allowing experience to alter gene expression without altering the gene sequence itself. This is one reason environment and biology are inseparable. Hormones help convert lived experience into durable changes in physiology, shaping resilience, sensitivity, and behavior. The wonder is that social reality, something that seems external and intangible, can become internal and physical through endocrine pathways that record patterns over seam-B. Time. Aldosterone quietly controls blood pressure by managing microscopic salt movements. Aldosterone works in the background, far from the drama of adrenaline, yet its influence is everywhere. It acts mainly on the kidneys, where it guides how much sodium is retained and how much is released into urine. That decision matters because water follows sodium. When more sodium is kept, water is held too, increasing blood volume and supporting blood pressure. When sodium is released, water tends to leave with it, reducing volume and easing pressure. This might sound simple, but it operates through microscopic transport proteins that move ions across cell membranes, one tiny exchange at a time, repeated across vast numbers of kidney cells. Aldosterone also influences potassium handling, which matters for electrical stability in muscles and the heart. The awe-inspiring part is that a molecule can shape the pressure inside your arteries by directing countless invisible ion movements in filtering organs rarely think about. Blood pressure feels like a single number, but it is the outcome of trillions of molecular choices. Aldosterone is one of the main chemical supervisors of those choices, keeping circulation stable across changing hydration, diet, and activity. Some hormones only function at extremely specific times of day. Timing can be the difference between a helpful hormone and a confusing signal. Many endocrine messages are designed to arrive when tissues are primed to interpret them. That priming comes from internal clocks in cells that change receptor sensitivity and downstream chemistry across the day and night cycle. A hormone released at the wrong time may produce a weaker effect, or even push physiology in an unhelpful direction, because the body is in a different state of readiness. This is one reason the same chemical messenger can be linked to alertness in one phase and to recovery in another. The body uses time windows to separate tasks, so that energy mobilization, repair, immune tuning, and memory processing do not all compete at once. It is not only the hormone that matters, it is the schedule that gives it meaning. The fascinating implication is that the endocrine system speaks in timing as much as in chemistry, and tissues listen with daily expectations built into their molecular machinery. In a real sense, your body is a timed ecosystem, and certain hormonal messages are only fully understood when they arrive at the precise hour they were evolved to occupy. Hormones can alter how genes are read without changing the genetic code itself. Genes are not destiny in the way people often imagine. The DNA sequence is like a library, but cells choose which books to open, which chapters to reread, and which pages to keep closed. Hormones influence those choices by triggering molecular pathways that add or remove chemical markers around DNA and its packaging proteins. These markers can make certain genes easier to access or harder to activate, shifting what the cell produces without rewriting the underlying code. This is one of the ways the body adapts to long-term conditions. A sustained hormone environment can encourage a cell to emphasize repair pathways, adjust energy handling, or change how it responds to future signals. Some of these changes can persist, creating longer-lasting patterns of gene expression that shape tissue behavior over time. The wonder here is subtle. A hormone can create stability or flexibility, not by changing what you are, but by changing which parts of your genetic potential are expressed in a given moment. It is chemistry guiding interpretation, turning the genome from a static script into a responsive performance. The hormone vasopressin plays a role in memory, social bonding, and water balance. Vasopressin is a remarkable example of how evolution layers meaning onto chemistry. In the body, one of its essential roles is maintaining water balance. When hydration drops, vasopressin signals the kidneys to conserve water, stabilizing blood volume and circulation. This function alone can determine survival in dry or demanding conditions. But at the same time, vasopressin acts within the brain, where it influences how social information is processed and remembered. Certain neural circuits use vasopressin to strengthen recognition of familiar individuals and to reinforce social boundaries. In some species, this hormone contributes to pair bonding, territorial awareness, and long-term social memory. What makes vasopressin especially fascinating is that its physical and social roles share a common theme of preservation. It helps retain water within the body and stability within relationships. Both functions reduce risk in unpredictable environments. Through vasopressin, biology links survival of the body with continuity of social structure, showing how a single molecule can support both physical balance and the memory of who matters. Salmon rely on hormone cascades to survive the transition from ocean to freshwater. A salmon's journey from the ocean into freshwater rivers requires a complete internal reorganization. The chemistry of seawater and river water is profoundly different, and without preparation, cells would swell or shrink dangerously. Hormones initiate this preparation long before the fish reaches fresh water. Gill cells begin altering how they transport salts, switching from releasing excess salt to conserving it. Kidneys change how they filter and retain water. Metabolism shifts to support endurance and tissue maintenance during the taxing migration. These changes occur in overlapping stages, guided by multiple hormones working together as a cascade. Each signal prepares the body for the next adjustment, creating a smooth transition rather than a shock. Behavior is also affected, sustaining the drive to swim upstream despite exhaustion. The astonishing reality is that a salmon does not simply tolerate environmental change. It actively rewrites its internal rules through hormonal coordination. This ability allows a single organism to thrive in two worlds that would otherwise be chemically incompatible. Hormones coordinate healing by deciding when inflammation should stop. Inflammation is an essential defense, but it is also inherently destructive if allowed to persist. Hormones play a critical role in determining not only when inflammation begins, but when it must end. Early in injury or infection, hormone patterns support immune activation, increasing blood flow and directing defensive cells to the affected area. As the threat diminishes, different hormonal signals emerge that encourage resolution. These signals tell immune cells to withdraw, promote cleanup of damaged material, and allow tissue rebuilding to take priority. Without this hormonal guidance, inflammation could linger and damage healthy structures. Hormones also integrate broader context into healing decisions. Energy availability, stress levels, and overall health all influence how quickly inflammation is shut down. This ensures that repair proceeds at a pace the body can support. Healing, therefore, is not a single reaction. It is a staged process, and hormones serve as conductors, ensuring that defense yields to restoration at precisely the right time. Leptin helps the brain sense long-term energy reserves rather than hunger alone. Leptin provides the brain with a long-range perspective on energy security. Unlike hunger signals that respond to recent meals, leptin reflects stored energy accumulated over time. Fat tissue releases leptin in proportion to its reserves, allowing the brain to estimate whether the body is living in abundance or scarcity. This information influences appetite, metabolism, and even decisions about growth and reproduction. When leptin levels suggest adequate reserves, the brain permits energy-intensive processes to continue. When leptin signals depletion, the brain encourages conservation and restraint. Leptin also shapes how strongly food cues attract attention, subtly adjusting motivation rather than forcing behavior. What makes leptin especially fascinating is its role in patience. It prevents the body from overreacting to short-term fluctuations, grounding decisions in longer-term trends. Through leptin, the body develops a sense of energetic foresight, balancing present needs against future survival. Hormonal signals allow cells to cooperate instead of competing for resources. In a multicellular organism, survival depends on cooperation among countless individual cells. Without coordination, cells could compete for nutrients, oxygen, and space, undermining the whole system. Hormones prevent this by broadcasting shared priorities. They signal when growth should occur, when resources should be stored, and when certain tissues should take precedence. During development, hormones guide cells towards specialized roles, reducing competition by assigning purpose. During stress, hormones temporarily redirect resources towards systems that support immediate survival. Over longer periods, they rebalance distribution to restore equity among tissues. This chemical governance allows trillions of cells to function as a unified economy rather than a battlefield. The deeper insight is that cooperation is not assumed in biology, it is enforced through signaling. Hormones create the rules that make collective survival possible, ensuring that individual cells serve the organism rather than themselves. Reptiles use temperature-sensitive hormones to determine the sex of offspring. In many reptiles, sex is not fixed at conception. Instead, temperature during a narrow window of development influences hormone activity that guides sexual differentiation. Slight differences in warmth can alter enzyme activity, shifting hormone pathways toward male or female development. This mechanism allows populations to adjust sex ratios in response to environmental conditions, which can improve long-term survival. Hormones act as translators, converting temperature into biological instruction. This system demonstrates an extraordinary openness between environment and development. The world outside the egg becomes a participant in shaping identity. Rather than rigidly encoding outcomes, biology uses hormonal sensitivity to adapt. The astonishing result is that something as subtle as heat can guide fundamental aspects of life history, revealing how deeply development is intertwined with environmental context through endocrine pathways. Hormones shape voice pitch and communication styles during development. As bodies mature, hormones influence the growth and tuning of structures involved in sound production. Vocal cords change in length and thickness, resonance spaces shift, and breathing patterns adapt. These physical changes alter pitch and tone, but hormones also act in the brain, shaping circuits involved in communication. They influence how signals are timed, emphasized, and modulated in social interaction. This dual influence ensures that voice development is not only anatomical, but expressive. Communication styles evolve alongside identity, guided by chemistry that links physical form with social function. The result is that voice becomes both a biological and social signal, reflecting internal development and external role. Hormones quietly ensure that communication grows in step with the rest of the organism, allowing sound to carry meaning shaped by maturation. Ghrelin does more than trigger hunger and also influences learning and reward. Ghrelin rises when the body anticipates a need for food, but its influence extends into cognitive systems. It enhances attention toward cues associated with nourishment and increases the brain's readiness to learn from food-related experiences. Ghrelin interacts with reward circuits, making exploration and persistence more likely when energy is needed. This connection ensures that hunger is paired with problem-solving rather than paralysis. By influencing memory formation, ghrelin helps organisms remember where resources were found and how they were obtained. This transforms hunger into a driver of learning. The hormone does not merely create discomfort, it mobilizes cognition. Through ghrelin, physical need becomes mental focus, integrating metabolism with adaptive behavior. Some hormones act as braking systems that prevent runaway reactions. Biological systems often rely on amplification, but amplification without restraint can be destructive. Some hormones serve as internal brakes, reducing sensitivity or counteracting activating signals. They help prevent stress responses from overwhelming tissues, stop growth from becoming uncontrolled, and limit immune reactions before they cause damage. These braking hormones shape intensity and duration rather than stopping processes outright. They allow flexibility without chaos. Without them, helpful responses could spiral into harm. The elegance of this system lies in balance. Activation and restraint are paired, ensuring that power is matched with control. Hormonal brakes protect the body from its own capacity for escalation, maintaining stability through moderation. Hormones enable the body to predict future needs rather than just react. Hormonal signaling is often anticipatory rather than reactive. Daily rhythms prepare the body for waking and rest before either occurs. Seasonal signals adjust metabolism and behavior ahead of environmental change. Stress hormones mobilize energy before action begins. This forward-looking strategy reduces delay and increases efficiency. Hormones integrate past experience and present cues to forecast likely demands. By adjusting internal settings in advance, the body avoids costly lag. This predictive capacity transforms biology into a forecasting system, allowing life to stay one step ahead of uncertainty. Hormones do not wait for crisis, they prepare for possibility. The endocrine system communicates more slowly than nerves, but with greater reach. Nervous signals are like sparks, fast, precise, and brief, while endocrine signals are more like weather moving across a landscape. Hormones travel through blood and tissue fluids, reaching cells that may be far from where the message began. This slower delivery is not a weakness, it is a different kind of power. A nerve can tell a muscle to twitch in an instant, but a hormone can shift the behavior of many organs at once, shaping metabolism, temperature regulation, immune activity, and mood over sustained periods. Because hormones circulate, they can coordinate systems that would otherwise act independently, ensuring the liver, muscles, brain, and fat tissue respond to Ba. The same internal story. Hormonal messages also linger longer than nerve impulses, giving the body time to maintain a new setting, not just react in a moment. This broad reach makes the endocrine system ideal for guiding long-term processes like development, seasonal adaptation, and recovery after strain. The wonder is that you carry two communication networks, one designed for speed and one designed for unity, and the slower one often defines the overall state your body lives in. Elephants rely on complex hormone cycles to coordinate long gestation periods. An elephant pregnancy is a long commitment that requires extraordinary coordination across months of gradual change. Hormone cycles help manage this by sustaining the pregnancy, regulating energy use, and guiding the timing of fetal development so the newborn arrives, ready for an enormous world. The mother's body must support a growing fetus without compromising her own survival, which means metabolism, circulation, and immune tolerance need careful tuning. Hormones help shift these systems in stages, adjusting appetite and nutrient handling, changing tissue flexibility, and preparing mammary glands well before birth. They also help coordinate behavior, influencing rest patterns, movement, and social interactions that support the safety of the mother and calf. In a social species like elephants, hormonal changes may also interact with group dynamics, encouraging protective attention from relatives and DT, reinforcing the cohesion that helps vulnerable young survive. The awe-inspiring part is how long the body can hold a stable developmental plan while still adapting day by day to environment and stress. Elephant gestation shows hormones as long-range project managers, guiding a living construction process that must remain precise for a very long time. Hormones influence how pain is perceived and remembered. Pain is not a simple signal from injured tissue. It is an experience shaped by context, expectation, and biology. Hormones help tune that experience by changing how strongly pain signals are amplified in the nervous system and how much emotional weight they carry. In acute danger, certain hormone states can dampen pain temporarily, allowing movement and survival even when the body is damaged. In calmer settings, other hormone patterns can heighten sensitivity, making small injuries feel urgent so they are protected during healing. Hormones also influence how pain becomes memory. The brain does not store pain as a single sensation. It stores meaning, including fear, relief, and lessons about what to avoid. Hormonal state during an event can strengthen or soften that learning, affecting whether pain leaves a lasting imprint or fades more cleanly. Over time, repeated hormone environments can change baseline sensitivity, influencing how the nervous system interprets signals from the body. The remarkable implication is that pain is partly a story the body tells itself, and hormones help write the tone of that story, determining how loud it feels in tibia, the present, and how long it echoes afterward. Calcitonin helps protect bones by carefully regulating calcium storage. Bones are not inert pillars. They are living reservoirs that store minerals and constantly remodel themselves. Calcitonin participates in this balancing act by helping regulate calcium levels, protecting both skeleton strength and blood chemistry. When calcium levels rise, calcitonin can signal certain bone cells to slow the release of calcium from the skeleton, encouraging storage rather than withdrawal. This matters because calcium is needed for crucial functions such as muscle contraction and nerve signaling, yet too much free calcium in the bloodstream can disrupt normal physiology. Calcitonin therefore helps maintain a safe range, by influencing how bone is remodeled and how mineral is handled. Its role highlights a deeper truth. The skeleton is a dynamic organ that participates in whole body stability. Calcitonin is part of the quiet governance system that decides when bone should be built, when it should be protected, and how mineral should be budgeted. The awe-inspiring aspect is that every step you take rests on chemistry that is constantly negotiating between structural strength and the needs of moment by car. Moment cellular function. Hormonal shifts can reorganize brain circuits during adolescence. Adolescence is not only a period of growth, it is a period of neurological redesign. Hormones rising during this stage influence how brain circuits strengthen, prune, and reconfigure. Some connections become more efficient and stable, while others weaken and fade, allowing the brain to specialize in ways that match adult life. These hormonal influences affect regions involved in reward, social awareness, risk evaluation, and emotional regulation, which helps explain why adolescence can feel intense and unpredictable. The brain is learning new priorities, and hormones act as the chemical context in which that learning is shaped. Sleep patterns often shift, energy rhythms change, and sensitivity to social feedback increases, all guided in part by endocrine changes. What makes this mind-bending is that the brain is not simply getting bigger, it is changing its strategy. Hormones help tune how experience is interpreted and how strongly it alters wiring, making adolescence a window in which learning can remodel identity with crowd. Unusual force. It is a chemical-assisted transformation, turning a child's brain into a brain prepared for adult complexity. Bird singing behavior is tightly linked to seasonal hormone changes. For many birds, song is not random beauty. It is timed communication that rises and falls with the seasons. Hormone changes triggered by shifting daylight influence the brain regions that control singing and the muscles that produce sound. As breeding season approaches, hormone patterns can increase song frequency, complexity, and persistence, because song becomes a tool for attracting mates and defending territory. Outside that season, the same birds may sing less or simplify their calls, conserving energy when song is less useful. Hormones also influence responsiveness, shaping how strongly a bird reacts to the songs of rivals and potential partners. This seasonal tuning turns the landscape into an acoustic calendar. The astonishing part is that the impulse to sing is not only a choice, it is a biological readiness state. Hormones coordinate the timing so that song behavior aligns with nesting, courtship, and the availability of resources needed to raise young. Birdsong reveals hormones as composers, not writing the melody directly, but deciding when the music should fill the air and what role it should play in survival. Hormones allow tissues to grow in proportion rather than at random. A body is not a pile of independently growing parts. Organs must scale together, limbs must match torso size, blood supply must keep pace, and the brain must remain supported by the systems it controls. Hormones help enforce this proportionality by acting as shared growth signals that coordinate timing and rate across tissues. When growth accelerates, hormones guide where resources go and how different tissues respond, preventing some regions from expanding too quickly while others lag behind. They also influence how cells interpret mechanical stress, nutrient availability, and developmental stage, allowing growth to be shaped, not just increased. Proportion is essential for function. A heart must match body size, lungs must match oxygen demand, and bones must match muscle forces. Hormonal control helps keep these relationships coherent. The awe-inspiring insight is that development contains a sense of geometry. Hormones help maintain the geometry by acting as the body's scaling language, ensuring that growth produces a functional form rather than a mismatched collection bar of parts. Corticosterone plays a central role in stress responses across many animal species. In many animals, corticosterone is a key chemical messenger for managing stress, helping bodies respond to threat, scarcity, or challenge. It mobilizes energy by influencing how fuels are released and used, ensuring muscles and brain have what they need when action may be required. It also shapes behavior, increasing vigilance and adjusting priorities towards survival. In the short term, this can be helpful, sharpening responsiveness and supporting endurance. Over longer periods, sustained corticosterone can shift immune activity and reproductive investment, reflecting a biological trade-off that favors survival over long-term projects. What makes corticosterone fascinating is its broad conservation across species. Different animals may face different threats, yet similar endocrine logic appears again and again. This suggests that stress chemistry is an ancient toolkit, refined through evolution to manage uncertainty. Corticosterone is not a sign of weakness, it is a signal of adaptation, allowing organisms to shift into a state optimized for challenge. The deeper wonder is that the same molecule can support both readiness and cost control, depending on how long the storm lasts. Hormones help the body balance growth with repair. The body constantly negotiates between building new structure and maintaining what already exists. Growth requires energy and raw materials, that repair also requires investment. Hormones help decide how resources are divided between these two needs. In childhood, signals favor expansion, supporting rapid development and learning. In adulthood, hormonal patterns shift toward maintenance, encouraging tissue renewal, immune balance, and structural preservation. When injury occurs, hormones can temporarily redirect resources toward healing, slowing certain growth-like processes so repair can take priority. This balancing act is essential because unchecked growth can lead to instability, while insufficient repair leads to gradual decline. Hormones allow the body to adjust the balance based on context, such as nutrition, stress, and activity. The awe-inspiring aspect is that you are never simply growing or simply repairing. You are always doing both. Hormones act as budget planners for biology, ensuring that the body invests in the future without neglecting the present. Some hormones act only within the cell that produces them. Not all hormonal communication is long distance. Some signals are made and used within the same cell, acting as private instructions that never enter the bloodstream. These local hormones can change gene activity, metabolism, or stress responses without broadcasting to the rest of the body. This allows extremely precise control. A cell can adjust its own behavior based on internal conditions, such as energy availability or molecular damage, without involving distant organs. This kind of signaling is especially useful for fine-tuning because it avoids unintended effects elsewhere. It also reveals that endocrine logic exists at multiple scales. There is the body-wide messaging system, but also the intimate chemical conversations inside individual cells. The awe-inspiring insight is that every cell can behave like a tiny decision-maker, producing and responding to its own signals to maintain stability. Hormones are therefore not only messengers between organs, they can be internal guides, shaping life from the inside out at the smallest scale. Hormones help coordinate appetite with energy expenditure. Eating and burning energy are not independent decisions in the body. They are tightly coordinated processes guided by hormones that act like internal accountants. When energy intake rises, certain hormonal signals inform tissues that resources are available, encouraging storage, growth, or increased activity. When intake falls, Other signals promote conservation, efficiency, and the careful use of reserves. This coordination prevents wild swings between excess and depletion. Appetite hormones do not merely trigger eating, they also interact with systems that regulate how quickly energy is spent through movement, heat production, and cellular work. This means the body adjusts both sides of the equation together. If activity increases, appetite signals may rise to match demand. If resources are scarce, expenditure can quietly decrease even without conscious awareness. The remarkable part is that much of this balancing happens below perception. You may feel hungry or full, energetic or tired, without realizing that hormones are constantly integrating information about stored fuel, recent intake, and predicted needs. Through this system, the body aims for sustainability rather than immediate gratification, using chemistry to align desire with capacity over time. Prairie voles form lifelong bonds influenced by oxytocin and vasopressin patterns. Prairie voles have become famous in science because of their unusual social behavior. Unlike many mammals, they often form long-lasting pair bonds, sharing nests and cooperating in raising offspring. Hormones play a central role in this bonding. Oxytocin and vasopressin act in specific brain regions that link social interaction with reward and memory. When these hormones are released during close contact, they help associate a particular partner with safety and comfort. Over time, this association becomes stable, making the presence of that partner feel uniquely significant. What is especially fascinating is that closely related vole species differ in bonding behavior because of differences in where hormone receptors are expressed in the brain, not because of different hormones themselves. This shows that small changes in hormone sensitivity can reshape social organization. Prairie voles reveal how chemistry can support enduring relationships, turning fleeting interactions into lasting bonds that influence behavior across an entire lifetime. Hormones can influence how long cells live before being replaced. Cells are not immortal. Each type has a typical lifespan, after which it is removed and replaced. Hormones help regulate this turnover by influencing survival signals, stress resistance, and programmed cell death pathways. In some tissues, hormones encourage longevity, supporting repair mechanisms that allow cells to function longer. In others, they promote timely replacement, ensuring damaged or outdated cells are cleared away. This balance is essential for health. Too much survival can allow malfunctioning cells to persist. Too much turnover can exhaust regenerative capacity. Hormones integrate information about age, stress, nutrition, and injury to adjust these decisions. They help tissues adapt their renewal strategy to current conditions. The awe-inspiring insight is that life at the cellular level is managed through negotiated timing. Hormones help decide not only what cells do, but how long they remain part of the living system, quietly shaping renewal across the body. Parathyroid hormone quietly manages calcium levels minute by minute. Calcium is vital for muscles, nerves, and many cellular processes, yet its concentration in the blood must remain within a narrow range. Parathyroid hormone helps maintain this balance with remarkable precision. It acts on bones, kidneys, and the digestive system to adjust how calcium is released, conserved, or absorbed. When blood calcium dips, parathyroid hormone signals bones to release small amounts and kidneys to reduce loss. When levels rise, its activity decreases, allowing balance to return. These adjustments happen continuously, often without any noticeable sensation. The system is so finely tuned that even minor disruptions can affect muscle function or heart rhythm. The astonishing part is that bones are not passive structures. They act as dynamic reservoirs, and parathyroid hormone is one of the key managers deciding when to withdraw or deposit mineral. Through this quiet chemical control, the body maintains electrical stability and structural strength simultaneously. Hormonal signaling allows the body to adapt to altitude and oxygen scarcity. At high altitude, oxygen is scarce, and cells face an immediate challenge. Hormones help the body respond by coordinating changes across multiple systems. They influence breathing patterns, encouraging deeper or faster respiration. They signal the production of additional red blood cells to improve oxygen transport. They adjust metabolism so tissues use oxygen more efficiently. These changes unfold over time, allowing gradual adaptation rather than sudden strain. Hormones also help regulate blood flow, directing oxygen toward vital organs while maintaining overall stability. This adaptation is not simply physical, it is chemical planning. The body learns a new normal through endocrine guidance. The awe-inspiring aspect is that humans and other animals can inhabit environments that differ dramatically from sea level because hormones help rewrite internal BT expectations, allowing life to persist where oxygen is thin and every breath matters more. Insects use hormones to synchronize entire populations to emerge at once. Some insects appear suddenly in enormous numbers, filling the air or covering the ground almost overnight. This mass emergence is not coincidence, it is hormonally coordinated timing. Developmental hormones regulate when larvae or pupae complete their transformation, responding to environmental cues such as temperature, seasonal change. Because individuals share similar signals, entire populations can synchronize their emergence. This strategy offers powerful advantages. Predators are overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Mating opportunities increase. Environmental conditions are briefly ideal for survival. Hormones make this coordination possible by aligning internal clocks across many individuals without direct communication. The remarkable insight is that chemistry can create collective behavior at a population scale. Hormonal timing allows insects to act as if they share a calendar, turning individual development into a coordinated biological event. Hormones help determine when curiosity turns into caution. Exploration carries both opportunity and risk. Hormones help balance these opposing forces by shaping how the brain evaluates novelty. In certain states, hormonal patterns promote curiosity, increasing attention and willingness to investigate new environments. In others, the same systems tilt toward caution, heightening sensitivity to potential threat. This balance shifts with context. Hunger, safety, fatigue, and social support can all influence the hormonal backdrop against which decisions are made. Rather than forcing behavior, hormones adjust the emotional weight of outcomes, making exploration feel rewarding or risky. This flexibility is essential for survival, allowing organisms to seek resources without ignoring danger. The awe-inspiring aspect is that curiosity itself has a chemical component. Hormones quietly help decide when to approach and when to withdraw, guiding behavior through feeling rather than calculation. Thyroid hormones influence how quickly thoughts feel like they move. Thyroid hormones help regulate the overall pace of cellular activity, and the brain is no exception. When these hormones shift, mental tempo can change. Thoughts may feel quicker or slower, attention sharper or more diffuse. This is not about intelligence, but about processing speed and energy availability. Neurons rely on metabolic support to fire efficiently, and thyroid hormones help set that baseline. They influence how readily signals propagate and how quickly systems reset after activity. This is why changes in thyroid signaling can affect concentration, alertness, and mental stamina. The fascinating part is that subjective experience can reflect molecular pacing. How means much as what you think can be shaped by hormones that quietly tune the speed of the brain's internal machinery. Hormones can create lasting effects from brief early life experiences. Early development is a period of heightened sensitivity. During this time, brief hormonal changes can leave enduring marks on physiology and behavior. Stress, nutrition, and social environment can alter hormone patterns that influence how tissues develop and how neural circuits organize. Even short-lived changes can adjust baseline settings, shaping how the body responds to challenge later in life. These effects are often stored through long-lasting changes in gene regulation, allowing early signals to echo across decades. This does not mean fate is fixed, but it does mean beginnings matter. Hormones help translate early experience into biological memory. The awe-inspiring insight is that a fleeting moment can become part of the body's long-term story, written not in conscious recollection, but in chemistry. Fish schooling behavior is partially coordinated through hormone-mediated cues. Schooling fish move with extraordinary coordination, turning and accelerating as if guided by a shared mind. While vision and sensory cues play a role, hormones contribute by shaping responsiveness and social sensitivity. Hormonal state can influence how strongly an individual fish reacts to the movement of neighbors, adjusting alignment and spacing. Stress-related hormones can tighten schools, increasing cohesion when danger is near. Calmer states may allow looser formations. This chemical tuning helps schools remain flexible rather than rigid, adapting shape and density to context. The remarkable aspect is that hormones do not dictate movement directly. They set the sensitivity that allows collective patterns to emerge. Through endocrine influence, individual bodies become better listeners to the group, allowing coordinated behavior to arise from simple rules shaped by shared being. Chemistry. Hormones help regulate body temperature without conscious awareness. Your body temperature feels stable most of the time, yet it is constantly being adjusted in response to internal and external conditions. Hormones play a central role in this quiet regulation. They influence how much heat is produced by cells, how much is retained, and how much is released into the environment. Certain hormonal signals increase metabolic activity, causing cells to generate more heat, while others encourage heat loss by widening blood vessels near the skin or promoting cooling behaviors. These adjustments happen continuously, even while you sleep, without any need for conscious input. Hormones also integrate temperature control with other priorities. During illness, for example, hormonal shifts can support fever, raising body temperature to make conditions less favorable for pathogens. During scarcity, the body may conserve heat to save energy. What makes this fascinating is that temperature regulation is not a simple thermostat. It is a negotiated process that balances energy availability, immune activity, and environmental exposure. Hormones allow the body to maintain thermal stability while still adapting to changing demands, turning temperature into a flexible tool rather than a fixed number. The hormone erythropoietin stimulates red blood cell production in response to oxygen levels. Oxygen is essential for cellular life, yet the body cannot store large reserves of it. Instead, it relies on constant delivery through red blood cells. Erythropoietin helps manage this delivery by adjusting how many red blood cells are produced. When oxygen availability drops, such as at high altitude or during prolonged exertion, erythropoietin levels rise. This hormone signals the bone marrow to increase production of red blood cells, expanding the blood's capacity to carry oxygen. This process unfolds over days and weeks, allowing gradual adaptation rather than sudden strain. Erythropoietin does not act blindly. It responds to precise chemical sensing of oxygen levels in tissues, ensuring that production matches need. Once oxygen delivery improves, hormone levels fall, preventing excess thickening of the blood. The awe-inspiring aspect is that the body can sense something as invisible as oxygen scarcity, and respond by altering its own cellular population. Through erythropoietin, chemistry becomes a feedback system that tunes the very makeup of the blood to match the demands of the environment. Hormonal communication allows distant organs to behave as a unified system. Your organs are physically separate, yet they often act in harmony as if they were parts of a single decision-making entity. Hormones make this possible by carrying messages that coordinate behavior across distance. A signal released by one gland can influence the liver, muscles, brain, and immune system simultaneously, aligning their actions toward a shared goal. This is especially important for processes that require cooperation, such as responding to stress, regulating energy, or preparing for sleep. Hormonal messages persist longer than nerve signals, allowing organs to stay aligned over extended periods, rather than responding in brief flashes. This shared chemical language helps prevent conflict between systems. Instead of competing for resources, organs adjust together, shifting priorities in a coordinated way. The wonder lies in scale. A tiny molecule released in one location can influence trillions of cells elsewhere, turning the body into a synchronized network. Hormones transform anatomical separation into functional unity, allowing life to behave as a cohesive whole rather than a collection of independent parts. Amphibians rely on hormonal timing to survive dramatic environmental shifts. Amphibians often live at the boundary between water and land, environments that can change rapidly and unpredictably. Hormones help them survive these shifts by coordinating development, metabolism, and behavior with environmental timing. As conditions change, hormonal signals can trigger transformations that alter breathing structures, skin properties, and feeding strategies. These changes are not immediate reactions, but timed transitions that unfold in stages. Hormones ensure that tissues change in the correct order, preventing dangerous mismatches where one system adapts faster than another. Seasonal drying, temperature changes, and food availability all influence hormonal patterns that guide these adjustments. The remarkable aspect is that amphibians do not simply endure environmental instability. They anticipate it. Hormones help align internal change with external cycles, allowing survival in habitats where consistency cannot be assumed. Through endocrine timing, amphibians demonstrate how life can remain flexible without losing coherence, adapting repeatedly across shifting worlds. Hormones influence how the brain assigns meaning to sensory input. The brain does not passively record the world. It interprets it, deciding what matters and what can be ignored. Hormones influence this process by shaping attention, emotional tone, and memory formation. The same sound, sight, or touch can feel comforting, threatening, or meaningless, depending on hormonal state. Signals associated with safety can soften perception, allowing the brain to filter out background noise. Signals associated with stress or alertness can sharpen focus, making details stand out with urgency. Hormones also influence how strongly sensory experiences are remembered, attaching emotional weight that can shape future behavior. This means perception is never purely objective. It is chemically colored by internal context. The awe-inspiring implication is that hormones help create subjective reality. They do not change the external world, but they change how that world is experienced and remembered. Through this influence, chemistry helps decide what becomes meaningful, guiding learning and behavior through feeling rather than logic alone. Insulin-like growth factors guide tissue repair after injury. After injury, tissues face a delicate challenge. They must rebuild structure without creating instability. Insulin-like growth factors help manage this process by supporting cell survival, division, and differentiation in damaged areas. These hormones encourage cells to migrate into wombs, produce new structural proteins, and re-establish functional connections. Their influence is context-sensitive. They act more strongly where repair is needed and less where tissue is already stable. This prevents excessive growth while still promoting healing. Insulin-like growth factors also interact with mechanical signals, responding to physical stress and movement during recovery. This integration helps tissues rebuild in a way that restores strength and function rather than simply filling space. The awe-inspiring aspect is that repair is not blind regrowth. It is guided reconstruction. Hormones provide the chemical framework, but allows healing to be precise, coordinated, and adaptable to the demands placed on the recovering tissue. Hormones can create biological trade-offs between growth and survival. Resources in the body are finite. Hormones help decide how those resources are allocated, often forcing trade-offs between competing needs. During times of abundance, hormonal patterns may favor growth, reproduction, and long-term investment. During times of stress or scarcity, those same systems can shift toward survival, conserving energy and postponing costly processes. This does not mean growth simply stops. It means priorities change. Hormones guide these shifts by altering metabolism, immune activity, and tissue maintenance. These trade-offs are not flaws. They are adaptive strategies shaped by evolution. The fascinating part is that the body is constantly negotiating its future against its present. Hormones serve as the negotiators, weighing immediate safety against long-term potential. Through this process, biology accepts compromise as a path to survival, ensuring that life continues even when conditions are less than ideal. Migratory insects depend on hormonal switches to enter energy-saving states. Many migratory insects face journeys that demand extreme efficiency. Hormones help prepare them by triggering energy-saving states before migration begins. These states can reduce metabolic rate, suppress reproduction, and alter behavior to conserve fuel. Hormonal switches help insects accumulate energy reserves and then protect those reserves during travel. Once migration ends, different hormone patterns allow normal activity and reproduction to resume. This ability to shift states is essential because migration requires endurance rather than growth. The remarkable aspect is that these insects do not consciously decide to conserve energy. Chemistry does it for them. Hormones transform physiology to match the demands of movement across vast distances, allowing small bodies to accomplish extraordinary journeys through strategic restraint. Hormones help determine how the body responds to novelty. New experiences can represent opportunity or danger. Hormones help bias the body's response by shaping emotional and physiological readiness. Certain hormonal states encourage openness, exploration, and learning, making novelty feel intriguing rather than threatening. Other states heighten caution, increasing sensitivity to risk and promoting withdrawal. These shifts depend on context, such as energy availability, recent stress, and social environment. Hormones do not dictate behavior, but they adjust the emotional weight of options. This chemical tuning allows flexibility. The same individual can be adventurous in one situation and cautious in another. The awe-inspiring insight is that curiosity and fear are not fixed traits. They are states influenced by internal chemistry, allowing behavior to adapt fluidly to changing conditions. Some hormones only exert effects during narrow developmental windows. During development, there are brief periods when tissues are especially sensitive to hormonal signals. During these windows, hormones can guide structure, wiring, and function in ways that are not possible later. Once the window closes, the same hormone may have little or no effect on that tissue. This timing ensures that development unfolds in the correct sequence, with each stage building on the last. It also means that brief hormonal changes can have lasting consequences if they occur at the wrong time. The awe-inspiring aspect is precision. Development is not just about what signals are present, but when they arrive. Hormones provide temporal instruction, turning time itself into a developmental tool. Through these narrow windows, chemistry shapes form and function with remarkable efficiency. Hormones allow memories to carry emotional weight long after events pass. Memory is not only about storing what happened, it is about storing how it felt, and hormones play a crucial role in shaping that emotional imprint. During meaningful experiences, hormonal signals interact with brain regions involved in learning and emotion, strengthening the association between and POW, event, and its emotional tone. This process helps the brain decide which memories should remain vivid and which can safely fade. Over time, the factual details of an event may blur, yet the emotional residue can remain strong, guiding future behavior and decision-making. Hormones help maintain this emotional coloring by influencing how memories are reactivated and reconsolidated when they are recalled. Each time a memory is revisited, hormonal context can subtly reshape it, reinforcing certain feelings while softening others. This means memory is not static. It is a living process influenced by ongoing chemistry. The awe-inspiring insight is that hormones help memories act as guides rather than archives. They allow past experiences to continue informing present choices, carrying lessons forward through feeling rather than conscious analysis. Melanocyte-stimulating hormone influences skin pigmentation and appetite. Melanocyte-stimulating hormone illustrates how one chemical signal can link seemingly unrelated systems. In the skin, it influences pigment production, affecting how cells respond to sunlight and helping protect deeper tissues from damage. This role ties appearance directly to environmental exposure. At the same time, melanocyte-stimulating hormone acts in the brain, where it participates in appetite regulation and energy balance. By influencing neural circuits related to feeding behavior, it helps adjust how strongly hunger is felt and how rewarding food seems. This dual influence connects external protection with internal resource management. When conditions demand greater protection or conservation, the same hormone can contribute to both. The fascinating aspect is that pigmentation and appetite share a chemical conversation. Hormones do not respect the boundaries we mentally draw between systems. Instead, they integrate multiple priorities into unified signals, allowing the body to respond to environment and energy needs through shared chemistry. Hormonal signaling helps synchronize heart metabolism with activity levels. The heart must adapt constantly to changing demands. During rest, it needs to conserve energy and maintain steady rhythm. During activity, it must increase output and efficiency. Hormones help manage this transition by influencing how heart cells generate and use energy. Certain signals increase the availability of fuels and enhance metabolic pathways that support sustained contraction. Others promote recovery, helping the heart return to baseline after exertion. This coordination ensures that energy production matches workload, preventing fatigue or damage. Hormones also integrate heart function with the rest of the body, aligning circulation with muscle activity, temperature regulation, and stress response. The awe-inspiring aspect is that the heart does not simply beat faster or slower on command. It adjusts its internal chemistry to meet demand, guided by hormonal messages that anticipate and respond to activity. This allows the heart to remain resilient across a lifetime of changing physical challenges. Mammals rely on hormonal cues to coordinate birth timing. Birth timing is one of the most critical events in mammalian life. Hormones help ensure that it occurs when both parent and offspring are ready. As pregnancy progresses, Changing hormonal patterns gradually prepare the body for labor by altering tissue flexibility, sensitivity, and muscle. Coordination. At the same time, these signals influence fetal development, ensuring vital systems reach sufficient maturity before birth begins. Hormonal cues also interact with environmental and physiological conditions, allowing timing to adjust if stress or illness arises. This flexibility improves survival for both mother and newborn. The remarkable insight is that birth is not triggered by a single switch. It is the result of a coordinated hormonal conversation between tissues, organs, and even generations. Hormones ensure that timing reflects regularness rather than a fixed schedule, turning birth into a carefully synchronized transition rather than a sudden event. Hormones can influence how social hierarchies form in animal groups. In many animal societies, hierarchy shapes access to resources, mates, and safety. Hormones influence how these hierarchies emerge and stabilize by shaping behavior, perception, and responsiveness to social cues. Certain hormonal states can increase confidence, persistence, or sensitivity to challenge, affecting how individuals assert themselves or retreat. Others promote tolerance and cooperation, reducing conflict when stability is beneficial. Over time, repeated interactions under similar hormonal conditions can solidify social roles. What makes this fascinating is that hierarchy is not simply about size or strength. It is also about internal chemistry that biases behavior and interpretation. Hormones help tune social dynamics, allowing groups to organize without constant conflict. The awe-inspiring aspect is that complex social structure can emerge from subtle chemical influences, turning individual interactions into enduring, quote, patterns of group behavior. Renin plays a critical role in long-term blood pressure regulation. Renin is part of a hormonal system that manages circulation over extended periods rather than momentary changes. Released in response to shifts in blood flow or salt balance, renin initiates a cascade that influences blood vessel tone and fluid balance. This system allows the body to adjust pressure gradually, maintaining stability across changes in hydration, posture, and activity. Renin helps the body anticipate long-term needs rather than reacting to short-term fluctuations. By coordinating with other hormones, it ensures that blood pressure supports organ function without placing unnecessary strain on the heart and vessels. The awe-inspiring part is that such a small signal can influence the force with which blood moves through the entire body. Renin demonstrates how long-term balance is maintained through layered hormonal communication rather than constant emergency response. Hormones help regulate the balance between rest and exploration. Life requires alternating between action and recovery. Hormones help manage this balance by shaping energy levels, motivation, and alertness. Certain hormonal patterns encourage exploration, movement, and engagement with the environment. Others support rest, repair, and inward focus. These states are not random. They shift with time of day, recent activity, and environmental safety. Hormones ensure that exploration does not exhaust resources and that rest does not become stagnation. This chemical regulation allows flexibility, letting organisms respond appropriately to opportunity or threat. The awe-inspiring insight is that motivation itself is partially hormonal. The desire to move or to pause emerges from internal chemistry that weighs cost against benefit, guiding behavior through feeling rather than conscious calculation. Certain fish change sex under hormonal control when social conditions demand it. In some fish species, sex is not fixed for life. Instead, hormonal changes allow individuals to transition from one sex to another in response to social conditions. If a dominant individual is lost, hormonal pathways can shift in another fish, triggering gradual changes in reproductive organs, behavior, and appearance. This flexibility ensures that reproduction can continue even when group structure changes. Hormones coordinate this transformation carefully, allowing functional transition without disrupting survival. The remarkable aspect is that identity itself becomes adaptive. Through hormonal control, biology prioritizes continuity of the group over permanence of the individual. This phenomenon challenges simple ideas about sex and shows how deeply hormones can shape life history in response to social need. Hormones can affect creativity by altering neural flexibility. Creativity relies on the brain's ability to form new connections and explore unusual combinations of ideas. Hormones influence this flexibility by modulating how easily neural circuits shift and reorganize. Certain hormonal states promote openness, curiosity, and tolerance for ambiguity, which can support creative thinking. Others favor focus and efficiency, narrowing attention toward proven strategies. Creativity often emerges when flexibility and structure are balanced, and hormones help tune that balance. This does not mean creativity is chemically forced. Instead, internal chemistry shapes the mental landscape in which ideas form. The awe-inspiring insight is that imagination is not separate from biology. Hormones help adjust the brain's readiness to explore, allowing creative states to arise when conditions support them. Hormonal rhythms continue even in constant darkness. Even without external cues like sunrise or sunset, the body maintains internal rhythms. Hormones play a central role in generating these cycles, rising and falling in patterns that regulate sleep, metabolism, and alertness. These rhythms persist in constant darkness because they are driven by internal clocks rather than direct environmental signals. Hormones help keep these clocks synchronized across tissues, ensuring coordinated function. When external cues return, hormonal rhythms can adjust, realigning with the outside world. The awe-inspiring aspect is that time becomes an internal property of life. Hormones allow the body to measure and anticipate change even when the environment offers no guidance. Through endocrine rhythms, life maintains order in the absence of light, guided by chemistry that keeps its own quiet beat. Hormones help determine how the body responds to long-term stress. Short bursts of stress can be useful, but long-term stress presents a very different challenge. Hormones help determine whether the body adapts or begins to wear down. Over extended periods, endocrine systems adjust baseline settings for energy use, immune activity, sleep, and emotional regulation. Certain hormone patterns support endurance by mobilizing fuel and maintaining alertness, while others gradually shift the body toward conservation to prevent exhaustion. These changes affect how stress feels subjectively and how deeply it penetrates physiology. Long-term stress hormones can influence muscle maintenance, fat distribution, immune balance, and even how the brain evaluates threat. Importantly, the body does not respond to chronic stress as a constant emergency. Instead, it enters a new normal shaped by hormonal feedback. This can be adaptive in harsh environments, but costly if stress never resolves. The awe-inspiring insight is that stress response is not fixed. Hormones continuously recalibrated, shaping whether pressure becomes resilience or erosion over time. Invertebrates rely on hormones to coordinate regeneration after injury. Many invertebrates possess remarkable regenerative abilities, and hormones play a central role in coordinating this process. After injury, hormonal signals help determine which cells will divide, which will migrate, and which will specialize to rebuild missing structures. Regeneration is not simple regrowth. It requires patterning, ensuring that new tissue forms the correct shape and integrates with existing systems. Hormones help manage this by providing positional information and timing cues. They also regulate energy use, ensuring that regeneration does not compromise survival. In some species, regeneration can involve rebuilding complex structures such as limbs or sensory organs, all while the organism remains active. The awe-inspiring aspect is that regeneration is guided rather than chaotic. Hormones help turn injury into an organized construction project, demonstrating that healing can involve blueprint-level coordination rather than simple repair. Hormones shape facial features during development in subtle ways. Facial features emerge through a finely tuned developmental process influenced by hormonal signals. These hormones guide the growth rates of bones, cartilage, and soft tissues, shaping proportions rather than dictating a single outcome. Small differences in timing or sensitivity can lead to noticeable variation in jaw shape, brow structure, and overall symmetry. Hormones also influence how tissues respond to mechanical forces, such as chewing or expression, integrating use with form. This process unfolds gradually, often without any single dramatic change. The result is a face that reflects both genetic potential and hormonal context. The fascinating insight is that identity is sculpted rather than stamped. Hormones help translate developmental signals into subtle physical expression, contributing to the diversity of human and animal faces without rigid templates. The hormone adiponectin helps regulate inflammation and metabolism together. Adiponectin links energy management with immune balance, illustrating how deeply intertwined body systems are. Released by fat tissue, this hormone influences how cells use fuel, encouraging efficient metabolism and sensitivity to energy signals. At the same time, adiponectin has calming effects on inflammatory pathways, helping reduce chronic low-level inflammation that can damage tissues over time. This dual role is especially important because metabolism and inflammation often rise together during stress or excess. Adiponectin helps counterbalance that trend, supporting metabolic health while protecting tissues. Its presence reminds us that fat tissue is not merely storage, but an active endocrine organ. The awe-inspiring insight is that a single hormone can bridge two major systems, coordinating energy use with immune restraint to support long-term stability. Hormones allow organisms to anticipate seasonal change. Seasons bring predictable challenges and opportunities, and hormones help organisms prepare in advance. Changes in daylight, temperature, and food availability influence endocrine rhythms that adjust behavior and physiology before conditions fully shift. Hormones can alter appetite, reproduction, coat thickness, migration readiness, and energy storage. This anticipation reduces risk by allowing gradual adjustment rather than sudden reaction. Even in environments where seasons are subtle, hormonal timing can preserve rhythm and order. The remarkable aspect is that organisms do not simply respond to change. They forecast it. Hormones act as internal calendars, aligning life processes with recurring environmental patterns. Through this system, biology turns predictability into preparedness. Hormonal feedback prevents small imbalances from becoming dangerous. The body constantly experiences minor fluctuations in chemistry, pressure, and energy. Hormonal feedback systems detect these changes and respond early, preventing escalation. When a variable drifts slightly from its ideal range, hormones adjust processes to nudge it back toward balance. This happens continuously and often invisibly. Without such feedback, small deviations could compound into serious disruption. Hormonal feedback loops operate across multiple timescales, from minutes to days, allowing both rapid correction and long-term tuning. The awe-inspiring insight is that stability is not passive. It is actively maintained through constant measurement and response. Hormones serve as the body's quiet stabilizers, correcting course before imbalance becomes crisis. Some hormones act as translators between metabolism and mood. Metabolism and emotion influence each other deeply, and hormones help translate between these domains. Changes in energy availability can alter mood through hormonal signals that reach the brain, shaping motivation, patience, and emotional tone. Likewise, emotional stress can influence metabolic hormones, adjusting appetite and energy use. These interactions ensure that behavior aligns with physiological state. When energy is low, mood may shift toward conservation. When resources are abundant, emotional states may support exploration and engagement. The awe-inspiring insight is that feelings are not separate from physical state. Hormones help integrate body and mind, allowing emotion to reflect metabolic reality rather than existing in isolation. Marine mammals rely on hormonal insulation mechanisms to survive cold oceans. Marine mammals inhabit environments where heat loss is constant and severe. Hormones help them survive by regulating insulation, circulation, and metabolism. They influence the growth and maintenance of thick fat layers that retain heat while also serving as energy reserves. Hormones also adjust blood flow, reducing heat loss at the surface while protecting vital organs. Metabolic rate can be tuned to generate additional warmth when needed. These adjustments must remain flexible because marine mammals transition between water and air repeatedly. The awe-inspiring aspect is that survival in extreme cold is not achieved through fur alone, but through endocrine coordination that turns the body into a baddie. Dynamic thermal system. Hormones influence how quickly wounds close and tissues rebuild. Healing speed depends on more than injury severity. Hormones influence how rapidly cells migrate, divide, and form new tissue. They regulate blood flow to wounds, immune activity, and the production of structural proteins. Hormonal state can accelerate repair when resources are available or slow it when conservation is necessary. This flexibility helps prevent reckless rebuilding that could weaken tissue. Healing therefore becomes a regulated process rather than a race. The awe-inspiring insight is that recovery is not automatic. Hormones help pace it, ensuring that rebuilding aligns with overall health and stability. Hormonal communication allows life to function as a coordinated whole rather than isolated parts. Life depends on integration. Organs, tissues, and cells must act together despite physical separation. Hormones provide the communication that makes this possible. By circulating through the body, they carry information that aligns activity across systems. Metabolism, immunity, growth, reproduction, and behavior become coordinated rather than conflicting. This chemical conversation allows the body to respond as a unified entity to changing conditions. The awe-inspiring conclusion is that individuality emerges from cooperation. Hormones are the language that turns many parts into one living system, allowing life to remain coherent, adaptive, and whole. Hormones helped multicellular life evolve cooperation between cells. The moment life moved beyond single cells, a new problem emerged. Individual cells needed to give up independence in order to survive as part of something larger. Hormones provided a solution by allowing cells to share information about resources, danger, and collective priorities. Chemical signals made it possible for groups of cells to coordinate growth, repair, and specialization instead of competing blindly. This cooperation allowed tissues to form, organs to emerge, and eventually complex bodies to exist. Hormones helped cells learn when to divide and when to stop, when to consume resources and when to conserve them for others. Without this chemical diplomacy, multicellular life would collapse into internal conflict. The awe-inspiring truth is that cooperation is not accidental. It is chemically enforced. Hormones turned collections of cells into communities with shared rules, allowing life to scale upward in complexity while remaining stable. The hormone secretin was the first hormone ever discovered. The discovery of secretin marked a turning point in biological understanding. Before it was identified, scientists believed the body communicated primarily through nerves. Secretin revealed a different system entirely, one where organs could signal each other through chemicals carried in the bloodstream. This hormone was shown to be released by the digestive tract and to influence the pancreas from a distance, proving that communication did not require direct wiring. The discovery reshaped medicine and physiology by uncovering the endocrine system as a parallel network of control. It opened the door to identifying countless other hormones that guide growth, metabolism, reproduction, and behavior. The awe-inspiring part is that one quiet experiment revealed a hidden language running through the body. Secretin did not just add a new hormone to science. It revealed an entirely new way of understanding how life coordinates itself internally. Hormonal signaling helps regulate thirst before dehydration occurs. Thirst is not a simple reaction to dryness. Hormones help anticipate water needs before serious dehydration develops. As fluid balance begins to shift, hormonal signals adjust kidney function, blood volume, and the sensation of thirst itself. These signals allow the body to conserve water early and to prompt drinking before damage occurs. Hormones also integrate thirst with activity level, temperature, and salt balance, ensuring that hydration decisions reflect overall physiological state. This anticipatory system is crucial because waiting until dehydration is severe would threaten circulation and cellular function. The awe-inspiring insight is that the body does not wait for crisis. Hormones help predict future need, turning thirst into a preventative signal rather than an emergency alarm. Hormones can subtly influence posture and movement patterns. Movement is shaped not only by muscles and bones, but by internal chemistry. Hormones influence muscle tone, joint flexibility, and energy availability, all of which affect posture and motion. Changes in hormonal state can alter how upright or relaxed the body feels, how fluid movements become, and how long activity can be sustained without fatigue. These influences often operate below awareness, quietly shaping body language and habitual movement. Over time, repeated hormonal patterns can contribute to characteristic ways of standing, walking, or resting. The awe-inspiring idea is that the body's physical expression reflects internal chemistry. Hormones help shape how the body occupies space, turning movement into a biological reflection of internal state rather than a purely mechanical act. Many animals rely on hormone-driven seasonal fasting strategies. In environments where food availability changes dramatically, fasting can be a survival strategy rather than a failure. Hormones help orchestrate these periods by adjusting metabolism, suppressing appetite, and protecting vital tissues. Seasonal fasting allows animals to endure scarcity without exhausting energy reserves. Hormonal signals also coordinate the transition into and out of fasting states, ensuring that feeding resumes safely when conditions improve. This process protects organs, preserves muscle, and maintains essential functions even during extended periods without food. The awe-inspiring aspect is that fasting is not passive endurance. It is an active, hormonally guided strategy that allows life to pause certain processes while safeguarding others. Hormones help balance curiosity with survival instincts. Exploration offers opportunity, but it also carries risk. Hormones help manage this balance by influencing how strongly novelty attracts attention versus how strongly danger triggers caution. Certain hormonal states promote investigation and learning, making new environments feel inviting. Others heighten vigilance, making the same novelty feel threatening. These shifts depend on internal conditions, such as energy reserves, stress history, and safety. Hormones do not eliminate choice. They adjust emotional weighting, shaping how options feel. The awe-inspiring insight is that curiosity is chemically tuned. Hormones help ensure that exploration occurs when it is safe and worthwhile, and that caution rises when survival depends on restraint. Some hormones function differently depending on past exposure. Hormonal effects are not always fixed. Cells can change how they respond based on previous exposure, altering sensitivity over time. Repeated signals may lead to reduced responsiveness, while absence can increase sensitivity. This allows the body to adapt to persistent conditions without overreacting. Past exposure becomes a form of chemical memory, shaping how future signals are interpreted. This adaptability is essential for stability, preventing constant activation in unchanged environments. The awe-inspiring aspect is that hormones do not act in isolation. They carry history with them. The body remembers through chemistry, allowing present responses to reflect past experience. Hormonal cascades can amplify tiny signals into whole-body responses. A small trigger can lead to a massive outcome when hormones act in cascades. One signal activates another, which activates another, spreading influence across tissues and systems. This amplification allows subtle changes to produce coordinated responses. A slight environmental cue can adjust metabolism, behavior, and physiology simultaneously. Cascades also allow fine control, because each step can be regulated or dampened. The awe-inspiring insight is that scale in biology is flexible. Hormones allow small causes to produce large, organized effects, turning whispers into symphonies of coordinated change. Hormones quietly orchestrate transitions between life stages. Life unfolds in chapters, and hormones help guide the transitions between them. From early development to maturity to later life, hormonal patterns shift priorities and capabilities. These changes influence growth, reproduction, energy use, and repair. Transitions are gradual, allowing adaptation rather than disruption. Hormones help ensure that each stage builds on the last, preparing the body for new roles and challenges. The awe-inspiring truth is that aging and development are not random drift. They are guided processes, orchestrated by chemistry that helps life change form while preserving continuity. Hormones allow living systems to remain stable while constantly changing. Life is defined by change, yet it must maintain order to survive. Hormones make this possible by providing flexible regulation rather than rigid control. They adjust processes in response to internal and external conditions, allowing systems to shift without collapsing. Stability emerges not from sameness, but from continuous adjustment. Hormones enable this by linking sensing, response, and correction into ongoing loops. The awe-inspiring conclusion is that balance is active, not static. Hormones allow living systems to adapt endlessly while remaining whole, coherent, and alive. Your body rebuilds itself every few years. Within you, renewal never stops. Cells live, serve, and quietly surrender, replaced by others that continue the work of being you. Bone cells exchange themselves over the span of years. The lining of your stomach refreshes within days. Even the surface of your skin is replaced in a slow, silent cascade. Almost everything that makes up your physical form today will one day be gone, yet the pattern remains. It is as if the body remembers the idea of itself and keeps sculpting toward it again and again. This constant rebuilding is not chaos. It is rhythm. It is the breath of biology, a cycle that never asks for rest. You are a living river, made of changing cells, flowing through time, while somehow staying whole. In every heartbeat, your body rewrites its story of survival and begins the quiet act of healing all over again. The first known surgery was performed thousands of years ago. The idea of surgery feels deeply modern, bound up with white coats, sterile gloves, and gleaming lights. Yet the very first known surgical procedures reach far back into prehistory. Archaeologists have unearthed human bones that bear unmistakable signs of cutting, scraping, and even healing, evidence that early people not only attempted surgery, but sometimes succeeded. One of the most astonishing finds comes from a site in what is now France, where a skeleton dating back more than 7,000 years showed a carefully amputated forearm with bone regrowth that proved the patient lived on for years afterward. To imagine such a procedure carried out without anesthesia, antibiotics, or even metal instruments is staggering. These first healers must have relied on sharp stone tools, herbal poultices, and raw courage. Their work reminds us that medicine's roots lie not only in science, but also in the timeless human desire to preserve life. Some cells never stop repairing the same tissues. In the hidden layers of every organ, there are tireless workers whose only purpose is repair. These are the stem-like cells that linger in the background, waiting for a signal that something has gone wrong. In your skin, they replace the cells lost to friction and sunlight. In your intestines, they rebuild the lining that breaks down with each meal. In your muscles, they lie in silence until an injury wakes them. Once activated, they multiply and migrate, stitching new tissue into place with remarkable precision. They do this endlessly, cycling between rest and response, between quiet and motion. Some of these cells have been with you since before you were born, carrying a perfect memory of your body's original blueprint. They remind every system what whole feels like. Even when you are unaware, these unseen caretakers are restoring the body you live in, one silent repair at a time. Ancient trepanation involved drilling holes into skulls. Among the earliest and most mysterious surgical practices is trepanation, the deliberate cutting or drilling of holes into the skull. Evidence for it stretches across continents and millennia, from South America to Europe to Africa, suggesting it was practiced independently by many cultures. Some skulls show multiple openings with clear signs of bone healing, meaning the patient survived the ordeal. But why was it done? The answers remain uncertain. Some researchers believe trepanation was performed to treat head trauma, releasing pressure after injury. Others suggest it was intended to cure seizures, headaches, or mental disturbances. Still others think it carried spiritual or ritual significance, a way of opening the head to let out evil spirits. Whatever the motivation, the practice is a stunning testament to early medical bravery. To endure such a procedure without modern painkillers is almost unimaginable, and yet somehow people did and lived to tell the tale. Skin knows how to seal itself from the inside out. When the surface of your skin is broken, a tiny storm begins beneath it. Blood rushes to flood the wound, clotting into a protective seal. Fibroblasts move inward like builders, laying down scaffolding made of collagen. New skin cells then crawl across the hidden bridge from underneath, closing the gap in slow waves until the surface meets again. This movement does not come from the air above, but from the tissue below. The skin mends itself from the depths outward, guided by invisible gradients of chemistry and light. Nerves and vessels follow, restoring sensation and warmth. A scar is what remains of this delicate choreography, a visible reminder of an invisible wisdom. Even when you sleep, the same patterns continue in microscopic form, repairing the tiny tears of everyday life. The skin is not just protection, it is an artist that knows exactly how to paint itself whole. The Egyptians used moldy bread to heal wounds. In ancient Egypt, healers relied on remedies that often combined ritual with observation. One of the most remarkable treatments they used was moldy bread pressed against wounds. At first glance, it seems crude, perhaps even dangerous. Yet modern science reveals that the Egyptians were unknowingly harnessing the power of naturally occurring antibiotics. Certain molds produce substances that inhibit bacterial growth, a principle that centuries later would lead to the discovery of penicillin. Egyptian medical papyri described mixtures of honey, grease, and moldy bread applied to infections, suggesting a keen awareness that some treatments worked better than preke. Others, whether by chance or through careful trial and error, these ancient healers stumbled upon a practice that saved countless lives. It reminds us that medicine is not always born from formal laboratories or conscious theory. Sometimes it grows from intuition, observation, and the willingness to experiment with the materials the earth provides. Bones can sense where they need to grow stronger. Your skeleton is far from still. Each bone listens to the pressures that move through it. When you walk, lift, stretch, or simply stand, tiny sensors called osteocytes detect where stress is greatest. They relay messages to cells that dissolve old mineral and others that rebuild new. In this quiet communication, bones reshape themselves to fit the life you live. They thicken where you bear weight and hollow where rest is needed. Even after a fracture, the same system takes over, weaving mineral and collagen until strength returns. Every healed bone remembers the forces that shaped it and carries that memory into its structure. This is why astronauts lose density and weightlessness and regain it when they return. Your bones are not static pillars, they are living instruments tuned to gravity and movement. They respond to every rhythm, rebuilding their music beneath your skin. Honey has been used as medicine since antiquity. Sweet, golden honey has always been more than food. For thousands of years, it has been revered as a natural medicine. Ancient Egyptians, Greeks, Chinese, and indigenous peoples across the world all recognized its unusual healing properties. Honey contains enzymes that produce hydrogen peroxide in small amounts, making it naturally antibacterial. It also forms a protective barrier when applied to wounds, keeping them moist while fending off infection. Soldiers in antiquity carried honey into battle as a treatment for cuts and burns. Even today, hospitals sometimes use sterilized medical honey in bandages for patients with chronic wounds that resist modern drugs. Beyond the body, honey was also used to soothe sore throats, calm coughs, and preserve medicines. The simple product of bees gathering nectar became one of humanity's oldest allies in the fight against disease. Its survival across cultures and centuries shows how deeply medicine is entwined with the natural world. The liver is the only human organ that can regrow itself. Hidden beneath the ribs lies a remarkable organ that can perform the closest thing to regeneration known in human biology. The liver can lose a portion of its tissue and still rebuild itself to full size. When damage occurs, surviving cells divide rapidly, guided by a cascade of signals that awaken dormant genes. Blood vessels expand to feed the new growth, and the organ reorganizes itself as if remembering its former shape. This power of renewal is ancient, perhaps inherited from creatures that could once regrow entire limbs. Even when overworked, the liver continues its quiet service, cleansing the blood, balancing hormones, storing energy, and orchestrating chemistry. It never truly rests. Its ability to rebuild is a message of resilience written deep in the body's design. Within this soft, unassuming structure lives one of nature's clearest proofs, but healing is an art our bodies were born to master. Leeches were once prescribed for almost everything. For much of history, medicine was dominated by the idea of balancing the body's humors, blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. When illness struck, doctors often believed the solution was to drain away excess fluid, particularly blood. Enter the leech. These small, wriggling creatures became one of the most widely used medical tools of all time. From the Middle Ages through the 19th century, leeches were applied to patients with fevers, headaches, infections, and even mental illness. Entire industries grew up around their collection and trade, with millions of leeches harvested each year. Though the practice seems strange now, it wasn't entirely misguided. Leech saliva contains anticoagulants that prevent clotting, keeping blood flowing freely. Today, leeches are still used in microsurgery to relieve blood congestion in delicate tissues, such as reattached fingers or ears. Their persistence across the centuries is a reminder that even the strangest remedies can hold truth. Nerves can find their way back by following chemical trails. When a nerve is injured, the body sets out a trail of molecular breadcrumbs. Cells at the damaged end release tiny chemical cues that guide the regrowth of the nerve fiber. Schwann cells align like lanterns along the old pathway, lighting the way back to the muscle or skin that once received its signal. Growth occurs slowly, millimeter by millimeter, as the nerve reaches across the gap toward reconnection. The brain waits patiently, sometimes for months, until sensation and movement return. The precision of this process is astonishing, as if the body remembers its own map. Not every journey ends perfectly, but the attempt never stops. Even when a connection cannot be restored, neighboring nerves may take on the role instead. Healing in the nervous system is a story of persistence, a quiet search for reunion, guided by chemistry, memory, and the desire to feel again. Hippocrates is called the father of medicine. In ancient Greece, a physician named Hippocrates set down ideas that still echo in medicine today. Living in the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, he challenged the notion that illness was caused by angry gods or evil spirits. Instead, he argued that disease arose from natural causes, influenced by environment, diet, and lifestyle. This was revolutionary. Hippocrates also emphasized careful observation, keeping detailed notes on symptoms, progression, and possible outcomes. His teachings formed the basis of what became known as the Hippocratic Corpus, a collection of medical texts that influenced doctors for centuries. He also stressed ethics, the idea that physicians must do no harm and always act for the benefit of their patients. For this, he is remembered as the father of medicine. While many of his theories were flawed, his shift toward rational, evidence-based practice marked a turning point, planting seeds for the scientific medicine we know today. Your blood carries tiny messengers that call for repair crews. Each drop of blood is more than a river of red cells. It is a communication network. When tissue is damaged, fragments of broken cells release molecular distress signals. Platelets detect them and rush in to fall a clot, but they also send chemical messages into circulation. These signals summon white blood cells, growth factors, and proteins that rebuild. Some of these messengers even travel to distant organs, preparing them for the task of repair. The bloodstream becomes a conversation, carrying news of what has happened and instructions for what must come next. This coordination happens in moments, faster than thought. While you rest, your circulatory system is not simply delivering oxygen, It is directing a vast, invisible choreography of healing. Every pulse carries not only life, but guidance, ensuring that every corner of the body knows where care is needed most. The Hippocratic Oath still shapes medical ethics today. One of Hippocrates' most enduring legacies is the oath that bears his name. Though rewritten many times across history, the Hippocratic Oath continues to guide physicians in their responsibilities toward patients. Its central promise, first, do no harm, remains a foundation of medical ethics. Ancient versions bound doctors to secrecy, to share knowledge with students, and to respect the trust placed in them. Modern adaptations focus less on religious invocations and more on universal values: compassion, honesty, and the commitment to use medicine for healing, never for harm. Medical students around the world often recite some form of the oath at graduation, symbolically joining a tradition that stretches back more than 2,000 years. Though the wording changes with time, the essence endures. It is a reminder that medicine is not only a science of cures, but also a moral practice, rooted in trust, responsibility, and human dignity. Sleep is when most cellular healing actually happens. When you drift into deep rest, the conscious world fades, but the biological world awakens. Growth hormone surges, instructing cells to divide and repair. Muscles knit torn fibers. The immune system reviews the day's encounters, marking intruders and storing memories. Even your brain performs housekeeping, washing away the chemical clutter of thought through waves of cerebrospinal fluid. This nightly restoration is one of nature's oldest rituals. Without it, small wounds linger, stress accumulates, and clarity dims. Sleep is not a pause. It is a secret workshop that opens only when you let go. Each night, your body performs millions of unseen miracles, repairing DNA, calming inflammation, balancing hormones, and resetting the rhythms of the heart. The deeper the rest, the stronger the healing. As you close your eyes, your cells begin their silent shift from survival to renewal, working through the darkness to bring you back to light. Galen's writings dominated medicine for centuries. In the Roman Empire, a physician named Galen rose to extraordinary influence. Born in the 2nd century CE, he studied medicine in Greece and Alexandria before serving as a doctor to gladiators and eventually the emperors themselves. Galen wrote extensively on anatomy, physiology, and treatment, drawing on dissections of animals to infer how the human body worked. His writings became so authoritative that for more than 1,000 years, across Europe and the Middle East, they were treated almost as unquestionable truth. Students memorized his theories, physicians prescribed according to his methods, and critics often found themselves silenced. While Galen was wrong about many things, he insisted, for example, that blood ebbed and flowed in the body rather than circulating. His vast synthesis of knowledge preserved medical traditions through the Dark Ages. His dominance shows how medicine, like all science, advances not just by discovery, but also by eventually challenging authority. Even your DNA has a built-in repair toolkit. Every moment of every day, strands of DNA inside your cells are damaged by sunlight, toxins, or even the simple act of breathing. Yet they rarely stay broken for long. Enzymes patrol the double helix like caretakers, scanning for errors and stitching the code back together. Some correct single letters of the genetic script, while others rebuild entire sections. This molecular craftsmanship happens millions of times a day without you ever knowing it. When repair succeeds, the cell continues its life unharmed. When it fails, systems awaken to recycle or replace the cell entirely. The body treats damaged DNA not as tragedy, but as a call to adapt and restore. This quiet precision is part of why life endures against constant change. Deep within every cell, evolution has left you a toolkit for resilience, ensuring that even your genetic story knows how to heal itself. Medieval hospitals were often run by monks. In medieval Europe, hospitals were very different from the bustling medical centers we know today. Many were established and operated by monasteries, where monks cared for the sick as an act of religious duty. These hospitals were not primarily places of cure, but of comfort. Patients were offered food, shelter, prayers, and basic remedies drawn from herbal gardens. Medicine and spirituality were deeply intertwined, with healing seen as a way to serve both body and soul. Some of these institutions grew remarkably sophisticated, with dedicated wards, written records, and even rules of hygiene. Others were little more than hospices, caring for the poor and dying. Though limited in their medical effectiveness, medieval hospitals played a vital role in shaping the idea of organized care, creating spaces where communities supported one another in times of illness. In their quiet halls, the first steps toward modern healthcare were being laid. Sunlight helps trigger the body's natural healing rhythms. Morning light is not just warmth or brightness. It is a signal. When it touches your eyes and skin, it resets the body's clock, synchronizing hormones that control sleep, metabolism, and recovery. Ultraviolet light helps the skin produce vitamin D, which in turn strengthens bones and supports immune balance. Light also reaches the brain, where it influences serotonin, lifting mood and stabilizing the nervous system. Too little exposure and healing slows too much, and the same energy can harm. The key lies in balance. Our biology evolved in partnership with the rising and setting of the sun, using its rhythm as a compass for when to grow, rest, and repair. Standing in gentle sunlight each morning quietly tells your body that life continues, that cycles persist, and that healing is a daily ceremony written in light. Early surgeons learned their trade on battlefields. War has always been a brutal teacher of medicine. In the chaos of medieval and early modern battlefields, surgeons were forced to make quick, often gruesome decisions. With no anesthetics beyond strong drink, no antibiotics, and crude tools, they amputated limbs, cauterized wounds, and stitched gashes under bar. Unimaginable conditions. Yet out of this hardship, surgical skill slowly advanced. Doctors learned how to control bleeding, how to prevent shock, and how to treat injuries no textbook had ever described. Many innovations, from tourniquets to triage, were born in the smoke and blood of war. These battlefield surgeons rarely had the luxury of study or reflection, but their raw experience saved countless lives and laid groundwork for future generations. It is a sobering reminder that some of medicine's most important lessons have been written not in classrooms, but in the crucible of human conflict. Wounds remember how they healed before. Deep within the layers of the skin, a faint memory lingers. When an old wound site is injured again, the surrounding cells respond more quickly than before. It is as if the tissue remembers the choreography of recovery. Immune cells move faster, stem cells awaken sooner, and blood vessels begin to form without hesitation. Scientists believe the body stores information about previous injuries, leaving a biological trace that primes the area for future repair. Even scars can hold these memories, shaping how new tissue forms in their place. Healing, then, is not simply a reaction, but an adaptation, a learned rhythm refined by experience. The body becomes wiser each time it mends itself, carrying forward lessons of resilience. In its quiet language, every healed wound is a teacher, showing the next one how to find its way back to wholeness. Bloodletting was a standard treatment for centuries. For much of recorded history, Doctors believed health depended on the balance of four fluids, or humours: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Illness was thought to arise when these humours were out of proportion. The most common solution was to drain blood, in the hope that harmony would be restored. From ancient Greece through the 19th century, bloodletting became one of the most widespread medical treatments in the world. Patients might be cut with a lancet, pricked with a needle, or fitted with leeches to draw away fluid. Royalty, peasants, soldiers, and scholars alike submitted to the practice, sometimes for fevers, sometimes for headaches, even for diseases as varied as plague and, quote, depression. It seems shocking now, but in an era without germ theory, it made intuitive sense. Though often harmful, bloodletting reflects humanity's determination to intervene against sickness, even when understanding was still incomplete. Stress can quietly slow the body's repair process. When stress lingers too long, healing begins to falter. The body floods itself with cortisol, a hormone designed to prepare you for danger, not recovery. Blood flow shifts toward muscles instead of skin and digestion, leaving wounds and organs waiting for their share of nutrients. Inflammation becomes confused, rising when it should fade. Even the immune cells that close injuries lose their precision. Chronic stress also alters the body's timing, disrupting the daily rhythm of hormone release that guides cellular repair. This does not happen all at once, but in subtle delays, like a song played just off tempo. Fortunately, the opposite is also true. Calmness restores balance. Deep breathing, laughter, and rest reset the signals, allowing the chemistry of repair to resume. Beneath every stressful day lies the potential for renewal, waiting only for the body to feel safe enough to begin again. Mercury was once prescribed as medicine. Few substances sound more dangerous to us today than mercury, the shimmering liquid metal. Yet for centuries, it was considered a cure. Ancient Chinese alchemists experimented with it, believing it might bring longevity. In the Renaissance, mercury became the standard treatment for syphilis, applied as ointments or even swallowed in pills. Patients endured dreadful side effects: excessive salivation, hair loss, tremors, and in many cases, poisoning severe enough to be fatal. Still, doctors persisted, because mercury seemed, at times, to relieve symptoms. The toxic element was also used in laxatives, disinfectants, and diuretics well into the 19th century. Only with the rise of modern chemistry and a deeper understanding of toxicity did mercury's dangers outweigh its reputation as a medicine. The strange history of mercury reminds us that the boundary between poison and remedy has often been blurred, and that medicine is a story of trial, error, evolution. Laughter changes hormones that support healing. When you laugh, your body becomes an orchestra of restoration. Muscles release tension, the diaphragm massages the internal organs, and the heart rate rises briefly before falling into a steadier rhythm. The brain floods with endorphins, natural chemicals that ease pain and heighten a sense of calm. Immune cells respond as well, increasing in number and activity. Blood vessels expand, improving circulation to every corner of the body. Laughter's sound may seem light, but its effects run deep, touching chemistry, emotion, and energy all at once. Even short bursts can reduce the stress hormones that delay recovery. The body treats joy as medicine, and humor as a spark of renewal. Shared laughter amplifies the effect, synchronizing heartbeats and breath between people. In that brief harmony, healing becomes social as well as biological, proving that the science of recovery is not always silent or still. Opium was used in ancient civilizations for pain relief. Long before the chemistry of morphine and codeine was understood, people knew that the poppy flower contained extraordinary power. As far back as Mesopotamia, more than 4,000 years ago, opium was harvested from the poppy's milky latex and used to relieve pain and induce sleep. Egyptian physicians prescribed it for headaches, digestive issues, and wounds. The ancient Greeks wrote about its use, and Arab physicians spread it further, refining its preparation. By the Middle Ages, opium had become one of the most prized medicines in the world. Yet its addictive properties were also recognized, even if poorly understood. In the 19th century, opium-based laudanum was sold openly in Europe and America, prescribed for everything from coughs to menstrual cramps. Though dangerous, opium taught physicians the profound power of plant chemistry, eventually leading to safer, more precise drugs. Its long history reflects both the promise and peril of medicine's search for relief. Tears contain enzymes that protect against infection. Every tear that falls is more than salt and water. Within it flows lysozyme, an enzyme capable of breaking down the cell walls of bacteria. This natural defense coats the eyes, keeping them clear and protected from the world's constant exposure. Emotional tears also differ from those produced by irritation. They contain traces of stress hormones, helping the body release chemical tension through the act of crying. As tears run down your cheeks, they carry both emotion and biochemistry away from the body, creating a subtle sense of relief. Crying is often seen as a symbol of vulnerability, yet it is a precise self-regulating mechanism. The body uses it to cleanse, to balance, and to guard. Even something as soft as a teardrop reveals a profound truth of biology, that emotion and immunity are woven together, and that healing often begins when we let something go. Quinine from bark saved lives from malaria. Malaria has haunted humanity for thousands of years, crippling armies, devastating communities, and shaping entire regions. One of the first truly effective treatments came from the bark of the cinchona tree, native to South America. Indigenous peoples used the bark to treat fevers, and when Jesuit missionaries observed its effects in the 17th century, the knowledge spread across the world. The active compound, quinine, became a lifeline in malaria-ridden colonies, enabling European expansion into tropical regions. Soldiers and explorers carried tonic water infused with quinine, a tradition that gave rise to the modern gin and tonic. Quinine was one of the earliest plant-derived medicines to be scientifically studied, paving the way for synthetic anti-malarial drugs. Its story demonstrates how local knowledge, careful observation, and global exchange combined to change history, saving millions from a disease that continues, even today, to challenge human ingenuity. Your gut lining replaces itself every few days. The digestive tract is lined with cells that live brief, intense lives. Bathed in acid, enzymes, and bacteria, they endure one of the harshest environments in the body. To survive, the lining renews itself every few days, creating a fresh surface capable of absorbing nutrients while keeping harmful invaders out. Stem cells at the base of each microscopic fold divide rapidly, sending new cells upward to replace those that have completed their duty. As old ones slough away, the gut remains intact, continuous, and resilient. This constant rebuilding protects not only digestion but also immunity, since much of the body's defense network resides here. When balance is lost, fatigue and inflammation can follow, but even then, the gut begins rebuilding almost immediately. In its unending renewal, the digestive system shows one of the purest expressions of life's determination to keep repairing itself. The heart can regrow a little bit of its own tissue. For centuries, the heart was thought to be an organ that could never renew itself. Yet deep within its muscle lie small populations of cells capable of limited regeneration. These specialized cells awaken when damage occurs, dividing and differentiating to replace lost tissue. The process is slow and incomplete, but it reveals a remarkable potential. Even adult hearts form new blood vessels after injury, building subtle bypasses to maintain circulation. Exercise, rest, and emotional peace help support this regeneration by improving oxygen flow and reducing inflammation. The heart's rhythm, its endless pulse, is not only a sign of persistence, but of ongoing creation. Each beat sends signals that encourage repair throughout the cardiovascular system. The organ that never sleeps does more than keep you alive. It continually strives to heal itself, proving that renewal can exist even in the most tireless soul. Places of the body. New blood vessels sprout like roots in a healing wound. When tissue is injured, the surrounding cells send urgent messages for oxygen and nutrients. In response, nearby vessels release chemical signals that call endothelial cells into action. These cells migrate outward, forming thin tubes that reach into the wound like tiny roots growing through soil. The process, known as angiogenesis, transforms a patch of damaged tissue into a network of new circulation. Once these vessels connect, oxygen begins to flow, and the landscape of healing changes. The pale wound turns pink as life returns beneath it. Over time, the network stabilizes, maturing into permanent channels that will feed the regenerated tissue for years to come. This hidden garden of capillaries shows how deeply nature understands balance. Growth follows damage, and renewal follows loss. Within every scar lies a forest of vessels that once reached for light. Platelets are the first responders of the bloodstream. The moment the skin is breached, an invisible alarm sounds. Platelets, small cell fragments drifting quietly through the bloodstream, sense the change in pressure and chemical composition. They rush to the site, sticking together to form a temporary seal that stops the bleeding. But their role does not end there. Platelets release a cascade of growth factors that attract immune cells, stimulate collagen production, and encourage the birth of new vessels. They are messengers as well as protectors, carrying instructions that guide the next stages of recovery. Without them, wounds would remain open and unorganized. Their timing is astonishingly precise, arriving within seconds of injury. Long after the surface closes, traces of their guidance remain in the molecular patterns of the healed tissue. In the grand orchestra of healing, these tiny fragments play the first note, setting the rhythm that every other cell will follow. Scars are collagen's way of patching the past. When the body cannot perfectly restore original tissue, it improvises. Fibroblasts rush in and lay down collagen fibers, forming a dense weave that closes the wound quickly. This network is stronger but less flexible than the skin that came before. It lacks sweat glands, hair follicles, and the subtle textures of normal tissue, yet it protects what lies beneath. Over time, the collagen reorganizes itself, softening and aligning with the natural lines of the body. Some scars fade until they are nearly invisible, while others remain as quiet signatures of survival. Each one is a compromise between speed and precision, between saving life and preserving beauty. Scars tell the story of resilience written in tissue. They remind the body of what it has endured and, more importantly, what it has overcome. Beneath every mark lies a memory of the moment the body refused to give up. Some people's skin can heal without leaving scars at all. Rare individuals display a remarkable phenomenon called scarless healing. Their wounds regenerate with a precision more often seen in early development than in adulthood. The process involves balanced inflammation, rapid collagen remodeling, and perfectly synchronized cell migration. Scientists study these unique patterns, hoping to learn how to guide ordinary healing towards similar results. In newborns, this ability is nearly universal. As we age, it fades. Yet researchers are discovering ways to reactivate it through gentle manipulation of growth factors and electrical signals. Scarless repair could one day restore not just appearance, but function after major injuries. For now, it remains a glimpse of what the human body may still be capable of. Every time a wound closes seamlessly, it whispers of an older blueprint hidden within us, a memory of when regeneration was effortless and healing left no trace behind. Deep breathing alters genes linked to stress repair. Slow, deliberate breathing does far more than calm the mind. It sends a wave of mechanical and chemical signals through the body, shifting the balance of the nervous system. Heart rate slows, blood vessels widen, and stress hormones begin to fall. In the cells, genes associated with inflammation and oxidative stress quiet down, while those linked to repair and energy metabolism grow more active. Oxygen levels rise, improving the performance of mitochondria, the powerhouses that fuel every act of recovery. Over time, this simple rhythm of inhalation and exhalation rewires the body's chemistry toward healing. Ancient practices like meditation and yoga used this knowledge intuitively, long before science measured it. Each breath is both a messenger and a medicine, shaping the state of your cells with every gentle expansion of your lungs. The brain can rewire itself after injury. Neurons communicate through elaborate networks, but those networks are not fixed. When damage occurs, surrounding cells form new connections to take over lost functions. This capacity, known as neuroplasticity, allows the brain to adapt, reorganizing itself to preserve movement, memory, or emotion. Even after severe trauma, the brain's structure remains fluid, guided by activity and repetition. Therapy, learning, and sensory experiences all help strengthen new pathways. It is as if the brain redraws its own map whenever parts of the landscape change. The process may take months or years, but it continues for a lifetime. Every time you learn a new skill or overcome a mental challenge, neuroplasticity is at work. Healing in the brain is not about replacing what was lost. It is about finding new routes for life to flow through. In this quiet flexibility lies one of biology's most hopeful truths. Memories can be rewritten by emotional healing. Memories are not stored like photographs, they are reassembled each time they are recalled. When emotion or understanding changes, so can the memory itself. Therapy, reflection, and new experiences can soften the impact of painful recollections, altering the chemical patterns in the brain that hold them. This process does not erase history, it reframes it. The amygdala, hippocampus, and prefrontal cortex work together to update old stories with new meaning. In this way, emotional healing becomes physical, reshaping neural connections and reducing stress signals that ripple through the body. It is possible to remember without reliving, to hold the past without being held by it. Healing, then, is not forgetting, but transforming, turning wounds of the mind into wisdom. Each time the brain revisits a painful memory with compassion, it rebuilds itself in gentler form. Hope can shift hormone levels toward regeneration. Belief in recovery changes the chemistry of the body. Hope influences the release of dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, all of which support immune balance and cellular repair. When you anticipate improvement, the nervous system relaxes, circulation improves, and inflammation begins to subside. Scientists have observed that patients with strong hope often heal faster, not through magic, but through measurable shifts in hormones and neurotransmitters. Hope quiets fear, and fear is one of the greatest obstacles to recovery. It reminds the body that effort is worth making, that energy should be spent on rebuilding instead of retreating. Even the smallest spark of expectation can trigger a cascade of physiological change. The body listens to what the mind believes, translating optimism into chemistry. Hope, in its most scientific form, is a biological signal to keep moving toward life. Meditation speeds up cellular recovery after stress. When the mind rests in stillness, the body follows. Heart rate slows, breathing deepens, and waves of calm energy move through the nervous system. Under the surface, measurable changes occur. The activity of genes associated with inflammation decreases, while antioxidant and repair pathways become more active. Cortisol, the stress hormone, drops to levels that allow tissue regeneration to proceed unhindered. Regular meditation improves sleep quality and strengthens immune function, giving the body more time and resources to mend itself. The effect compounds over time, as daily practice reinforces a baseline of calm. What feels like quiet awareness is, in truth, a physiological rebalancing. The brain's rhythms entrain the body's rhythms, bringing heart, breath, and cells into harmony. In that stillness, the body rediscovers its natural tempo, the pace at which true healing unfolds. Gratitude changes the heart's electrical patterns. The heart does more than pump blood, it communicates through electric and magnetic fields that shift with emotion. When gratitude arises, heart rhythms become smooth and coherent, syncing with breathing and brain waves. This state improves circulation and reduces stress hormones, allowing the immune system to operate more efficiently. People who cultivate daily gratitude show lower levels of inflammation and better recovery after illness or surgery. The feeling itself activates the parasympathetic nervous system, signaling safety and restoration. Gratitude redirects attention from what is missing to what endures, creating a physiological environment in which growth becomes possible. Even silent appreciation for a single moment can change the body's inner weather. The heart listens to thought as surely as it does to blood flow, and it beats differently when it recognizes peace. Compassion lowers the body's baseline of cortisol. Cortisol, the hormone of alertness and stress, keeps the body ready for challenge, but in excess, it becomes corrosive. Acts of compassion, whether offered or received, have been shown to reduce cortisol levels and promote healing. When empathy engages, the brain releases oxytocin, a hormone that counters fear and tension. Blood pressure decreases, digestion improves, and the immune system becomes more responsive. Compassion creates a physiological shift towards safety, signaling the body that it can resume maintenance and repair. Even imagining kindness can produce measurable changes, lowering heart rate and increasing feelings of warmth. Healing is not always solitary. It often begins in the simple recognition of shared humanity. Through compassion, chemistry becomes connection, and the biology of care transforms into the science of recovery. Placebo healing is real chemistry triggered by belief. When a person believes that healing has begun, the brain releases natural opioids, endorphins, and dopamine. These substances ease pain, regulate mood, and influence immune function. The effect is not imaginary but measurable, rooted in the same pathways used by actual medicines. Placebo responses demonstrate the body's capacity to turn expectation into biology. The belief acts as a signal, telling the nervous system that recovery is underway, prompting every organ to align with that story. The effect can even be seen in imaging studies, where regions of the brain involved in pain and stress become quieter under belief alone. This reveals something profound about human nature. Healing begins in perception and spreads outward. When the mind envisions wellness, the body listens carefully and tries to make it true. Pain can lessen when someone simply listens. Pain is not only physical, it is shaped by attention and emotion. When someone listens with empathy, the nervous system relaxes and the intensity of discomfort can decrease. Studies have shown that the act of being heard reduces activity in brain regions linked to suffering. The listener becomes part of the healing process, creating a space where tension releases and the body feels safe enough to lower its guard. Communication releases oxytocin, which dampens the stress response and encourages recovery. This is why supportive care can improve medical outcomes even without new treatments. Human connection alters physiology, turning compassion into measurable change. Healing often begins not with medicine or movement, but with presence. The sound of another heartbeat, patient and kind, can remind your body that it is not alone in its effort to mend. The immune system has a memory of every battle it fought. Every infection you survive leaves a trace in the form of specialized cells that remember the invader. The next time the same threat appears, these sentinels respond instantly, producing antibodies before symptoms can begin. This biological memory can last for years, sometimes for a lifetime. It is the reason vaccines work and why childhood illnesses often never return. Memory cells patrol quietly through the blood and lymph, vigilant but unobtrusive. They represent the cumulative history of your encounters with the world, a living archive written in protein and pattern. The immune system does not forget easily. It evolves with you, growing wiser with every challenge. It is a library of resilience, proof that each recovery makes you more capable of the next. Beneath the surface, your body keeps the story of its victories close, ready to protect you again. Fever is a kind of cleansing fire for the body. When infection strikes, the body raises its temperature on purpose. The rise is not an accident, but a calculated act of defense. Heat accelerates immune reactions, speeds up the creation of white blood cells, and weakens invading microbes that prefer cooler environments. At the same time, the body releases proteins that direct immune cells where to go, creating a coordinated surge of protection. The sensation of warmth and fatigue is simply your body investing energy in battle. As the fever peaks, chemical byproducts are burned away, toxins are neutralized, and damaged cells are recycled. When the threat has passed, the brain resets the thermostat to normal, allowing calm to return. Though uncomfortable, a fever is a kind of purification, a reminder that heat itself can be medicine. Within that inner fire, the body remembers how to defend its balance and reclaim its peace. White blood cells communicate with light pulses. Within your bloodstream, immune cells move like explorers across a vast landscape. They find each other using chemical cues, but they also communicate in flashes of faint light called biophotons. These tiny bursts of energy carry information about activity, distress, and coordination. It is as though the immune system speaks in photons, broadcasting quiet signals of readiness and repair. Scientists have observed these pulses during immune responses, suggesting that light might be another layer of biological language. Every cell emits some level of biophoton activity, but immune cells seem particularly fluent. Through this luminous conversation, the body maintains coherence, even in the chaos of infection. The discovery reminds us that we are not only matter, but light, our healing guided by invisible radiance. Deep within your blood, a silent glow is at work, connecting cell to cell in a timeless dialogue of restoration. The brain releases endorphins during healing sleep. As you drift into deep rest, the brain enters a phase of intense maintenance. Endorphins, the body's natural painkillers, are released to ease tension and repair stress pathways built up during the day. These molecules bind to receptors that quiet the signals of discomfort, allowing the nervous system to shift its focus toward recovery. While the mind dreams, tissues across the body receive instructions to rebuild proteins, strengthen membranes, and balance immune activity. The chemistry of sleep is far from still. It is the most active form of healing you experience each day. Endorphins do more than soothe, they help regulate mood, heart rhythm, and energy balance. As you sink into stillness, this internal medicine flows freely, guiding the body back to equilibrium. The comfort of morning after a full night's rest is not coincidence, but evidence of the body's ongoing conversation with peace. Cells whisper to each other using electromagnetic fields. Every cell carries an electric charge and emits a faint field around itself. These tiny currents are not random. They guide development, repair, and communication. When a tissue is injured, surrounding cells alter their fields to attract immune and repair cells, creating an invisible map that directs healing. This electrical whispering helps coordinate the rebuilding of tissue long before hormones or chemicals arrive. Scientists have found that altering these fields can speed or slow recovery, showing how energy and biology are deeply intertwined. Within you, trillions of cells constantly adjust their signals, ensuring harmony in the living community they form. It is a network of light and electricity, orchestrated with the precision of a symphony you cannot hear. The quiet exchange of energy is one of nature's oldest languages, a reminder that healing begins with connection long before it becomes visible. Tonight we wandered through living architecture. We traced the steady rhythm of the heart and followed the branching pathways of blood as they carried warmth to every corner. We imagined bones that renew themselves in response to pressure, muscles that translate thought into motion, and lungs that trade invisible gases with every quiet breath. We drifted through the bright electrical forests of the brain, where memory, sensation, and imagination flicker in patterns too intricate to see, yet close enough to feel. All of it unfolding within you, not as something distant or abstract, but as a constant, faithful presence. A choreography of cells dividing, repairing, signaling, balancing. A lifelong conversation between chemistry and awareness. Even now, as you rest, your body is adjusting, restoring, keeping its silent watch. Let that thought settle in. You do not have to manage any of it tonight. Your heart knows its rhythm. Your lungs know their tide. Your nervous system knows how to soften when given the chance. If you enjoyed this exploration of the human body, consider subscribing or leaving a note about what surprised you most. And if you find yourself still awake, there will be another journey waiting for you on the screen. A new landscape to wander through at an unhurried pace. For now, allow your breathing to lengthen. Let your muscles loosen their hold on the day. Feel the steady support beneath you, and trust the quiet work happening within. Sleep well, and good night.